Yo, and we are live, man. This is 7 Community. We are back with another one. Now, I do gotta make sure that our mics are actually good,
Oh, what a crowd this is. That's a big, beautiful.
All right, we're back,
flew
man.
over. I said, that's a lot of people.
Yes.
That's a lot of people. As far as the eye can see. I hope you can see back there. It's a long way back. I want to thank everybody and hello to North Carolina.
There we go.
And I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of hardworking, God-fearing
All right,
American patriots. Amazing, amazing people. We have a little thing called an election coming up, but we're going to win this election.
Bro, we got quite the agenda today, man. Of course, we got the Trump, man. We got Walz coming in. Kamala's going to come in. And we also got some other people for y'all. Don't worry, dog. We got quite the show for y'all. Trust me. Trust me.
And it's a call-in show. So members, feel free to go ahead, chime in, let us know if y'all want to call in the show.
You know, I don't know if you've
Let's engage, man. Let's have a fun stream.
Yeah, members only. We're going to give y'all at least about 3 to 4 minutes. Appreciate y'all.
seen the polls, but they're very good. We'll be going over that in just a minute, but we're doing really well, and I appreciate it. And we've won this state every election. The primaries we've won the general elections. And we got one more left before we make America great again. Have to do it again. We have to do it again because they really loused things up in 4 years, didn't they? Didn't they just what they've done? Exactly 45 days from now, we're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris. And we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it great again. When you cast your ballot for Trump this November.
Man, this is in North Carolina.
Thank you very much. That's the best seat in the House. I always said it. You know, they can't see me too well, but oftentimes they're picked to be movie stars. They're so beautiful. All of the fake news up there, you know, you think you have the best seat. See, you think you have the best seat. Actually, they do, because what happens is Hollywood is watching, and every once in a while they see a face. They see this beautiful face. And they don't see your face, they only see the back of your head. Would anybody like to change seats? Would you rather change? I didn't think so. I didn't think so. When you cast your ballot for Trump this November, it means that America's borders will be instantly secured. Can you believe what they've done? What they have done to our country with millions and millions of people walking right through our border. It means the price of household goods will start to plummet. Groceries and rent will no longer break your budgets. And you will have thousands of dollars of savings by the end of the year. Let me just tell you, we're going to get your energy costs down in 1 year. We're going to get your energy costs down by 50%. We'll cut it in half. We're going to cut it in half. It means young people will once again be able to afford a mortgage and a home.
Ooh, there we go. Time to build some generational wealth, baby.
Thank you very much.
Affordability going.
Man.
Uncle Sam. Look, Uncle Sam is here. I love Uncle Sam. I love Uncle Sam. Look at him. It means the streets of your cities will be safe and clean. The homeless encampments will be gone. They're going to be gone. Oh, you have to see. You have to see some of these encampments, what they've done to our cities. And we've got to take care of the people, but they're destroying our cities. And instead of a planet on the edge of global war, we will have world peace. We won't have World War III, which we're very close to having right now. That's the future that awaits the America that we love under President Donald J. Trump. But if you cast your vote for Kamala Harris, comrade, we call her comrade, you're voting for 4 more years of brutal job losses, higher taxes, surging prices, falling wages, and economic depression and despair. Other than that, you'll be doing quite well, I think, actually. A vote for Kamala Harris means 40 or 50 million more illegal aliens will invade across our borders, stealing your money, stealing your jobs, stealing your life. It means your police forces will be gutted, your guns will be confiscated, and savage criminals will run wild in the streets. So that's what it means. You know what? That's what it means. You know, she's always said, we will confiscate all guns. Now she's saying, oh, no, guns I think they're wonderful, right? Doesn't work that way. They're going to confiscate your guns. I'm the one that's protecting it. We got the total endorsement of every gun group, including the NRA, and we have protected your Second Amendment. And if you think it was easy, it was not easy. If Kamala Harris is reelected, she will kill the American dream forever. She's not competent to be president either, but I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude. She's not competent to be president. Did you see her on Oprah? That's not going to be president. Oprah didn't know what the hell to do. Oprah was like embarrassed. She wanted to hide under the table. But she's a professional, and she was able to sort of disguise it. No, she wanted to go right under the table. Vote Trump, and we will bring back the American dream bigger, better, and stronger than ever.
Like, I ain't gonna lie though, that was Kamala at her longest. That's the longest I've ever heard Kamala spoke. Even though it was a whole bunch of emotions and all that good stuff. And it was the longest I've heard her spoke.
Before
sitting down with a friend.
Kamala can't be trusted with your economy or anything else. She's just, how this happened.
That's like you giving me an interview or me giving you one. You ain't gonna ask me nothing damaging. Nothing incriminating.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
You ain't gonna press me on a subject that's sensitive. Like, you gonna walk me through it.
Oh gosh, sweetheart interviews.
Man, make me look like a kid.
Explain it to me, please. How did this happen? And we all saw what happened, and we see what happened. Kamala was a total disaster yesterday, and at every other interview, she's been just a free fall. I don't know what the hell's going on. She can't do an interview. She doesn't want to do them. Something's wrong. Let's just take a look. Let me just see. We have a little video. We spend all the money on these screens. We want to use them a little bit. Let's play it just for a second. Thank you.
The Kamala word of the day is clearly story.
It is your story and the story of our friends before you is really, that's the American story, right? In telling your story and being so strong in the way you do it. And both of these stories, for you to tell these stories, this story is a story that is sadly not the only story.
This story is a story that's storying, so we can always put it in his story because it's a woman's story. I mean, like, the word salad is just elite.
No
story.
In the same sentence,
bro. I mean,
in the same interaction.
Yes, G. It was downright embarrassing. It was the story.
It is clearly story.
It is your story and the story of our friends before you is really, that's the American story, right? In telling your story and being so strong in the way you do it. And both of these stories, for you to tell these stories, this story is a story that is sadly not the only story.
No way.
I mean,
it's unbelievable. It's simply unbelievable. It's like a child who learns one word and then they struggle for the next thought and it never comes. But maybe this daytime talk candidacy will work.
Really?
It's all emotion, but not a very
Rightfully
good one.
so.
Certainly not an articulate one, Laura.
yeah.
And being a bitch.
Not my president. I'm sorry.
Turn that off.
It's not what you want. That's not what you want.
Man, worst salad ever.
Kamala and her group have seen what's happening to their campaign, and it's not going well for them. And they would like, just announced a little while ago as I was coming off the plane, they would like to do another debate. Although, good entertainment value. A lot of people say, oh, do it, it's great entertainment. I've already done two. One with crooked Joe Biden at CNN, and the other one with Kamala on ABC. Okay. CNN was very fair, I thought. Yeah. Joe was driven out of the race. It was a coup, by the way, but he was driven out of the race. And they've been widely criticized by the radical left lunatics for all of the fairness. They were very fair. In other words, they won't be fair again because they took a lot of abuse from the radical left. ABC was 3-on-1, but I was given credit for having done a very, very good job. I appreciate that. We did a great job. It was 3-on-1. The problem with another debate is that it's just too late. Voting has already started. She's had her chance to do it with Fox. You know, Fox invited us on, and I waited, and they turned it down. But now she wants to do a debate right before the election with CNN because she's losing badly. You know, it's like a fighter. She sees the pulse. She sees what's happening. She's losing badly, but it's like a fighter who goes into the ring and gets knocked out. The first thing he says is, I want a rematch. I want a rematch. And I won all of the primaries. Remember, she won none. She went into no primary. She got no votes.
And according to these recent polls, bro, Trump is up. Like,
big time.
Apparently, they couldn't hide or fudge the numbers no more. Trump is up in the polls. Even Kamala now admitting that, yeah, it's looking bad for us right now. And, well, due to Kamala's word salad, that may be the reason, or Tim Walz's recent fraud scheme, that may be the reason. Yeah, it could be a lot of reasons why they're down in the polls.
Biden, in all fairness, I'm no fan, but in all fairness to him, he got 14 million votes. She got none. She's done one debate. I've done two. It's too late to do another. I'd love to in many ways, but it's too late. The voting is cast. The voters are out there immediately. Is everybody voting? Please get out and vote. I would rather see one-day voting, paper ballots, voter ID, and proof of citizenship, and we have a nice, honest election. We have one state, you go forever. I mean, it's like for 2.5 months, and then they have the right to delay the count for weeks and weeks. The whole thing is crazy. We're going to get it changed. We got to get in. When we get in, we're going to get this craziness changed. Everyone knows that Kamala Harris cannot explain how she would make your life better because it's really her policies that have destroyed this country in the last 3 years. She was the border czar. Now she says she wasn't the border czar. It doesn't matter. She was in charge of the border, put there by sleepy Joe Biden. He wanted to go to the beach. She said, I don't have time. I got to go to the beach and sleep. Who the hell sleeps on camera? You have cameras watching. I don't want to ever fall asleep on live television. Kamala Harris cost your family $28,000 in higher prices. Last month alone, she lost, think of this, last month they lost in this country 438,000 full-time jobs. That's a government number, including 24,000 manufacturing jobs. That's last month. And the interest rates are lowered for political reasons, but they're also lowered because the country is not doing well. We would rather have you as president. Think of this. If you would rather have me as president or, okay, let's do this. Let's do a poll. You ready? Who wants Trump as president? I'm shocked. Is there anyone brave enough to raise your hand? Who wants Kamala as president? I'm looking for one brave soul. That would be very brave. Who would you rather have as your president? Radical liberal Kamala Harris, who created the worst economy in your lifetime. It's the worst economy that we've ever had under them, or the businessman who created the greatest economy in the history of our country and in the history of the world. We created the greatest. Kamala Harris is promising war on American energy. Oh, she's after energy. Oh, she's after it. You know what they did? She came in, they closed up all of the energy. The prices started going crazy, so Biden started screaming, get back to what Trump was doing. But as soon, if they won this election, the day after they win, your energy prices are going to double and triple. You know that. The largest tax hikes on families in America.
I ain't gonna lie, that new green energy, dog, UK tried that and it skyrocketed their energy prices. Like, bro, there's people who went without electricity all through the winter. But they don't tell us about that. So it's crazy how they're trying to do the same thing they did in UK with this new Green Deal. And they forget to tell you that, yeah, but it is going to skyrocket electric costs. It's just, your electric bill is probably going to add maybe like a couple hundred to it, but you'll be okay, right? Electric cars, right?
In history is what they say, the largest small business tax hikes in American history and the most crippling regulations in American history. All of this is shutting down power plants and banning gasoline-powered cars and trucks. Would anybody like to drive on occasion a beautiful gasoline-driven car? We want a gasoline-powered. Now, they do have a new one, hydrogen. The problem is it tends to blow up every once in a while, and you go many, many blocks in the air. You say, what happened with... So that's a little bit early. But we want new technology. We want hybrids. We want a lot of things. Under the Trump economic plan, we will cut your energy prices in half mark it down, and you can get very angry at me if we don't do it. Within 12 months, your energy prices will be cut in half. We have more liquid gold under our feet than anybody else. And we will rapidly defeat inflation. So inflation...
that's pretty much saying like, yeah, well, if gas is $3, well, prepare for...
$1.50.
Whoo!
It is a misnomer because the inflation's now getting stabilized because our country is doing badly. But the prices have been driven up here, and people can't afford the groceries. I told the story the other day. A woman, sort of elderly woman who was sad, goes up to the counter, register, puts 3 apples on, and then realizes she can't afford it. And she took 1 apple, brought it back into the refrigeration, came back, and she took 2 apples. That shouldn't be happening in this country. That shouldn't be happening. And by slashing inflation, we will cut interest rates and reduce the monthly cost of your typical mortgage by $1,000. $1,000 a month. Listen, so interest rates with me were at 2%. Interest rates with her and Joe, I got to add him. I don't know. Is he still the president? I'm trying to figure it out. You know, I hate to waste the time by saying, and him.
You know, it always was crazy how they told us, well, he is too old to be president. He's going to step down, but he's still going to be doing his, duties as president. I'm like, hold on. He's too old to run as president, but much greater, he can, he can go ahead and...
He can still stand as the United States president?
Yeah, still do actions and make laws as the United States president, but he can't run, though. He's too old to do that.
And it's even more of an issue at this precarious point we're in geopolitically with all these proxies we're involved in. The impeding conflict with Iran right now. Tension is rising all over the world. And you telling me we got this sleepy old man at the wheel, at the helm?
Yeah.
And what? His cackling underling? Like, bro, we in bad shape. I ain't gonna lie. It's like the meme, like, Trump, please save us.
Like come on.
Because I don't know. Is he the president? Because yesterday his wife took over the cabinet meeting, right? Said, I'm going to ask my wife to take it. Hasn't had a cabinet meeting like in 2 years. And yesterday they finally had it. And he said, I'm going to let Jill handle it. We will manage. A lot of things are happening there. A lot of bad things are happening. We will massively cut taxes for workers. We will have no tax on tips.
Hey. Bro, I just realized Kamala is too late. It's too late for Kamala. She's not the first female president. Joe Biden is.
I'm weak.
Joe Biden is the real president right now, guys. We are already under female leadership.
Makes sense. Dr. Biden, as they call her.
Allegedly.
Right.
We will have no tax on overtime.
Shout out. I like that one.
And no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
Yes, sir.
No
Shout out my dudes.
And it makes sense because the seniors have been hurt so badly with inflation. So we're going to have no tax on Social Security for our seniors. And while working Americans catch up, we're going to put a temporary cap on interest rates on credit card debt at 10%. Some people are paying 25 and 30%. It's crazy. You know, in theory, that's against the law. Okay, called the usury laws. But in theory, that's against. So we're going to cap it for a period of time at 10%. This election is about the economy. This election is about the border. That's what it is. And I am your border president. Your border president. Kamala would be your invasion president.
I would have called him.
She would be your country-destroying president.
Bro, border czar, president of the Senate. Yes. If you're vice president, you're automatically president of the Senate. So, yeah, Kamala actually had a good amount of power.
Yeah.
But remember this, look, on the border. In 2016, we had a bad border. I fixed it. And it was so good that I couldn't mention it in 2020, even though, excuse me, I might say, we got millions more votes in 2020 than we did in 2016, right? Some bad crap happened. Some bad things happened. We got millions and millions of more votes. So what a disgrace. Think of our country if I were president. You wouldn't have Ukraine, Russia. That wouldn't happen. You wouldn't have any inflation. You wouldn't have had the attack on Israel. And you wouldn't have had the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And that's the way they withdrew from Afghanistan. None of this would have happened. And a lot of other good things. We would be energy independent. We were already energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. But
you know what's so crazy? Maybe everybody could have forgive the, not Bin Laden, but Biden for, the whole, I ain't gonna lie, complete disaster of the pullout of Afghanistan.
Oh, man.
We could have forgive them maybe
really.
if he'd have went to the funeral.
Yeah.
The Golden Star family, 13 of them. Like, maybe if he'd have went to their funeral, we'd have been like, oh, come on, he went to the funeral, right?
Yeah.
Bro didn't even go to the funeral, him or Kamala.
Embarrassing. And then the cherry on top was the disrespect by not showing up to the funeral.
Yep, but Trump did, though. Not even acting president, but acting more presidential than Biden, though. Respecting the veterans more than Biden.
It shows you right there who he stands. Trump has always been standing next to law enforcement, first responders, and veterans.
Like, if I ain't gonna lie, though. If Biden really cared about the veterans, then why is he, sustaining 2 proxy wars? That we could possibly have foots on the ground on and that our soldiers could end up dying. If he really cared.
Talk to him.
By now, more than Russia, more than anything. We have more than Russia. We have more than Saudi Arabia, more oil. We have more.
And to that point, when Trump was in office, we wasn't at no wars, no proxies. We was good. We was chilling.
Yeah.
More than anybody.
I call it
liquid gold. We have more liquid gold under our feet. And what do? We go to Venezuela to get oil, to get tar. They sell us tar that we refine in our country. In Houston, Texas, not a pretty sight. As border czar, Kamala Harris has allowed 21 million illegals to pour in from all over the world. They're coming from the prisons and the jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're terrorists, and she's letting, literally at record levels, terrorists are pouring into our country. Did you see the chart? 4 years ago, we had 11 terrorists come in, and we got them, everyone. Now we have thousands of terrorists in our country. And the worst terror...
Man, she done let in the terrorists so they can, what? Take our benefits. Man, disrupt our society.
Invade our cities.
Man, and eat the cats and the dogs. Okay. I'm just playing.
God damn.
Let's be real, though.
But they is barbecuing these geese, though.
Yeah, they are eating some of the animals. Well, definitely the roadkill.
My grandma from the worst countries. Here in North Carolina, migrant crime is totally out of control. Encouraged by sanctuary jurisdictions, sanctuary cities all across your state. In July, an illegal alien who border czar Harris released him, special order, into our country, was arrested for stalking a woman into a public bathroom in Charlotte and attempting to rape her and ultimately rape her and hurt her very badly. Here in Wilmington last month, an illegal alien from Venezuela brutally stabbed a man to death. This murder came just 4 days after he was arrested for horrible domestic violence. But instead of being deported, this criminal alien was released to kill again. Kill again he did. And in June, a fugitive illegal alien criminal from Honduras was arrested after savagely murdering a 23-year-old in the sanctuary jurisdiction of Mecklenburg. Anybody come from Mecklenburg County? You read about it. That was a big one. That was a bad one. Nasty, nasty. Today, I'm announcing a new plan to end all sanctuary cities in North Carolina and all across our country. No more sanctuary cities. Uncle Sam, do you agree? Uncle Sam agrees. I had a feeling you would, right? You're great. As soon as I take office, we will immediately surge federal law enforcement to every city that is failing, which is a lot of them, to turn over criminal aliens, and we will hunt down, capture every single gang member, drug dealer, rapist, murderer, and migrant criminal that is being illegally harbored.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We need to hit them with the El Salvador. Just go around and I'm be ready. It's gonna sound savage, but this is what the El Salvadorian president did. He went around and locked up anybody who had anything to do with a gang member. So let's just say that your brother was a gang member. Well, they're gonna come in, arrest you, your mother, your brother, and everybody, even your father, and then they're gonna interrogate y'all and see which one's a gang member.
Everybody guilty.
The one's the gang member that's gonna stay in there for life, and then the other three of y'all get let go. That's what he was doing, like just rounding up. Like, bro, if you had connection to a gang member, you was put in there.
But by doing that, he shook up the whole country. Had pretty much enforced fear in everybody. Like, look, I ain't zero crime policy, zero crime tolerance. If you associated with crime, we finna lock your ass up.
Now El Salvador has one of the lowest crime rates. Wild.
Facts. And they got rid of it.
Every one of the top 25 worst cities are Democrat-run cities. We will get them out of North Carolina and we will send them home where they belong. I will ask Congress to pass a law outlawing sanctuary cities nationwide, and we will bring down the full weight of the federal government on any jurisdiction that refuses to cooperate with ICE and these are great patriots, ICE and Border Patrol and our great Border Patrol. They're not allowed to do their job. They want to do their job. They're not allowed. Within 2 years, there will not be one single foreign criminal gang operated in North Carolina or anywhere else. You have a lot of gangs. Hate to say it, you have a lot of gangs in this state. Are there any gang members in the audience, please? Would you please raise your hand? So that's the choice. Kamala Harris will fly criminal migrants into every one of your cities and towns. Did you see that? They're saying, well, we've decided to get tough on crime. You know, like 2 weeks ago, because they want to try and get some votes because they're not doing so good. This issue is not a good one for them. But did you see? And then we learned that they're flying them in beautiful, big, fat, beautiful Boeing aircraft, just like that one, with more seats, actually. I have fewer seats in mine than they do. But they fly them in with beautiful aircraft. They fly them all over the country by the hundreds of thousands. They're flying in over the border. So they don't want to stop them because they're continuing the flights into our country. I will get every migrant criminal out of our country, and I'll get them out fast. We have to. We have no choice.
They gotta go.
And they're taking over our country. You see what they're doing. Kamala Harris's border invasion is also crushing the jobs and wages of African-American workers and Hispanic-American workers, and also union members. Unions are next. You watch. They are working and hurting. What's going on with African-American workers and with Hispanic in particular, they're taking your jobs. They're taking your jobs. Every job produced in this country over the last 2 years has gone to illegal aliens. Every job. Think of it. What we're doing to this country is so sad. You know, I stand up here. Thank you. Thank you. You're right about that. We'll save you. We're going to save you. We're going to save you. We're going to save you.
Oh, no, he's their idol.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, we're going to save you. But it is sad. A young guy, I don't know where the hell he is.
That's what I always say. There's MAGA, where people who know, oh, Trump's the savior. He's the only person. And then there's blue MAGA, where they say, oh, Kamala's the savior. You know, she's the only person. there's two types.
You got your extremists on both sides.
Yep, blue MAGA and then original MAGA.
A lot of people out here, but when he screams, "You've got to save us, President Trump," that we need to scream like that.
Man, and shout out to Professor Swagamuffin, man. Appreciate you. Immigrants are way less likely to commit crimes. And my argument to that would be, well, they're not really reporting, the whole catch and release with immigrants. How do you count a crime if, they're being released on it? Like, now, does a crime count after conviction or during arrest?
Are we talking about legal immigrants, illegal immigrants, asylum seekers? Specify, my friend.
You would think in this country that you even need something like that. It's very sad, but we're going to save you. We will. We did it once. We're going to do it again, and we're going to do it at even a higher level, an even higher level. That's one of the big reasons why I just won the overwhelming endorsement of the rank and file membership of the Teamsters. They voted for Trump.
Both.
They voted for Trump. Last month, American board workers lost, think of this, 1.3 million
now,
jobs.
Hold on here. Now, are we also going off because now let's be honest here. Is it because there's more citizens than immigrants, though? Isn't that kind of like an unfair statistic? There being way more citizens than immigrants. Like, wait, we ain't been overran yet. So if we're going off numbers, well, there's 3 times as much citizens right now than immigrants. The immigration number is growing, which is making things unstable, but there's still more citizens. So are we going off the numbers of the fact that there's more citizens? Did we take the appropriate sample size? Like, what did we do? Did we compare 300 random immigrants to 300 random citizens? Like, what's that study based on?
So American voters and their voters, American workers lost 1.3 million jobs. Meanwhile, the migrants picked up 635,000 jobs, plus another 700,000 or 800,000 jobs at least that we know of. But the Americans lost jobs. What a disgrace. I don't even, you read some of this and you hear the facts. You find it hard to believe it could be happening, actually, because, the Republican Party has become a party of common sense. I call it the party of common sense. We're conservative. We're all of the same, but it's become a party. Where is the common sense in open borders and high taxes and the job?
You're saying that it was related or applied to each person? Like, yeah. Then if per capita, that means, they're going off all of the immigrants versus all of the Americans, and there's a larger sample size of Americans. So that number is going to be skewed just off the numbers of actual citizens to immigrants. But okay.
Numbers that I just read to you. Even Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said this week, quote, "The influx across the borders has been one of the things that has allowed unemployment to rise and rise substantially. To save your jobs, you must vote for Trump." Very simple. Very simple.
I mean, bro, you compare 350 million citizens to how many immigrants? Like what, 10 million, 20 million?
Right.
It's like, come on now. Of course it's going to be 3 times.
So in the latest Rasmussen poll just out, thank you. Remember I used to talk about the polls, right? I used to talk about the polls, and I forgot about it because I won the primaries by so much I didn't have to talk about them. But in the latest Rasmussen poll, you know what happened with Joe? We beat him by, I think, 21 points, and they said, you got to get out, you can't win, and they got out. So now I got a second race. This never happened. I went, think of it, spent $100 million on beating Joe, and we beat him, and he couldn't win, and they went to him, and they said, you can't win, you're out. You're not supposed to say that to a president, but they said, Joe, you're out. Get out of here, Joe. And they took it over. He got 14 million votes, and she got none. And then they never thought she was going to get it, but it turned out that she got it because they wanted to be politically correct. She didn't get one vote. She didn't win one primary. She was the first one that quit the race when they had 22 candidates, where Biden won.
Yeah, when people say she didn't get a vote, we're not talking about her as DA or, her elected positions in California. We're talking about in primary. That's what everybody's saying. When she was being elected into primary, it didn't work out.
But in the latest Rasmussen poll against her, came out, we're 8 points up.
Dog, you can't, like I said, yo, Professor Swagamuffin, you can't say that because of the sample size difference. Like, there is too disproportionate to even like consider it a statistic at this point.
There's really not much of a comparison with
like the average immigrant is less likely to commit crime than your average American. Like, bro, all right, well, let's break it down to the city. You would have, because you said per capita. That means we're taking every American citizen in the USA and every immigrant in the USA, and we're comparing them, and that's a very large number compared to the smaller number. So, when, of course, it's 3 times, and if you can't say that they're less likely to commit crime because of that study you gave, which is comparing the entire American sample size to the entire size of the immigration population. So now we have to sit there and be like, well, maybe you can cut it in by city. If you can give me a city, because most of these cities are reporting that 60% of the crime are caused by immigrants.
In the New York Times.
Let's bring it down a little bit.
In the New York Times, Sienna Paul, can you believe New York Times? They can't be happy. We're 9 points up in the Midwest alone. In the Emerson poll, highly respected, we're 3 up in Georgia and leading Arizona by a lot, Wisconsin by a lot, and I think we're really doing well in Pennsylvania. That's what the word is. But remember, don't get too carried away. They cheat. That's what they do. They cheat. Too big to rig. We got to get out there. Everybody's got to vote. And in the American Greatness poll, we're beating Kamala by 3 here in a place called North Carolina. And one that's very exciting, a poll just came out where we're actually leading in the state of Virginia, which no Republican has won in a long time. But take nothing for granted. You have to get out and vote. You just have to get out and vote. We cannot accept it. What they do is, it's the only thing they do well. They cheat. Their policies are no good. Their government is no good. Their management is no good. But they cheat like nobody can cheat. We're pleased to be joined today by a senator that I'm very proud of, actually. He ran and won and beat somebody who was tough. And I recommended before that Laura run for that office, but Laura said, I have a beautiful family, a husband, and 2 the most beautiful kids. You're going to meet one of them in a minute. Because we happen to name her Carolina. So she said, you know, Dad, and we have a great gentleman named Ted Budd, a congressman, and he's fantastic. And so I said, Ted, you want to do it? I'm going to give you my endorsement. And I gave him the endorsement, and he has been
We'll go ahead and checking that out for you now, Swagamuffin. If you got anything else you want to debate with us, man, go ahead and send a super chat, and we'll have the back and forth, and we'll also provide you the content entertainment. Appreciate y'all.
Great Senator Ted Budd. Ted, hi Ted. He's done a fantastic job. Also, I was early with him, too. Dan Bishop, who is fantastic. Dan, you're looking good. You're looking good. Thank you, Dan. He's great. He's a warrior. David Rouser. David, we love David. And Anna Paulina Luna. I want to say it perfectly. Anna. She's so popular in Florida. I don't know. What's your next move? Stay, just relax. But what's your next move? She is so popular, and she's a warrior. They're all warriors, that whole group. North Carolina Republican Party chairman, he's been incredible. Jason Simmons. You know Jason? Thank you, Jason. How are we doing? Are we okay? Okay, we got to be okay. We got to win. This is a very important state. We win this state, I think it's going to be over fast. And we've only won it. We've won it every time. So we're 5-0, including primaries.
I'm weak.
RNC chairman. So he was so good, and you know what he was good on? Stopping the cheating. Because when other places were winning, we're going to win 10 o'clock in the evening. Then at 3:02, a lot of ballots came in, but they didn't come in here. He had 603 lawyers, and he was tough as hell. And I said, that's the guy I want to run the RNC with Laura. They're doing an unbelievable job. And by the way, Laura's here. Would you stand up? Laura and Eric. I call it a super couple. That's a super couple. Thank you, Brad. You're doing a great job, Laura. And he's doing a great job. He's the most subpoenaed human being in the history of the United States. Every day he gets a subpoena from Congress, from a crooked DA, a crooked AG, Democrat areas only, but man, he's tough as hell. He was such a nice young man just a little while ago. Now he's become like a hardened, tough. I said, is that my beautiful Eric?
The most important thing to correct what you said, Swagamuffin, is studies purporting to show low illegal immigrant crime rates fail to account for the fact that illegal immigrants are not always identified immediately upon arrest. So they're not recorded. When they get arrested, when they get fingerprinted, when they get booked in, a lot of times these people are undocumented or fail or lack proper identification. So the stat is grossly misleading and misrepresented in left-wing media.
Yep.
You don't see that coming out of any other source, any central-leaning or central to conservative-leaning news media
and
source.
This is
either.
coming out of the national press from the Federalists. Now it does lean more right. Now let me take you to where the original story came from. Was from Northwestern EDU. That is where they, pretty much broke the story on this. And that's coming from a false study, pretty much. Like I said, you could even bring up my sample size claim, or you could bring up the fact that they don't really process these people the same as they process citizens.
They lack identification when they're getting processed. That's like a grossly misleading stat that they report to y'all.
Yeah, to kind of gaslight y'all to accept the immigrants. Like, oh, yeah, we'll accept them. Why? Because they do less crime than us? No, they don't. Why are y'all accepting this lie? Why are they telling you that people who aren't even in y'all country are better than y'all? Ain't that crazy? You really think people that weren't born in your country are better than us? Like, okay. It's like supremacy for the immigrants at this point.
Have you some shame, my man?
Oh, man.
It's okay to call criminals
he's still
criminals.
Beautiful. He's smart, and he is tough, and he's handled it so well. Eric, stand up separately. Come on. He is the most subpoenaed man in the history of our country. He got more subpoenas than the late, great Al Capone. Al Capone is like a baby compared to Eric. Thanks, Eric. Good. Great job, honey. Great job. And Robeson County Commissioner Michael, where's Michael Watley, by the way? Where are you? Where are you, Mike? Stand up. We're counting on this guy. I didn't take him from any other state. I took him right from here. He was your party chairman. And it's true, though. You see about 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and then 3:02, you see these states that were easy wins. They sort of fell off because of COVID and lots of problems. But bottom line, they cheated and they fell off. But you know a place that didn't fall off? North Carolina, and it was headed up by that man. So, Michael, you better win or you're never going to be able to come back here. If he doesn't win, he won't be at RNC and he will no longer be in North Carolina. He'll be looking for a job.
And the study's based off
I think he's going to win, and that's what he's focused. I said, we don't need votes. What we need is honesty in the election. If we have honesty, we have all the votes we need. And by the way, before I forget, I don't want to forget, you have about 30 of the most incredible women that follow me all over the place. And
oh, yeah, Professor Swagamuffin, yeah, that study about the immigrants committing less crime, yeah, that comes from the incarceration rates.
So arrests that lead to jail time or incarceration.
That means my first point still stands. There's way more citizens than immigrants for that to happen to in incarceration. Like, yeah, all right.
They're from North Carolina. Unbelievable.
Let's make sure we answer this question.
They follow me all over the country. They're from North Carolina. Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice to finally be here? You don't have to travel to California, Texas. They travel all over the place. They're great. They're great, and we love them, and they're beautiful. I don't get the husband. They're all happily married, right? I don't quite get it. And here's another one. Look at that. They didn't want to sit with you. They wanted a better location. That's the boss. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. And we also have front row Joes. They're all over the place. They stand online for 2-3 days because they want to get that front row. Thank you very much. And they've seen plenty, and they were there, unfortunately, in Butler. That was a hell of a day. Sitting right where we're sitting right now, that was a hell of a day. That was something. Never let that happen. And also, Robeson County Commissioner and member of the Lumbee tribe, a friend of mine and a friend of ours, John Cummings. Where's John? Thank you, John. John is a real supporter. We appreciate it very much, and we're going to make sure that you guys are okay, because they have not been treated properly by this administration, as we know. Thank you. You can tell everybody the Lumbee tribe has been wrongfully denied federal recognition for more than a century. Only a century? That's not that long. Century? It's 100 years. That's not that long. But no, we're going to take care of it. We'll take care of it right at the beginning. All right? You can tell them. Biden and Obama promised remedy that they want to remedy the injustice, but they never did it. They broke their promise, and today I'm officially announcing that if I am elected in November, I will sign legislation granting the great Lumbee tribe the federal recognition that it deserves. Okay? You'll be all set. Say hello to, and I got to know them. They're great, but unfortunately, we weren't in office when that happened, but they treated him very badly. Thank you very much, John. We also have, and I alluded to it, a very important member of my family, far more important than Eric or Laura, and her name is Carolina, and she's beautiful, and she's sweet, and she doesn't know how evil life is. She hasn't experienced it yet. But she does know how great life is, and we want to make life great for everybody here, and we're going to do that. Can I ask Carolina to come up? Is that possible? Carolina. She sat on my lap during the Republican convention. Go ahead, you shout it.
Make American great again.
Oh. That was great, honey. Wow. Thank you.
All right, come on.
What a good job.
You can't hate that. I mean, literally shaking hands and kissing babies. Literally. Oh, man. You can't hate stuff like that. If you want to hate on that, come on now. Hey, Trump hater, just pause for a little bit and stop the hate until he says something.
I can see the new senator when Ted someday, he's going to say, sir, I've had it. I can't do it any longer. He's going to resign or leave, and we're going to have Carolina get in there and run. Anyway, would anybody like to meet Luke, her brother? Luke, come on up.
I'm weak, man. He's like, all right.
Vote for Grandpa.
It's hilarious. Hey, Professor Swagamuffin, man. Check out the Stanford Business article about the myth of crime/immigration. It's a well-established fact. Sorry, you guys are just wrong on this one. No, actually. No. Actually, we went ahead and looked up the entire study, and it was conducted from 1850 to 2020. Yes, actually. So when I brought up the point of the sample size is way too big to be compared, I mean, we're talking about a time when immigrants really wasn't even coming in at such a big number. So of course there were more citizens incarcerated. And yes, we looked at the study. It does go for incarcerations.
Arrests that lead to jail time, incarceration.
So from 1850 to 2020, bro, we're basically comparing maybe like 500 million to maybe 100 million. 500 million U.S. citizens to 100 million immigrants. And then we're taking the sample size, and then we're taking the statistic out of that and saying that, oh yeah, they're more likely to commit crime. Like, bro, look at the study, the incarceration gap between the U.S. and the U.S. born, 1850 to 2020.
And that's reading it right off of the study.
Yeah.
So.
Coming out of, bro, yes, Stanford Business and Northwestern Education, right on their website. So yeah, it's a very terrible sample size that you're trying to to push right here. Like, I can't be wrong when the numbers say I'm right.
And appreciate the super chat, pushback, healthy debate, but I think you are conflating the statistics, my friend.
Yes.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Well, you know what? Let's leave it to the chat.
Great job. So cute. Oh, he doesn't want to get off the stage. Oh, wow. Look at that. He's got the gene. Thank you. Thank you, Luke. You know, I said, say MAGA. I whispered into his ear. So cute. I said, say MAGA. He said, vote for Grandpa. He didn't care what I said. And that was actually much better, right? That was much better. Thanks, Luke. Thanks, Carolina. Thank you, honey. What great kids. Great people. That's a whole family is a wonderful family. Thank you. Thank you very much. And they're really helping. And Laura's all over the state. As you know, Laura grew up here, and she loves the state. And she spends more time here than any place else, and she really loves the state, and so do we. It's been a very special experience. Thank you. Thank you, Laura, for the help, too. Appreciate it. We are 7 weeks away from the most important election in the history of our country, and Kamala Harris is the most radical left nominee ever to seek the...
And shout out Jake with the $5 super chat. We're not voting Trump because we want to take over the country. We're voting Trump because the country has been taken over, and they just don't understand that. They don't understand that. Like, come on now. It's even to the point where, bro, the education system is even trying to push that, oh, America's bad, but the immigrants are good. I mean, do you no longer have faith in your people to the point where you can sit there and look at that statistic and be like, that's BS. You're not going to sit here and sell that to me. And then when you even read into the study, bro, now chat, welcome me on this one. Welcome me on this one, guys. Welcome me. Can you imagine comparing 150 years of U.S. citizens' crime rate to 150 years of immigrants? I mean, we're talking about the people who've been here from 100 million to 350 million strong today, and people who are coming in here, by not such big numbers, let's be honest. So if there were maybe 1 million or 3, 4, 5 million, then we're talking about probably 100 million today. We could probably look up how much immigrants are in the USA today. Man, no, shout out, man. How many immigrants in the USA today? So, if you want to go ahead and compare 46 million immigrants in the USA today to 350 U.S. citizens, come on, though. But be my guest, but you're not making a fair argument, or you're not really looking at the numbers fairly or reporting them, accurately. Come on now.
The presidency by far. The problem with her is nobody knew who the hell she was. When you say, oh, Harris is running, nobody knows the last name. I could say it today. If I just told Harris is running, you'd say, who the hell is Harris, right? Look at the people up front. They're friends of mine. They're tough, smart, rich people, actually, very good. They've made a lot of money in this state. But when I say Harris, they say, who the hell is Harris? We have no... They know Kamala, but they don't know Harris. They know Comrade. They also know Comrade. And that's what she is. She's a comrade. But Harris is running, and she wants to open your borders. I'll tell you what. 21 million people, and that's really not including gotaways, came into this country. And they came in from a lot of bad places. You know that crime all over the world is down. In Venezuela, it's down 72% because they've taken their criminals and they've dumped them into the United States. It's down 70, and nothing good is going to happen with that. But all over the world, not just South America, crime is way down, way down. And what a shame that is, right? What a shame that is. And you see how bad it's getting when you look at what's going on with the migrants attacking villages and cities all throughout the Midwest in particular right now, but it's all over. But she's going to deliver rampant inflation, and she wants to pack the Supreme Court, our great Supreme Court. Instead of 9 justices, Kamala wants to bring it up. The other day, for the first time, I heard a number. It's got to be an odd number. They didn't like the number 13, so instead of going to 15, they went to 25. I understand they want 25. So they want to pack our courts immediately, and we can't ever let them do that, and we're going to stop them, and we have to stop them at the presidency. Ideally, we're going to do well, Ted, with the Senate, but we have to stop them with the presidency. We have to stop them. Ideally, you have some great congressmen and congresspeople running. We have to stop them there. So 25 justices is what she's looking for. That's the real number, so she can rig the system. She was an original creator of defund the police movement. Just so you know, she's been there for 15 years. If you're there for 1 week, you cannot vote for her for president, okay? Anybody that once even had a thought of defunding our great police law enforcement can no longer serve or even be thought of to be president. And I met a lot of...
Hey, and somebody said it right. Hey, S.E.T, you said it right. They're Marxists. It's like they have a self-loathing for their own people, for their own American people, that they're willing to take on a biased study saying that people who came from another country are better citizens than the American citizens who gave them the opportunity to be in this country. Really? Okay, if that's what you want to sell.
The officers backstage are incredible, the job they do, and we appreciate it. She wants to defund the police. She wanted to do it in Minneapolis. That's why she picked this character, this weird guy. You know, he said weird. JD and I are not weird. We got a lot of problems. So,
man, shout out Christopher Lowe, man. Appreciate the support. Border bill in question, valued at $95 billion, allocated $47 billion to Ukraine. That's not a border bill. That's a Trojan horse, and yes, you are right. Everybody brings up that border bill, and I'm like, dog, look, they sent that in just to confuse us. A whole lot went, I said about 60 bill. I thought it was 100. I thought it was 100 million, but appreciate the correction. So it was 95 billion, and most of it went to Ukraine. Some went to Israel, some went to Taiwan, and a little bit went to the border. But due to it just a little bit going to the border, they framed it as the border bill. I'm just like, man, how sneaky can you get?
Oh, not weird. He is a weird dude, isn't he, though? So she got to meet him. He's a radical left lunatic. During the burning of Minnesota, they burned the whole state. Minneapolis was like a fire pit. And I saw a CNN announcer saying, well, this has been a friendly gathering. And behind him, the entire city was burning down. Nobody's ever seen it. It looked like World War II. No, we're not going to do it. And we're going to stop World War III, by the way. We're going to stop it.
I never said Marxism had anything to do with the border. Marxism has something to do with really what your mindset is towards your country, your people, and how you feel government should be ran. And also media manipulation as well. Because one rule of Marxism, shout out to Karl Marx, because he's the one who came up with it, to accuse the people that you're going against of what you're doing. So let's say I'm stealing out the bank. Well, I'm going to accuse my opponent. He steals out the bank. That's all he does is he steal, when I'm the one who actually steals out the bank. That's one of the key philosophies of Marxism. Kamala Harris. Doesn't that sound so familiar? Don't she use those tactics? Actually, hold on. Don't the entire left use that tactic?
But we're going to stop it cold. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE under border czar Harris. Venezuelan gangs have taken over entire apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. The governor is petrified in Colorado. He's a liberal governor. He doesn't know what to do. The guy is so scared of these guys, and maybe you can't blame him. They have military-style weapons, AK-47.
All right. So some of the most extensive research comes from Stanford University. Economics, Emerson Berkeley found that in 1960s, immigrants are less likely to be incarcerated. I'm sorry about that. There's loads of study, not one. I know, and I looked at all of them, and it's the sample sizes. Like, dog, even you're not disproving my point. You're not disproving my point of the fact that you said per capita. When you said per capita, Swagamuffin, you lost already. That's what you have to understand. When we're talking about the sample sizes of this study, right? That means Group A being the American citizens of 350 million, Group B being the immigrants of 46 million. And we're comparing which one gets incarcerated more? Like, bro, no matter what argument you bring up, even in the 60s, there was more U.S. citizens than immigrants. As soon as you said now, if you were saying in this city, that city, this city, and that city, I'm like, you know what? You might have a point here. All right, maybe. You might have a point. But when you said per capita, no matter what study you bring up, even in the 60s, even in the 60s. You're failing to bring up the sample size. And I already read the first one. It went off the incarceration rate. Well, which one did this one go off of? Because chat, am I not making sense here? Or do we not understand that the two sample sizes are so like different that of course immigrants would be seen to commit three times less crime? I mean, if you compare 46 to what, 350 million, I'm pretty sure you're going to get that number every single time. But let's say we take an even sample size of like a city where there's maybe like, I don't know, 2 million immigrants, 2 million citizens, and we compare those, I'm pretty sure we see different numbers. It's not a fair sample size.
Supremes. They've got stuff that's unbelievable. They're young, they're tough, nasty people, and they got a lot of them. They came.
No, I didn't look up per capita. It's just that everybody uses that in their study, and I'm just like, you know what? Let me bring up the exact study where they said per capita and all, because I want to know exactly what study you were looking at. And it took me to Northwestern. Yeah, it took me to Northwestern EDU, and they had the publication and everything. Then that took me to the Federalist, which is a national publication that debunked it. I mean, like, hey, bro, hey, I'm not the one who can't be wrong, G, at this point. I mean, you're the one over here trying to compare 46 to 350 million. Like, but let's keep it real here. I could be wrong.
Came in from Venezuela in that case, in Aurora's case, and you have a great
look, if you could show me the numbers, I'll come on. Like I'm saying, y'all taking this information at face value, not really looking into it. Like I read everything you said in the 60s. Like I said, you're not taking away the sample size. Like, come on, bro, sample size here. That's all I have to say. You're comparing 350 million. Maybe even back then it could have been 250 million to 30 million. Like, what are we saying? What are we saying here? Like, that doesn't make sense. That even put out that statistic. It's an unfair bias statistic. Like you're having a bias towards immigrants, so you're really going to compare the crime of all U.S. citizens to all immigrants?
Sheriff in town, but the sheriff is looking at this. He said, wow, that's a lot of firepower. They're in the real estate business. They're taking over buildings, okay? They're doing it the old-fashioned way. She supports free health care for illegal aliens while our hospitals and emergency rooms are being overrun by migrants. If you want to go to a hospital because...
Bro, it's okay to be wrong, man. It's okay to be wrong. I mean, for real. You don't got to sit here and just start getting, like, you know, offensive. It's like, dog. And yeah, in statistics, I know you have to have the proper sample size here. And then if you want to compare percentages, I mean, that wouldn't really make too much sense. Like I said, you can't compare the percentage with two different sample sizes. There's no statistic I can honestly give you that would be an accurate statistic. It would be a flawed statistic for me to compare the crime of immigrants, which are 46 million, to Americans who are 350 million. I already know what the answer is, and I don't even got to crunch the numbers. And shout out Chris Lowe, man. Appreciate you, big dog. Man, he said, did the Salona and the Zelta... Oh, okay, hold on. He's talking about... Did the Selenoan and the Zeltas and the Gulf cartels exist in 1960s? Are we really referencing a 1960s study? I mean, Christopher, bro, Lowe, man, I don't know, G. He's not trying to concede it, and I respect it a little bit, but I'm just like, bro, are we really referring a 1960s study? And then can we not really see here that we're dealing with two different population sizes, and we're comparing the crime of them, and we can't even at least do it city by city. If you did it city by city, I could sit there and be like, okay, you might have some points, but dog, we're over here talking about the entire American population in 1960s. Their incarceration rate compared to the immigrants who have less people? Like, what are you saying? What are you saying, G? Like, it's not even fair to compare them.
Because you have an emergency and you pay taxes in North Carolina for 40 years, you won't be able to get in. And some places...
Bro, it means person by individual. And if you're going by the individual, we're accounting everybody. I'll be like, dog, y'all really don't want to be wrong that bad? Like, is it that hard to admit that they lied to you that immigrants commit 3 times more crime than American citizens off a flawed study? That if you read through it, anybody could see that's flawed. Like, it doesn't make sense to even make up the study. It's like, what was the point of putting these numbers together?
You don't even have a chance of getting in.
Right,
You know
though.
that.
Y'all got it,
you
man.
don't even have a chance. She wants mass amnesty and citizenship for all illegals. And she says that she must, anybody that utters the word, think of this,
There's
the
a study
words,
that goes back from the
illegal
1850s.
alien, radical Islamic terrorist.
Bro, my study's better than yours. That means the one I found went back to the 1850s.
She said, don't you ever use those terms. But here's the worst.
All right.
Think of this. She lost 325,000 migrant children. They're gone. They're gone. Many are dead. Many are just kidnapped. Many are working.
And you would still come up with an unfair liberal. Even if they did it state by state and federal, you would still come up with an unfair number of comparing the number of U.S. citizens to the number of immigrants. It would still be an unfair number. You're not trying to concede the point of the sample size. It's too big to be compared.
In slavery.
Well, good, NRG.
325,000. That's filling up. Pick a nice stadium. Let's go to New York. Pick Yankee Stadium, right?
Like, Professor, I'll give it. There is a way to study it, but we got to be a little bit more. We got to microscope it. We got to hone in on it. We just can't give a big ass sample size like that. We got to go ahead and hone in on a city, a neighborhood that has known for either a high immigrant fluctuation. At this point, the way they've been dropping immigrants off, we may not be able to give you a proper study until at least like 4 or 5 years to where we can be like, all right, immigrants were here. Now we're dealing with a more even group. Like, let's say Springfield. 20,000 immigrants, 60,000 citizens. You can even go then and you'd probably see that, okay, there's going to be more crimes committed by the citizens than the immigrants because there are more opportunities with 60,000 people. There's less opportunity with the Haitians with 20,000 people. So I'm shrinking your argument here. Now, if we blow up your argument, right, where of course there's more opportunity to commit crime, be incarcerated with 350 million people than 46 million people. So, like I said, even if we shrink your argument to city by city by city, you would still have to give me the numbers of, well, this city is percentage this wise immigrants and percentage this wise U.S. citizen. And I don't think you're going to be hard stretched to find a city that's mostly immigrants.
55,000. Think of that. You could fill it up so many times. You could fill it up. It would never end. 325,000 young children are missing. Many are dead. And that's under their watch. It's the most cruel thing. And the press, the fake news right there, they won't talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about any of the bad
I don't know, chat. You can go ahead and vote on that one. Who you think's right, Professor or me?
things. As California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, that's a term, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person, and also other names that are too bad to name. I'm not going to name them. Because these young children are here, we don't want to name them. As nonviolent crimes. She said they're nonviolent crimes. Think of that. Rape of an unconscious woman. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking. She imposed natural gas export. Think of that. She banned natural gas exports where we would have made a fortune every.
And shout out Christopher Shoemaker. Hey, we got a different Christopher. I wish all of our citizens would realize who the true enemy is. The people that own the banks. Watch Europa, The Last Battle. There is one enemy of the world. And bro, trust me, I watched it. I watched all 11 of it. Actually, you can see my reaction on Rumble. I did a whole reaction to Europa. Trust me, it was actually pretty informational. It was a lot to take in, but it was pretty informational.
Everybody wanted our oil and gas. She banned it, and it's crushing Pennsylvania. She praised the idea of 70 to 80% tax rates, and she pledged to abolish private health care. People in this audience, some have private health care. They want to.
I mean, I'm sorry, bro, but I told you it's an unfair statistic. Even other publications say it's unfair. I always say you can't just read from the left. Look at what the right's saying too, and hear out their arguments as well. Like you're just going off one argument. Like, and bro, just saying the sample size alone just defeats it just because it's too great. It's too great. Sorry, y'all. Like mostly everybody been agreeing with me, big dog. I don't know what to tell you. Like if you don't get it, then well, hey, bro, at least you got 32% of people on your side. 68 for me.
to pay a little bit more, and they want to have great health care and force everyone onto socialist government-run health care with high taxes and deadly wait times. People are waiting online at these places for 4 months for the most routine examination. She wants to ban the sale of gas-powered vehicles.
But we do appreciate your support, man. Do appreciate you.
She's already banned them, which will destroy North Carolina's way of life. And she even endorsed free sex changes for illegal aliens. We're going to do operations. I mean, it's not even believable. And she's running. She's running. Think of it. Sex change for people that are in prisons and detention centers if they ask for it. And she wants it. Check it out, because it's not even believable, but it's true. As DA and as Attorney General, she destroyed the great city of San Francisco, one of the greatest cities in our country just 15 years ago. And she destroyed the state of California. People are leaving. She led the change in California law so that if you steal less than $950 worth of merchandise, you are not prosecuted. And if you steal more than $950 worth of merchandise, you're also not prosecuted.
And you know what's so irritating about that time when everybody was out there just looting the stores and all that good stuff? Bro, they was trying to call some of these grocery stores like supermarkets like Walmart. They were trying to call them racist for wanting to move out of their neighborhood. It's like, how is Walmart racist if you're literally letting the people steal from them and they want to shut down and move somewhere else where the people, where, you know, the government over there or the mayor or whoever is not going to let their people rob them. It's like, come on now.
Executed, frankly. You see these criminals going into store. They go into a store with a calculator. Let's see, that's $10, $12. They want to keep it under $950. Can you imagine being able to steal $1,000 worth of stuff and you're not going to be prosecuted? She even lied to the American people about Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. A great disservice to the American people. It's a great.
And shout out Sammy that bull, man, with the $2 super chat. They are purposely not reporting crime from illegals. Hey, man, hey, I've been trying to tell bro that, bro, but, man, look, he want to be stuck on the idea that, you know, U.S. citizen bad, immigrants good. Immigrants commit 3 times more crime, even though there's only 46 million of them compared to the 300 plus million of us. But hey, though, it's like that. It's like that. I understand. That's the audience you attract. Your poll. Alrighty. I can give you that one. Yeah, I can give you that one, Professor Swagamuffin. But I mean, we are having a debate, and people are choosing their side. Like, come on now. You think your poll matters, but repeat the studies. I mean, dog. You want me to sit here and read out how they did the studies to offend everybody, how they took everybody in the U.S. and compared it to 46 million people of immigrants? Like, come on now. Everybody can go ahead and look it up. Bro. You can go to Northwestern Northwestern EDU. You'll be able to find it there, and then you could take yourself to the Federalist. And they'll go ahead and break that down and try to debunk it. And if you want to believe Northwestern EDU, all right, that's up to you. If you want to believe the Federalist was the national publication, that's up to you. Take your pick, but I chose what side I'm on.
Think of it. We had a man who was cognitively impaired, dealing with Russia, China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, nuclear weapons all over the place, all of these countries. And she said, no, I found him to be fine. She didn't find him to be fine. She lied. She lied about McDonald's. She said she worked in McDonald's. She said she worked in McDonald's. Oh, she worked over the French fries. It was so hot. The heat, it was so hot. She'd burn her hand every once in a while on the grease. Oh, McDonald's. It was a lie. She never worked at McDonald's. And the fake news doesn't want to mention it. They had a big thing about her job at McDonald's, and they went there, and the manager's been there a long time. Other people have been there a long time, say, no, she never worked here. Yeah. Never worked here. She lied. That sounds simple, but that's really bad. It was a pure and simple lie. She never worked at McDonald's. And didn't Oprah ask her about her time at McDonald's? And she just sort of didn't want to answer that one. Let me not talk about that. Oprah said, you work at McDonald's. That's great. Oprah didn't hear the end result. She never worked there. So Kamala just sort of hid under the desk along with every other answer she gave. That's why less than 2 months from now, we are going to tell her that we've had enough, Kamala. We can't take it anymore. Kamala, you're the worst vice president in history. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get out of here. So let's talk about our great women, all right? Because women have gone through a lot. They've gone through a lot. Women are poorer than they were 4 years ago, are less healthy than they were 4 years ago, are less safe on the streets than they were 4 years ago, are paying much higher prices for groceries and everything else than they were 4 years ago, are more stressed and depressed and unhappy than they were 4 years ago, and are less optimistic and confident in the future than they were just 4 years ago. I will fix all of that, women. I will fix all of that, and I will fix it fast. And at long last, this national...
Hey, yo, professor, bro, just send it to me then. Just send it to my email, and we can go ahead and have that discussion.
Nightmare that we're going through will be over. Women will be happy, healthy, confident, and free. You will no longer be thinking about abortion because it is now where it always had to be, with the states and with the vote of the people. The people are now voting, and many of those votes are far more liberal than we thought. But every legal scholar, every Republican and Democrat for years didn't want it in federal. They wanted it in the states, and a vote of the people. And that's what's happening right now, and with the powerful exceptions like those that Ronald Reagan insisted on. Ronald Reagan insisted on the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother, but not allowing for Democrat-demanded late-term abortion in the 7th, 8th, and 9th month, or even...
Now, there's people in the chat be like, you know, he'll sell us out to Russia and all that good stuff. I mean... We're already being sold out to Ukraine and, you know, to fund the military and corporation complex. So, I mean, there's somebody who's selling us out now and somebody y'all say is going to sell us out. I don't think I'm going to take the risk with the y'all say, because the person who's doing it now, well, is doing it now.
An execution of a baby after birth, which is what they want. I asked her about it during the debate, and she didn't want to answer it. I said, are you willing to have an abortion on a woman in the 9th month? And she didn't want to answer. The answer is yes. And think of it, even after birth. It's called execution. I will protect women at a level never seen before. They will finally be healthy, hopeful, safe, and secure. Their lives will be happy, beautiful, and their lives will be great again. So women, we love you. We're going to take care of you. Thank you. We're going to take care of you. It's where they've always wanted it. Everybody, every legal scholar in the country, that's where they wanted it. From the moment we take back the White House from Kamala Harris, I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Starting on day one, I will seal the border and stop this horrible migrant invasion that is destroying our country. We will carry out the largest deportation operation of criminals in American history. We will end inflation and make America affordable again, and we will get your energy bills cut in half within 12 months. We will come, that's right, thank you. We will become energy independent and then energy dominant like no country has ever been before. Remember, again, we have more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia by a lot. We will open Anwar because, you know, Anwar, a lot of you know what Anwar is, the biggest site maybe in the world in Alaska. It took years, decades. Nobody could get it approved. Ronald Reagan failed. Everybody failed. I got it approved. In the first week, they closed it. The most dominant, the biggest, probably the biggest oil site anywhere in the world. We'll get it open very quickly, and we'll start producing tremendous amounts of oil and energy. We will stop the outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. That includes automobiles, by the way. Other countries that make us pay a tax or a tariff to do business with them will be charged the same tax or tariff.
God, not just lower light bill, but lower gas bill, man. I ain't gonna lie. Bro, lower energy costs just means lower prices in general, because who doesn't use energy for their overhead? Like, come on now. Who doesn't use energy as their overhead? And professor, it's in our bio. So be able to see it right there with our social medias. Appreciate you.
Tariff when they send their product into the United States. It will be called the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. It basically says that if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax or tariff, then we will charge them a 100 or 200% tax or tariff in return. That message is very simple. Make your product here.
Now, you know what's so crazy, man? I had to, because y'all be killing me with this, oh, you don't know what a tariff is and all that good stuff. And I'm just like, damn, that's crazy. So nobody know what a tariff is as long as they don't agree that it's going to destroy the economy. I mean, is there any way, like, chat, do you think there's any way, like, to use a tariff that won't destroy the economy? Is y'all really brainwashed to think that the tariff can only hurt the consumer? Is that really what the brainwashing is? I really want to know. Because there are plenty of ways that a tariff can help us if used responsibly. Like I said, a tariff is like a hammer. Like I said, you can use it to build a house, you can use it to bludgeon somebody.
Here in the United States of America, you have absolutely no tariff to pay. It works beautifully, and it's going to bring business like you wouldn't believe. Nobody's been able to do it except me. We were doing it, and then we had to take care of COVID. Our gift from China, the China virus came in, and we did a great job. Never got credit like we did in the economy, the military. We defeated ISIS, but we're going to get that done fast, and you will have more jobs in North Carolina. You'll have more jobs in this country than we've ever had before. You already had it under my administration. My plan is that if you open your factory in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, or anywhere else in the U.S., you don't have to pay a tariff. But you move your production outside of the United States. You do it like they're doing it right now. Mexico is going to try and take over our car industry. Not if I were in there, but they did this during the last 4 years. Some of the biggest automobile manufacturing plants in the world are being built right now in Mexico as we sit here and listen. And we're not going to let it happen. They're not going to make millions of cars and send them they're going to pay a 200% tariff, which means they're not going to be able to send their cars in here. It'll be a big waste of money. I will not let Mexico, China, or any other country sell cars into the United States to the detriment of our auto workers. And that goes for Detroit. Detroit will be wiped out within 2 years. You watch. If I lose this election, two things you won't have. You won't have auto workers in this country, and Israel will be totally demolished. If I don't make it, if she runs it, Israel will be gone, and you won't have auto workers. The auto workers will be gone because all the electric cars are going to be made in China. I will end the insane electric vehicle mandate. And by the way, I love electric cars, and I have such respect for Elon. We love Elon, right? And he endorsed me, and what he makes is great. It's a great product. But he understands it's not going to be 100% of the cars. He's got a great product. You want people, if they want a gasoline-powered car, if they want a hybrid, they can have whatever they want. Maybe not hydrogen yet, as I said. This gets a little bit tricky. But they can have what they want. They can have electric.
You know what's so funny? He's low-key talking about his plan, and y'all say he has no plan. Hilarious. Both candidates, low-key, even I could say both candidates has issues that they touch on. You can go on their websites and read them. The problem is that, y'all don't, for some reason, just going on DonaldTrump.com is just too hard for you liberals. It's just too hard to actually go out there and actually see what he's talking about and look at Agenda 47. It's just too hard for y'all. I don't know why, but it just is.
But that's the way it should be. It's got a strong market. It's got a great market, but it's not a market for everyone. We're going to have gasoline-powered cars because they go far, they're less expensive, and they take care of a lot of needs. When you drive up to Washington, D.C., or down to Washington, D.C., from wherever you are in the country, you're going to see, number one, a safe capital, a beautiful capital with no graffiti, with beautiful roads, with everything done. It looks like hell right now. It looks like hell. But you're going to be able to make it on a tank of gas, not 5 stops. Do you know in the Midwest, they built 8 electric chargers? That's like a gasoline pump with electricity in it. They spent $9 billion under Biden for 8 charges. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to make our auto manufacturing business stronger than it ever has been. We are going to bring back the manufacturing of automobiles. It affects you too, because you do certain aspects of it. But Michigan and, frankly, your sister, your brother, South Carolina. Do we love South Carolina? I think so. I think so. But they do a lot of car manufacturing, and they're going to be a big beneficiary of what we're doing. We're going to make cars the way we had it 40 or 50 years ago. We were dominant. We're going to be dominant again. They all want our market, but they don't want to make them here. They're going to all make them here. I will also protect Social Security and Medicare with no cuts. They will not do it. They're putting migrants into the Social Security system. They're putting migrants into your Medicare system, and they're destroying it. We are going to take care of it. She will let illegal aliens plunder the benefits our seniors rely on and our seniors deserve, leaving North Carolina seniors in poverty and desperation. Remember, Trump was right about everything. They have a hat. It says, he's laughing, it's true. Trump was right about everything. Everything. They will destroy your Social Security, and I won't let them do it. Vote Trump for no taxpayer, think of it, no taxpayer benefits for illegal aliens. We can't do that. This is one of the reasons that they're coming in. They hear they're going to get all sorts of welfare benefits. They're taking over your schools.
Are they not?
They're taking over your hospitals. Of course they're coming in. When they learn that that's not going to happen, they won't be coming any longer. I will stop the drugs and fentanyl pouring into the United States at levels never seen before, killing our kids and killing our families. It's killed over 320,000 children this year. Can you imagine that? Or Americans. And it's not even, if you had a war, you wouldn't lose that many people. 325,000 people killed by drugs that pour in through our southern border. And by the way, 4 years ago, we had the strongest border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. And she was the one that ran it. She doesn't want to take credit for it, but she was the one. We will protect all law enforcement, including Border Patrol, ICE, all of the sheriffs, and Secret Service. We're going to protect all of them. We're going to take care of our law enforcement. And we will terminate the Green New Scam and spend trillions and trillions of unspent dollars on roads and bridges and infrastructure and paying down our debt, and not fake infrastructure that has caused massive inflation and has been no benefit whatsoever to our country. We're going to have the cleanest water in the world, which we had 4 years ago, and we're going to have the cleanest air in the world. I will settle the war in Ukraine, and I will end the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. We will have peace through strength. We don't have to have people dying. Yeah. We will lead the world in...
Actually, you know what's crazy, bro? Kamala could have ended the war. Biden could have ended the war in Ukraine. But they just refused to talk to Putin for some reason. Like, let's be real. They refuse to negotiate with Putin. And because they're scared of Putin, let's be real, they're the real scary ones. Like, come on. Trump done pulled up to Putin, had conversations, and Putin was behaving himself for at least 4 years straight. Biden gets in office, and man, just, as y'all say, oh, he just does whatever he wants, when not really. For some reason, when Trump got out of office, we decided to just go against what we agreed with Putin, where we said we wouldn't go into Ukraine. Well, NATO at least. And NATO did, and we let NATO do it. And now we mad that Putin's pretty much stepping.
Space, remember I did Space Force. I did that. I rebuilt the military. I did a lot. But we have Space Force, first time in 79 years since Air Force. First time, think of it, Space Force, and now we're leading in space over Russia and China. They were killing us when I took over, and now we're leading. But military, we're going to reach, and it's my plan. I'll talk to Elon. Elon, get those rocket ships going, because we want to reach Mars before the end of my term. We want to do it. And we want to have also great military protection in space, because that's where it's going to be at. We will rebuild our cities, including Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And we will keep the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency, which we're losing right now. And if we lose that, it's like losing a war. And we're losing it as the world's reserve currency.
Yeah, we are, because now let me tell you where Biden's tariffs and sanctions effed us up. Because he tried to put tariffs and sanctions on Russia, and all that did was make Russia grow. Yeah, they stopped using our dollar to buy oil, and they started using the Chinese yuan. Or yuan, whatever, however you want to pronounce their currency. That's exactly what happened. It's like, bro, we want to talk about misuse of tariffs, but we want to talk about misuse of power. But look at Biden. We want to talk about engaging in proxy wars. Look what Biden's doing right now. Somebody in the chat was like, oh, well, we just send money over there and that's it. And I'm just like, yeah, that's called a proxy war.
This is how we will end the era of inflation, mayhem, and misery under Kamala and Crooked Joe, and unleash safety, prosperity, and peace for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. Together, we will deliver low taxes, low regulation.
And here's the thing, though, for y'all that are like less educated about world politics, dog, America has been dealing with dictators since its inception. We've always had to work with dictators because, well, they were part of a foreign power. Like, bro, we was okay with Stalin at a certain time. Like, let's be real. Not like we weren't working with him until we weren't working with him, the Soviet Union. Like, let's be real. There was a time we was even cool with Hitler and what he was doing over there with his dictatorship running in Germany. Before they blew it up and made a problem, of course. So, come on now. So Trump is now seen as the only cowardly one because he wanted to mess with dictators when we've been doing this since the beginning. And then because we stopped doing it, we're engaged in all these problems because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden just refuses to meet with Putin. Or maybe some of these officials in Iran to let's get some things done, or, to pull a couple people's coattail and make them stand still.
Low energy costs, low interest rates, low inflation, so that everyone can afford groceries, a car, and a home. We will stop the invasion and end migrant crime. We are going to totally stop this invasion. This invasion is destroying the fabric of our country. We're going to support our police, strengthen our military, build a missile defense shield around our country, keep critical race theory the hell out of our politics. We're going to end transgender insanity in our school. And we're going to keep men out of...
And sorry, Michael, but you're just a little too uneducated for this chat. I'm sorry, you're a little too uneducated. I'm like, bro, it said we're in an isolationist state. I'm like, yeah, we started out that idea, but if that was the case, then what was World War I and II then? If we were such an isolationist state, like, come on now.
Women's sports.
Ooh, uneducated.
I don't know if you watched the Olympics. Did you see the young Italian boxer, beautiful, beautiful young girl? And she was boxing a person who transitioned. We want to use that term. I'm very precise because if I do wrong, he should resign. He used the wrong word. These people are sick, okay, the fake news. So, fighting a young person who transitioned to female, there were two of them allowed in Olympic boxing. And, a jab is not the hardest. It's like that, just to keep away, So, she's fighting him, and she's a little concerned. And he looked like Muhammad Ali would be afraid of him, I have to say. She looked like. She looked like Muhammad Ali, the one who transitioned. And she's doing left. So anyway, first punch was a little left jab, hit her in the face. The Italian girl,
No problem, man. No problem.
And the Italian girl went back to her corner. I never was hit like that. Then they said, try it again. Boom. Again, she went back and she quit. Shockingly.
Now, go ahead and fact check Trump on this. It wasn't a transgender. It was hermaphrodite. So she was born with both, ovaries and testes, which means that, yes, hermaphrodite. She wasn't trans, so that means she didn't walk in there trans. I think she was from Algeria or somewhere, some Muslim country where they don't even allow people to do that. Like, the whole transgender LGBTQ stuff, banned. So, yeah. No, she wasn't a transgender. She was just a hermaphrodite, which she chose to be a woman, just with a very, very high testosterone.
Other person that transitioned into a female won the gold medal. So they both won gold medals. How demeaning is this to women? How demeaning is this to our country? How crazy is it? Think of it, open borders and men going into women's sports. It's so horrible that things are so crazy that this could even be happening, that I even have to respond to saying we will no longer have open borders. I mean, think of, we built hundreds of miles of wall, and we also had 28,000 soldiers from Mexico as guards, because if they didn't do that, I said very nicely, we're going to put tariffs on your products coming in. Sir, we would love to do that. We would be honored to do that. So we had a lot of help from Mexico. They were great. But, they've made a fortune off of us, so it's one of those things. But all of these things that we did, they were making our country so strong. They were all given up by these people that have no clue what the hell they're doing. Our country will be dead if she gets elected. We won't even have a country. It won't be recognizable. We will defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, restore free speech, and we will totally secure our elections for once. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris, and we must stop her country-destroying liberal agenda. It's not even her agenda, it's other people. You know that. It's other people, you know it. So get everyone you know and vote. We want a landslide that's too big to rig, okay? Too big to rig. November 5th.
This is the problem. I'm like, Trump said he won with record votes last time. So I don't know. What makes you think they can't finesse it this time with the too big to rig type of ideal? I'm like, I don't know about that. But I don't know. Who knows? Well, we'll see November 5th if we all accept it. Because I'm going to be real with you. Hey, if Kamala wins, I'll accept it. I'll be like, all right, it is what it is. So be it. On with the next day.
Will be.
But if Trump wins it, you know what? I wonder if the Kamala supporters will pull a January 6th. I wonder if they'll do it. I think they might do it. But if Trump wins and the Kamala supporters pull a January 6th, I called it.
The most important day in the history of our country. That's the day we're going to save our country. That's the day we're going to save our economy, meaning November 5th and 2 months earlier, because you could go out and vote right now. We will rescue our middle class. We will reclaim our sovereignty and restore our borders. We will put America first, and we will take back our country, and our country will become bigger, better, stronger than ever, because together we will make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. Make America strong again. We will make America proud again. Make America safe again. We will.
Now, let's all go over to our guy, our favorite coach. Y'all favorite coach if you're a Kamala supporter, Tim Walz. Man, tampon Timmy, fraudulent Timmy, or fraudulent Walz. Man, let's get into it.
All my friends are small town. Whoa. Well, hello, Pennsylvania. I'm starting to feel like a neighbor from Sheets to Wawa and everywhere in between. So, thank you. To Kimberly, can we all agree? This generation of kids that's coming, just let them lead and we'll be fine. And you guys back here know you're on TV all the time, right? Great. Big thank you. Got a chance to meet the mayor of this great community. Thank you, Mayor Reynolds. And I'll tell you what else we have to do. To all the things we're going to talk about building a fair, a way forward, an opportunity economy, President Harris is going to need to have the House of Representatives send.
Y'all funny as hell in the chat, man. Like, yo, if you want any questions or comments read out loud or even jokes, man, super chat $1+. I'll go ahead and read it out. I'll be right back, though.
Congresswoman Wilz back to the House of Representatives. Get her back. All right, I have to tell you, somebody said, well, what's it been like the last 6 weeks? Pretty strange, pretty strange. Not weird, just pretty strange. So a little different, so. But if it weren't enough to be Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, if that weren't enough, I'm here with Anthony and Liza today. No old white guy could ask for more. Trust me, so. Yeah. I also, so all of you know, I'm always out there, spotting talent and stuff. Can we all agree there's a second career for Liza and Anthony here at some point? And yeah, they're great at what they do, but that type of passion, that type of vision, incredible. So all of you, Minnesota and Pennsylvania do have a lot in common. But I am quick to point out Super Bowl rings are not one of them. So, hey. Vikings are 2-0. Give me this moment. Give me this moment. So, but look, these two states do share a lot of history. It's the history about building this country. American steelworkers have long been a path to our economic strength and our arsenal of democracy. Steelworkers have always had America's back. Vice President Harris and I will have their back. Here's the connections. Here's the connections, people. I'm a geography teacher for 20 years. By the way, thank you to the folks at Freedom High School for having us right here. Northern Minnesota has some of the richest iron mine deposits in the world. That iron from the northern Minnesota Iron Range fueled the steel mills here right in the Lehigh Valley. Together, it was our people that built the tanks that won World War II and freed the world from Nazi oppression. And I don't know if you noticed Nazi tyranny. We got folks running as Republicans for governor that are proud to refer themselves as Nazis. Let's not pretend that there's a gradual difference between the folks that are running here.
There's a tremendous difference between Nazis and Trump supporters, though. I don't know why y'all do. Like, bro, who else but them? Like, did Trump really ever say anything about Kamala supporters in his rhetoric that he was saying right there? But in his rhetoric right now, he's pretty much saying, oh, these people are pretty much like Nazis and all that good stuff. And I'm like, bro, kill that rhetoric and just attack his policies. It's like, dog, stop sensationalizing this man, making him out to be something he's not. Like, I just hate that type of argument, because you really have no argument for why you don't want to vote for Trump other than what you've been told, which is a lie.
We're running together across this country. We forged the bridges, we built the highways, we built the skyscrapers, and we are still
all right. Now I guess they flexing now. Okay. Ever since they start bringing up crowd sizes, everybody been going ahead and just been like, nah, let's flex crowd size. Let's show out, everybody. Let's show out.
and we are ready to continue to build the future together. Another proud part of our two states' heritage is we have a long history of being home to Puerto Rican and Latino families who chose to start their lives in our state. They grew our economy, and every single day, their presence in our states and our country make us stronger and better. And during this Hispanic Heritage Month, Vice President and I are celebrating the collective contributions of Puerto Ricans and the entire Latino community.
Shout out to them, though, man.
And for so many of their families, we recognize a painful anniversary of the landfall of Hurricane Maria, which continues to have a devastating impact. In March, Vice President Harris visited San Juan. She pledged to continue supporting the reconstruction. And when she and I are in the White House, you can count on our support. Now, to all of you, it is a beautiful fall day in eastern Pennsylvania. Okay. You could have been anywhere. You've got kids at soccer practice. You're ready for football. You're doing things at home, and it's a day off. But not this crew. You chose to come here. And the reason is simple. You love this country. That's why you came. Kamala Harris understands that. She understands what it means to serve. From her first day as a prosecutor, a district attorney.
Man, and shout out fam, man. Hey, what's good, fam? Appreciate the $2 super chat, and thank you, man. You honored us with your first super chat on a live stream, bro. We appreciate that honor. You honor us.
And then Attorney General of the state of California and Vice President of the United States. She has had one thing on her mind. She serves the people. She serves the people. Her job is to serve and protect those people, whether it was taking on predators and
I don't know, man. What about the serve and protect those people in San Francisco, man? I don't know. I don't know about that, man. Hella homeless, hella crime. You know, how was that serving and protecting working over there as DA? I just want to know.
fraudsters trying to cheat people, or there was taking on transnational gangs and greedy corporate interests. She was there and never hesitated to work with anybody across the aisle to get things done for the American people.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm pro-Trump. What you mean? What?
And you can see it in her leadership. You can see it in her leadership. She talks often about this, and I love it when she says it. A mark of leadership is not who you can push down, it's who you can lift up. And of all of the hard things she's done and the difficult decision for people, she's done what you all know and what you can feel in this room. Hard work can be good work. Democracy is as you heard Anthony say, is a precious privilege and gift that we need to protect. Okay. And you can do it with joy, optimism, grace, and happiness. You can do it.
You know, I don't know about all that. That's too much emotions right there. It's like, it's nothing tangible. Like, we get something tangible to how we're going to, maintain this democracy you're talking about. Because, shoot, you could be all those joyous and things in a communist society. So, I don't think that's the best play right there.
I'm proud to be a part of this fight with her. I am proud. She oftentimes talks about it. Look, Tim and I grew up geographically a long ways apart. From Oakland, California to small towns in rural Nebraska. I grew up in a town. Now when you come from a small town, you heard John Mellencamp's music playing. You out small town people. I had 24 kids in my graduating class. 12 were cousins. But what you learn is your community is your family. You take care of one another. You look out for them. You lift them up. Kamala Harris says that. We didn't grow up in the same place, but we grew up around the same people. People who worked hard for a living. People who understand how to pay their bills and wanted to see their children get ahead. Understood, as Anthony always talks about, the power of a teacher in public education to make a difference. Servant leadership for the common good. Those are the things that animated me, and those are the things that animate Kamala Harris. Now look, you have to talk a little bit about contrast. You have to talk about contrast. Not everyone, not every, not everyone is going to.
Listening to Tim Walz, you could tell he's a coach because he's pep talking. That's really what it is. Like, Kamala gives you a word salad, and, you know, Walz comes in with the pep talk. He's not really speaking too much on what he's going to do for America or anything, but giving you a good pep talk.
To see the world the same way. But there's a set of core values that we share. Things that animate our service. Things that lift us up together. Now, I want to tell you something. You know politics. We've been in politics. We know that there's no expectation that there will be 100% agreement on things, but there's shared values. And the one thing I will tell you, a remarkable thing happened. It's pretty obvious to us that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance do not share our values in any way. They do not share our values. Look, it's not even about policies. It's about sharing.
I'm pretty sure they share family values. Y'all all got families, right? Y'all share that. At least, right? Like, come on now. Even the Kamala supporters in the chat, there's some way me and y'all can relate on values in some way, shape, or form. There's no way we're just that opposed to each other. We're just voting for different people. It's not like we don't live the same type of life.
Our values. Last week, Senator from the state of Ohio.
All right. Bet you do, Deborah. Do you want people to be killed? Oh, wait. Okay, we share that value. I win. Petty, but
did something really surprising.
Unless you do, well,
he
then,
told
unless you
an
do.
Absolute truth in this. That shouldn't be a
we both value human
bar,
life, don't we?
But he told the truth. He admitted to creating stories about people that live in his state, immigrant families, to spread fear and drum up hatred to people in his community. His Republican governor had to write an op-ed saying none of those things are true about our community. But he says if he can't say these things, it's censorship. Well, let's understand what he's talking about here. Censorship is when they want to ban books, by the way. That's censorship. What he did had consequences. And those consequences was that same Republican governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners into their school to learn. So let's just be clear, starting at that point. We can think about and extrapolate from that. They're probably not telling the truth about a lot of things if they're not telling the truth about that. Now, there's always motive. I guess if you were going to be generous, you could say, well, I can't blame them. I can't blame them that they're not telling the truth. They're not telling the truth.
What's the truth, Walt? What's the truth? What is the truth?
Let's not forget, folks, and I said if you're being generous, it is elections Elections have consequences. And let's not forget in this, we've got a little over 6 weeks to go, and it is a binary choice. It is Donald Trump or Kamala Harris.
Which a lot of people don't really like, and I feel your sentiments. Trust me. I wish the presidential debate was like a four-way battle. That'd be fun. Not only would it be more fun, you'd get more debates, but you get to hear different ideas, and we get more choices on how we want our country ran, instead of these binary choices of Trump or Kamala. My honest opinion.
So in talking about what we want to get and being the big tent we are, we're generous people in here. I said I can almost see where you would say, well, I can kind of see why Donald Trump's not telling the truth. Because if he tells the truth, he doesn't get a damn vote. This is all about what do you do to get a vote.
Well, Walz, if we tell the truth about you, I wonder if you get a vote. So, does anybody know that Walz has been subpoenaed for fraud? You know, by the Housing Committee for his, Feed Our Children? Yeah, the COVID relief fund for that. Yeah, he's being subpoenaed on fraud for that. And they didn't bring that up. And you can look this up. I'm pretty sure this is only a week old. So, it's not like the subpoena went away. He still got to show up eventually. I mean, but you know how Democrats get off. Put in tampons in boys' bathroom, the abortion limit, absolutely crazy. I mean, like, crazy. 9 months, G? Like, you want to be one of them states that got no limits? Do you really want to be known as one of them states? Well, he did. And sold your country out for the Somalians. So you changed the state flag to look like the Somalian flag? Oh, man, ain't that the most traitorous thing you can do? But somehow he's an option, right? The guy who takes multiple trips to China. Really? Okay. But let Trump do any of this, though. Oh, man, it'd have been a wrap.
Not what's good for America, not what's good for our security, what's not basic human decency. They know if they tell the truth, they don't get votes. So they spread the lies. So here's the deal. You saw it at the debate, which, can we keep talking a little bit about that debate?
That's what
I do want to say something about the debate, which people saw.
What do we see?
There were people, and look, some people aren't paying a lot of attention to things yet. I know it's hard to believe you're engaged in politics.
Hey, look, I saw a 3v1. What about you, chat? I saw a complete 3v1. I saw two moderators with Kamala go up against Trump. Man, it was wild as hell. And the crazy thing is, if you're one of those ones who think, oh, Kamala didn't lie. She didn't lie one time. But really, we got 30. We got 30 lies that she really told. Like, a lot of lies. All 32 lies. We can go through that video right now. Actually.
On Twitter and told them to be peaceful. The moderators try and paint the events of January 6th as though Donald Trump only told his supporters to march down to the Capitol and nothing else, and then after shit hit the fan hours later, jumped on Twitter and told them to be peaceful and go home. And this is not entirely accurate. What Trump actually said to that crowd before the events ensued was that, I know you will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have. Should we call the Capitol Police? The National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient resources.
No, there's not a question of how they had, but they don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them.
I mean, whoa, okay. I didn't know the video went that deep. Oh man, I only listened to like the first story one. Okay, let's go.
Just prepare for more.
Lie number 17, Harris says that Donald Trump incited a violent mob. Again, just covered it. Not true. Lie number 18, Harris claims that officers died in the line of duty on January 6th. This is false. Lie number 19. Harris alludes that Trump was charged with an insurrection. Again, this is simply not true. Lie number 20. Harris perpetuates the Charlottesville hoax, even though it's been debunked time and time and time again, including by yours truly. In actuality, he denounced it an hour and 49 minutes after the events and then 2 times after. Here's what he really said.
And you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Lie number 21, she claims that Donald Trump told the Proud...
Can at least give us those last two? Like, can we get that? Yo, Kamala Force, can we get that? Can a nigga breathe? Like, come on now.
Proud Boys to, quote, stand back and stand by. So this is partially true, but there is a little bit more nuance to it than meets the eye. Donald Trump was asked by Chris Wallace during a debate in 2020 with Biden if he would denounce white supremacy and militia groups and tell them to stand down. Trump misspoke and said stand back and stand by, leading to confusion and people to think that he is affiliated with the Proud Boys, of which he is not.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared
willing
to
do
specifically
that, but
do it? Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call them? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by.
But even though they are not a white supremacy group to begin with, their leader, Enrique Terrio, is actually of Afro-Cuban descent. Lie number...
The Proud Boys leader is of Afro-Cuban descent? Hold on now. Whoa. I mean, whoa, chat. Look, y'all people be so ill-informed. No, I need to do my research on the Proud Boys, because I'm like, wait, there's some white supremacist group led by a Mexican? Make it make sense for me. Like, hold on.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
Even though they are not a white supremacy group to begin with, their leader, Enrique Terrio, is actually of Afro-Cuban descent. Lie number 22. The non-biased moderators claim that Donald Trump's remarks about winning the 2020 election are completely false, and that also more than 60 cases were seen by many judges and all dismissed. The truth is that no judges actually looked at these cases, and there's actually quite a lot of substantial and tangible proof to show that there was voter fraud and tampering of evidence. Again, this is a huge can of worms, and I plan to make a dedicated video to this topic alone at some point, so stay tuned. Lie number 23, Harris peddles the bloodbath hoax. Trump never said if he didn't win there would be a bloodbath. What he said was there would be an economic bloodbath in the auto industry.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole... That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
Lie number 20.
Man, clipped up and taken out of context. Just like J.D. Vance was about the whole, he said he made up the story. Boy, you took 15 seconds out of a 16-minute interview, man. Like, come on now. Really? Really now?
Before, Harris claims that Donald Trump would be a dictator on day one. Again, this is just absolutely false. It stems from a town hall that he did with Hannity a few months back when he claimed that he would be a dictator on day one because he would shut down the border and drill baby drill. This was said jokingly, and it was very obvious in jest to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no.
Anybody with room temperature IQ is that's hilarious. Okay, that's the first time I heard that one. Room temperature IQ.
He would shut down the border and drill baby drill. This was said jokingly, and it was very obvious in jest to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds to me like...
So he pretty much said right there, if you didn't get the joke, if you did not get the goddamn joke, he said, only on day one. Only on day one, I'm going to be a dictator. Just on day one so I can just handle everything I said I was going to handle. We just get things done. It's a joke. Man, I ain't going to lie, though. Did catch him up, man. Shout out Vladstein, man. We appreciate the support.
You're going back to the policies.
Man, my man always pulling up, man.
A political ploy Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me. I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally. And the other is energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. They cut it. They go, I'm going to be a dictator. But they cut the rest of the...
No, they cut it like, no, I'm going to be a dictator for a day. Or I'm going to be a dictator on day one. I've seen people misquote Trump so, like, atrociously. It's like, whoa, he said nothing like that. Like, where are y'all getting this from? Who told you this? Because go back to who told you this and then automatically see them as a lie for the rest of their life. News publication, friend, whatever. Somebody told you a lie.
The sentence. No. I am not going to be a dictator. I'm going to manage like we did.
25. Harris claims that Trump told Putin, quote, you can do whatever you want and you can go into Ukraine, end quote. This is simply not true. There is no evidence to support this wild-ass cockamamie claim, none whatsoever. Line number 26, Harris claims that Trump and Kim Jong-un exchanged, quote, love letters. This one is just kind of elementary and a little silly. So the actual truth with this is, yes, Donald Trump made a joke about this years back in 2018 during a rally, claiming that him and Kim Jong-un used to be at each other's throats, and then they started exchanging letters, and then they fell in love.
I was really being tough, and so was he. And we would go back and forth, and then we fell in love.
Too late. I already got my vitamin D for today.
No, really.
Bro. It's too late.
He wrote me beautiful letters, and they're great letters. We fell in love. But you know what? Now they'll say, Donald Trump said they fell in love. How horrible. How horrible is that?
Man, and shout out CSS, man. Much love. Good to see y'all at it. On a Saturday? Man, of course, bro. Every day, S.E.T Key Media, bro. Look, we go out there, handle our lives, family, work, and all that good stuff, and then we come to y'all. Then y'all got the rest of it, man. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, bro.
So unprecedented.
Appreciate you, CSS.
It was a joke. It was said in jest, but Harris was trying to insinuate that it's because both of them are dictators and they bonded over being dictators again. That's simply not true. In fact, there was a point in time where it was getting very tense between the United States and North Korea, but then Trump broke peace and became the very first U.S. president to ever set foot on North Korean soil, which I think is a good thing. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah,
I tend to lean towards peace. Line number 27, Harris claims that Putin and other dictators are rooting for Donald Trump to get back in office, but the funniest thing is that Putin actually came out and recently endorsed Harris. Line number 28, Harris claims that there are no active duty troops in any combat zone anywhere around the world for the first time in a century. This is false. I'm going to be looking at my notes here. There are current...
That is hella false. I'm like, the fact that she said that, I was like, yeah, that's disrespectful. And shout out Zero Fox, man, for the $2 super chat, bro. We appreciate the support, man. Appreciate you.
Currently active duty U.S. troops deployed to Iraq and Syria who have been under free. My note endorsed Harris. Line number 28, Harris claims that there are no active duty troops in any combat zone anywhere around the world for the first time in a century. This is false. I'm going to be looking at my notes here. There are currently active duty U.S. troops deployed to Iraq and Syria who have been under frequent attack by Iran-backed militia forces over the past year. There are also thousands of active duty U.S. sailors deployed to the Middle East who are facing drone strikes. And just earlier this year, 3 U.S. soldiers were killed on the border of Syria by Iran-backed forces. Line number 29, she claims that Donald Trump called for the death of the Central Park Five. So again, I've already debunked this. Go look for my video called Epic Debunking that I mentioned earlier. I go much more in depth there, but again, I will just briefly say there is absolutely no proof that Donald Trump called for their execution.
Really?
Did Donald Trump think they were guilty? Yes. Does he still think that they're guilty even though they were legally exonerated? Yes. Does that mean that he actively called for their execution? No, it does not. Read the article in its entirety. Don't listen to other people tell you what it says. Read what it says.
Yeah, just like what I tell you to do with Project 2025. Like when I tell y'all, like, bro, it's not what y'all think it is. Y'all think it's one thing, but we're here to tell you that it's not that. Like, because here at S.E.T Key Media, bro, we're going to go ahead and show you what, the liberal media don't want to show you. You feel me? And probably 2025 has just been debunked so many times over here at S.E.T Key Media that it's almost something we damn near do every show. Because, well, a lot of y'all keep putting that in there. Because not only did they lie to you about, Trump made Project 2021, which is false. It was made by the Heritage Foundation. But that there's things in there that will go against the Constitution, which is, pretty damn false. So not only did they lie to you about Trump's association with it, but they lied to you about what's in it. Because if you actually read it, let's be real, you kind of agree with it. Shockingly enough, you'd kind of agree with it. But we're going to go down these after the video. You feel me? Because I know y'all feeling it.
Lie number 30. She claims that her and Joe Biden capped the cost of insulin at $35. Again, I've already debunked this and covered it before, but I'll cover it briefly once more. Donald Trump was the one to cap the cost of insulin at $35.
Yes. I agree with Project 2025. And I'm going to make my case.
$35 a month per type of insulin, and some plans may offer it free.
Yes, I did.
So for everybody who's getting ripped off and paying tremendous prices, senior citizens, is a tremendous saving.
It is President Biden and I that took on Big Pharma and finally capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. But Donald Trump and his running mate intend to get rid of our $35 cap on insulin.
Lie number 31. Harris claims that she is fine with private insurance, but her comments in the past would suggest that that is a flat-out lie.
Up on that, and correct me if I'm wrong, to reiterate, you support the Medicare for All bill, I think initially co-sponsored by Senator Bernie Sanders. You're also a co-sponsor on it. I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Well, listen, the idea is that everyone gets access to medical care.
Uh-oh.
Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
And finally, at lie number 32, she claims that her and Joe Biden created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. This is simply not true. The BLS shows that 592,000 of those manufacturing jobs were recovered from COVID. Donald Trump alone created 414,000 of those manufacturing jobs, and the Biden-Harris administration only created 173,000 new manufacturing jobs. When you factor in all of her bullshit lies, Kamala Harris had absolutely nothing to go on in her debate performance, aside from trying to mislead the gullible public who doesn't follow this stuff as closely as a small subsection of us do. Take everything that this woman says with a grain of salt.
Yeah. With a grain of salt. Yeah, really. That's the best way to say it. With a grain of salt. So let's go ahead and debunk the lies of Project 2025, coming from project2025.org. Now, if you go to this website, you can go ahead and download the 922-page manuscript for yourself. So that's how you know this site is legit. You can download it straight from here. Like dead ass. Whole 922 books. You can go ahead and indulge yourself. But I like to go to the debunking the lies, because there are lies told. Project 2025 is a plan from Trump. False. That is false. Nope, not him. Now for my black people, ban books and curriculum about slavery. False. Yeah. They want to hide our history. They want to hide it. It's like, no, bro. No. I don't know who told you that, but smack him in the face. Well, for me at least. Man. And civil rights. False. There are a couple true things that you may not like, NDI protections in government. True. Promote and the capital punishment. I don't know. If you're against capital punishment and getting getting people up out of here, then hey, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. Like, does it mention Trump 500 times? So you telling me? Because I don't know. It's like, here's the thing. Like, they say it's not a plan from Trump. Trump says he don't know nothing about it. So is it just no matter what he says or what they say, you're just going to think that it's Trump? Like, doesn't that kind of show a little bit of bias here? A little bit of bias? Like, let's be real. And no fault divorce, false. And marriage equality, false. So no, guys, you're not going to be able to beat your wife under Project 2025, okay? Yeah, I know there's some twisted people out there. But ban contraceptives. Oh, false. Yeah, they just want to make them safer. That's all they want to do. Ban IVF. False. Yes. Condemn single mothers while promoting only traditional families. False, which would have been crazy work. But we kind of do that already ourselves. We don't need Project 2025 for that one. Let's be honest here. Oh, outlaw pornography. I mean, well, shout out, man. Shout out. Banning pornography. I mean, why not? Raise prescription drug prices. False. And free and discounted school lunch programs. False. I'm going to the ones where I've heard the most. You feel me? Shut down the education department. True. It's true. They want to make it privatized. People want to be able to stop sending their kids to get taught LGBTQ agendas without their permission. So there's that. And let's see here. Anything else that I mostly heard? Let's see. No, that's pretty much it. No, that's pretty much it. Anything y'all see that y'all disagree with? Anything that y'all are just like, oh, hell nah, bro. You agree with that? And I'm going to hit you with the, yeah, I kind of do. I'm going to be real with you. I agree. I all the way agree. Yes, I do. All right. But let's get back to our guy Walz, man. So he can go ahead and cap to y'all a little bit more about Project 2025 and feed your Trump derangement syndrome. You feel me? Let's have a good time.
But a lot of people were there. And I had some people, and they meant it as a compliment, but listen to how they say this and the work we have to do. They said, my God, I mean, Kamala Harris.
.org? Like ORG? Like, you know, when you do if you've ever been to college and you ever read a college paper, or actually much less a high school paper, you're not allowed to use .com. So you're only allowed to use .edu or .org for references because they come from organizations or, you know, studies coming out of universities. Like, you remember that? You remember that part? So project2025.org. There you go.
She just did fabulous. She knew the issues and she was wonderful, and she laid things out, except she says this. They say this to me. Oh, I'm so surprised she did that. I'm like, oh. Why would you be surprised? Why would you be surprised that this incredibly talented, effective, compassionate leader would be compassionate?
Nope, both college and high school and college graduate. So sorry about that. Sorry guys. Sorry, I'm actually educated. Sorry, I'm not a dumb black man that you wanted me to be. Sorry.
Passionate and leading. But what you all know is it's what people don't say, and it's what Donald Trump never says. His vocabulary, while not hugely wide, there is one word he's very good at. Yes, someone smaller than that. I saw that. I see you there. The one word he knows well is I. Me. That's about as far as it goes. I, me, what's good in it for me. He didn't say anything about how he was going to make life better for the American public. He didn't say anything about how it was going to impact your family.
If you got any questions or comments or jokes you want to share with me or the chat, man, just go ahead and send in $1+ super chat, and I'll go ahead and engage with it, or just read it out loud for you. Appreciate y'all support, man.
He didn't even say anything how it was going to impact his supporters' families, because, of course, we're here to make sure the policies we advocate for are good for their families. Donald Trump yesterday called us the enemies. I would never call him the enemy. He's an 80-year-old man who's wrong, who has not the interest in this. We want to win this election, as I oftentimes say, is you don't win elections to find yourself in another election. You win an election to improve people's lives. So, again, folks, binary choice. Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. That's what we've got, folks. And you saw on the stage, Donald Trump, after 9 years, also did something that surprised me.
Too late.
He at least said he had a concept of a plan for health care. So I taught school for a couple decades, and that would... If I would have gotten that excuse, I would have said, go back to the drawing board. That's not going to work. But look, their concept of the plan is to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
Man, and shout out to M for the $2 super chat, man. Differences between Agenda 47 and Project 2025. Actually, you know what? That's actually pretty damn fair. I like where you're taking this, M. I like it. You know what? That's actually a pretty damn good argument. We can actually go straight to that. I like you, M. I like you. Appreciate the support, big dog, man. Shout out to M for the $2 super chat. So, but let's go ahead and we can give our comparisons. Let's be honest. Because let's be real. Let's go ahead and do Project 20. Let's see. Let's compare Agenda 47. Make sure I'm going to the right spot. Let's be fair about this. All righty here. So honestly, let's honestly make some comparisons. All right. Here. Because now that I'm looking at it, I think, hey, if they align, then hey, it does make sense. And you might actually want to read Project 2025. But let's see here, though, because we do want to give you your due diligence. All right, plan from Trump. Well, let's see if that aligns here. Seal the border and stop the immigration invasion. Now, Agenda 47. Remember, they did say they wanted to do that in Project 2025. I got to give it to you. I will give you that one. Carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. They did say that in Project 2025 also as well. End inflation and make America affordable again. They didn't really talk about finance in Project 2025. So they didn't touch on that really. Make America the dominant energy producer in the world by far. Yeah, that's Project 2025 don't really mention too much about energy. Stop outsourcing and turning the United States into a manufacturing superpower. They'll mention that in Project 2025. Large tax cuts for workers. Well, large tax cuts for workers. All right, that's nice. And no tax on tips. And no tax on overtime, apparently now, what they added. Defend our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, our fundamental freedoms, including freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and the right to keep and bear arms. Project 2025 touches on all of those. So if we're over here keeping count, I think we're at like 3-3 at this point of aligning in Project 2025. So yeah, we're there. I ain't even gonna lie. And the weaponization of government against the American people doesn't really mention that at all. Prevent World War III. Of course, it don't mention that in Project 2025. It only does that. Restore peace in Europe and the Middle East. Build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over the entire country. And dang, hold on, we trying to get that Israel attachment? Oh, okay, yeah, an Iron Dome missile system that we built for Israel and we don't got for ourselves. Trump is trying to give it to us. All right. It don't mention nothing about really too much military. It don't mention nothing about the military in Project 2025. And the weaponization of guard. No, right, read that one. Stop the immigration epidemic. Yes, Project 2025 does say stop the migration crime epidemic. So, yeah, it does talk about that. Rebuild our cities, including Washington and all that good stuff. Project 25 does talk about infrastructure deals and all that good stuff. Like, God damn it. So if we're really going through this, right, and y'all going through it with me, I believe, then let's see here. Cancel the electric vehicle mandate and cut costly and burdensome regulations. Project 25, that's a Trump original. Project 2025 does not mention anything about like energy besides Arctic drilling and how they're not trying to cancel that. Like, that's all they really mention. Keep men out of women's sports. Well, Project 2025 does kind of hone in on that through the dismantle of the education system. So, yeah. Yes. Cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, radical agenda ideology, and other inappropriate radical sexual and political content on our children. Yes, Project 2025 does touch on that through their dismantle of the education system. I'll give you that. Keep out, well, once again, deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our colleges, campuses safe and patriot again. I'm like, okay, bro, they're not like pro-Hamas radical you can just deport. Like, wait, what? What you gonna do? Send people who support Hamas to Palestine? That's wild. That's a bit wild. Secure our elections. Now, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. That I support, and Project 2025 don't really touch on the voter fraud, honestly. It don't. And unite our country by bringing it to new and record levels of success. And that's more of an ideology stance. So yeah, there are some aligning politics in there. I got to give it to you. I do have to give it to you on that one. Appreciate you, and for the super chat. And man, shout out, man, Joshua Harrell. Yeah, shout out Joshua Harrell. Now, let's see here. Harrell. Appreciate that, big dog. Is the Democratic platform solely anti-Trump? Do they ever talk about their plans for illegal immigration or the economy? Man, Joshua, well, I'm be real with you. Their plan is to attack Trump, and that's how they choose to win. No policies, no nothing. It's all show, no substance. And bro, appreciate you, bro. That was your first super chat on a live stream, bro. We appreciate you for giving us that honor, man. I appreciate that. But yes, it's all show at this point.
The very thing, think about it, the very thing that protects us from insurance companies denying our care for pre-existing condition. The very thing that ensures your children can stay on your health care until they're 26. Mm-hmm. If you don't think that matters, if you don't think that it matters, in Minnesota, we passed a bill called the Alex Smith Insulin Act. And the reason it's called the Alex Smith Insulin Act is because his mom had to come to the Capitol after her son got off their insurance at 26 and then needed to ration his insulin. Alex Smith died because he couldn't get something that cost drug manufacturers less than $5 to manufacture, and he was being asked to pay $600 for it.
I mean,
the affordable.
Now, the manufacturing costs, like, I don't know. Can we really listen to Walz, somebody who's never started a business or ever had to do any business overhead? I don't know about that one. But somebody do need to low-key pull these farmer dudes to the side and be like, yo, well, what the hell y'all doing? But let's be real, we can't even call them out on YouTube, because if we say anything that goes against the CDC, strike, medical misinformation, all that good stuff.
Affordable Care Acts protect us, and Kamala Harris is making sure that every single person in every single state has access to insulin and the drugs they need. I saw Senator Vance lay out the concept of the plan. Like, this has never been tried before. Well, it doesn't make sense that young and healthy people have to have insurance and pay for it because they're not sick. We should just have pools for sick people. Do they know how insurance works? You pool the risk together so that all of us can get it, so when we need it, our neighbors are there. Just be clear. I know it's a bit of preaching to the choir.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, though. Insurance is the biggest scam that we all need. I mean, it's the biggest scam that we actually have to fall for. I mean, imagine paying hundreds of thousands in insurance monthly premiums, and you get in a crash and they're trying to fight you on wanting to pay you out. Like, damn, like, you wasn't fighting them on paying your premiums. Well, they fighting you on this payout, man. That's criminal work. Like, really is.
And I'm going to get to the
we all play along, right? We all need it.
But it's important to know they don't have a plan for you. There is no plan for you. And I can't stress this enough. This is not a theoretical idea of what's happening here. It's very clear. You lived under it in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump wants to talk about some mythical time when he was in office, for God's sakes. You felt it here. He lost 275,000 jobs in Pennsylvania. Under Vice President Harris, 560,000 jobs have come back, including 29,000 manufacturing. People are reinvesting in this great state. You saw $500 million by Pratt Industries helping 2 facilities right here in the Lehigh Valley get started. Great.
Man, and shout out M for the $2 super chat. He said, man, didn't Walz scam people out of $250 million? Yeah, but we're not for sure about that because he's only been subpoenaed. So he's been subpoenaed to a hearing by the House committee on, yo, we gave you COVID relief fund. You were supposed to feed your people, but there's been fraudulent claims that's been made against him and, you know, those who were working with the money. So to give it to Walz, not really, but to give it to him a little bit, it's not just him, and he could be innocent. But I don't know, a guy who don't own nothing, like live a very communist lifestyle, goes to China all the time. Like, I don't know. It sounds right.
Job. And I served in Congress before I was governor and Donald Trump was president. So I've served when I was in Congress when he was president, and I've served as governor. So I can tell you what failure looks like. I watched him do it. Every week, and I was in Congress, he was going to give us Infrastructure Week. Infrastructure Week. Well, it never happened. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris gave us the infrastructure law. Provided millions of dollars to that airport I just landed at right out there that they're able to invest in. So look, she's laying out a plan, what an opportunity.
Actually, Chad, I want to know, what's y'all definition of communism? What's your definition? Because I'm a bit confused these days, and I know what communism means, but when I heard that one kid on the 1v25, when he said it, say what? Stateless, classless, moneyless society, I'm like, I don't know about that. China's pretty communist, and they got all three of those. But what is y'all definition? Because hopefully it's the correct one.
Economy looks like. We know how this works. Our economy works best when it's fair. We have a saying in Minnesota, we all do better when we all do better. She gets it. She gets it. When the economy is fair and it's not rigged, it not only works better for all of us, it actually works better for the guys who are trying to rig it, for God's sakes. So here's the deal. She knows what these things are, the fundamental things that people want. And we know that it's hard and the economy's there, so she's working for real solutions. Things like home ownership, making sure home ownership is affordable, making sure we're building 3 million more affordable homes, but also helping with down payment assistance and tax credits to make sure that happens. We did it in Minnesota, and we're seeing more homes, and rents actually went down 4%. Where is rent going down? It goes down when you're able to create more housing. That's what ends up happening. Also saw that many of you know it's expensive when you have children. It's expensive. Don't we know it? And for some of you who have little children, it doesn't get much less expensive as they get older. But here's the deal. Kamala Harris is going to make it less expensive. She is doing what we've seen when states do it, and we saw it during COVID pandemic. She has a child tax credit that's going to put $6,000 into the hands of parents that first year. Buy a crib.
Well, okay, so is that only for newborns or like, kids in general? Because that's a lot of tax credit we're going to have to give out first day in office at this point. One, because, well, come on now. Is it fair just to give it to the ones that just had a kid? What about the people that had a kid, I don't know, a couple years back? Don't they qualify?
Think it. Americans aren't asking for that much. They're asking to be left alone. They're asking to be able to make a decision. They're allowing to ask for... If they can get a car seat. Passing a child tax credit, by passing a child tax credit, you reduce childhood poverty by a third.
Man, I love that. I love it.
And you just saw it this week. If you're getting squeezed on prices on things like groceries, we're talking about taking on price gouging. Let me tell you what that looks like. The folks who grow our food, farmers, corn is about $4.10 a bushel. It takes about $5 just to break even. Farmers aren't getting rich off what's happening right now. The folks who are trying to make the products that we have aren't, but corporate profits have doubled and corporate pay has quadrupled in many cases. Now look, we're all for a fair economy. We're all for people making it, but you can't rig the economy making things more expensive for the very people who are making and growing those products. That's what she's taking on.
Great point. But I don't know. What has Biden been doing, though? Like I said, it's like they talk about the problems that they created. Like, that's what's so weird about this party. I'm like, yeah, but y'all created these problems. So where's the accountability there? Can y'all at least just look us dead in the eye and be like, all right, we were kind of wrong about a couple of things, but we got you this time around. I could respect that instead of not mentioning it at all, blame Trump, and then pretty much try to talk about how you're going to fix it. I can respect the accountability.
Just this week, the Biden-Harris administration is taking on Big Pharma because they're still trying to drive up the price of insulin and overcharge because we don't have a national $35 cap on that.
You know what's so crazy, guys? Where is all this money coming from? Where is all this money coming from? I mean, we're going to give this. We're going to give y'all that. Free this. Like child tax credit. Like, I'm going to be real with you. And they don't want to impose tariffs. Because I'm going to be real with you. Donald Trump used a tariff that he was making from China and used that to fund our farms. Yes, he used the tariffs on China to fund our American farmers. And if they don't want to engage in no tariffs, then I'm wondering how they're going to fund these, programs they want to put into place. Because if you just tax us, I mean, like, you cutting taxes won't do anything if you just keep pulling from the taxpayer dollars.
That Kamala Harris will make it happen. Absolutely. And look, we've been able to do a lot of this in Minnesota because what happens when you elect people who care about the middle class, when you elect people who look like the people who are voting, you get policies that help those very people, whether it's on home ownership, whether it's on insulin, whether it's on a child tax credit, or one of the things that we did, and I experienced this personally. When I was growing up, my father got cancer, and I watched my mom, who's a stay-at-home mom, barely be able to stay in her home because of the medical bills that nearly destroyed her. She had to go back and work just to pay down medical bills for about a decade. Kamala Harris is putting in what we did in Minnesota, providing relief from that so they can't report you to the credit union, they can't charge you outrageous credit, and they can't bankrupt you. And for so many of you,
it's crazy the new response of people when it comes to tariff these days. Like, do you know that, like, well, the only tariffs that are going on in the Biden administrations are the one that Trump put in place? They won't take those away. So it's kind of crazy now that these days when you talk about tariffs, it's like a bad word. They all may say, oh, you don't know about economics all of a sudden. It's like, bro, what? I mean, what's going on here? It's almost like a trigger word that tariff has become. Like, as soon as you say tariff, you don't know about economics. I'm like, huh? Like, I believe everybody know how tariffs work. It was kind of like an economics class, high school and in college.
Want to start your own business? She's going to make sure, and we saw the proposal on this, a 10 times larger tax credit and cutting red tape so you start the business and you go on your own and make the way you want to of the American dream. And look, in a place like this, and we saw it, we got an opportunity to pass something called the PRO Act and sign it into law. Now, the folks who are hollering out here are the folks who understand the purest and the most strongest, and the thing that built the middle class was the ability to collectively bargain and form a union with your neighbors. I've been told that.
Well, sure, why not? Let's ask AI, because if I say it, y'all ain't gonna believe me. So, and shout out to Gemini. Shout out to Google Gemini. So, yo, Gemini, what are some pros and cons of tariffs?
Pros and cons of tariffs. Tariffs are taxes imposed on imported goods. They can have both positive and negative effects on a country's economy. Okay. Pros of tariffs: protection of domestic industries. Tariffs can protect domestic industries from foreign competition, allowing them to grow and become more competitive. Job creation. Protecting domestic industries can lead to job creation in those sectors. National security. Tariffs can be used to protect industries deemed critical to national security. Revenue generation. Tariffs can generate revenue for the government. Cons of tariffs: higher prices for consumers. Tariffs can increase the cost of imported goods, leading to higher prices for consumers. Reduced consumer choice. Tariffs can limit the variety of goods available to consumers. Retaliation from trading partners. Tariffs can lead to retaliatory tariffs from other countries, resulting in a trade war. Inefficiency. Tariffs can lead to inefficiency in the economy, as domestic producers may become less competitive due to the lack of foreign competition. Reduced economic growth. Overall, tariffs can reduce economic growth by hindering trade and investment. In conclusion, while tariffs can offer certain benefits, the potential drawbacks often outweigh the advantages. Many economists argue that free trade, with minimal tariffs, is generally better for economic growth and consumer welfare.
All right. Appreciate you. Man, shout out AI these days, man. Shout out them. So you heard some pretty fair. I gave you the fair analysis. They gave out the cons, and they gave out, they gave out the pros and the cons. And like I said, I see tariff as a tool. It's a financial tool. Bro, like I said, you can use a reference of a hammer, build a house, or bludgeon somebody to death. You can use a gun. You can protect your family. You can go out there and commit crimes. It all depends on who's using these tariffs. And even the AI said it. The best act is, just minimum tariffs is the best practice of tariffs. And Trump is going like, we need some minimal tariffs done. What's wrong with that? I'm just saying, y'all said it was all bad, but there are some pros to it and there are cons. But it is a financial tool that's used by the government.
I am, for decades, a card-carrying union member of our state's teachers union, which I was. The last union member on a national ticket, Ronald Reagan. I promise you, I will not lose my way. I will not lose my way.
Yep, it can either raise or lower prices depending on who's managing it, depending on how it's used. Like I said, it's a tool. It's a tool that doesn't just lean one way. You can use it for it can either be good or bad, the results of what you use that tool for. Like any tool you have in your house or you use at work or anything.
You know what's interesting too? I was also told that teacher, working and serving as governor, that I may be the poorest person who's ever run on a national ticket. And then the Wall Street Journal wrote a story and said, well, that doesn't tell the whole story. He has more money than you think he does. No, you think this is a bombshell, like a North Carolina thing or something. I don't know. Like a bombshell. I'm like, what is the bombshell? Is he hiding assets offshore? Or what? Does he have a trust fund? Oh, no. He has a defined benefit pension plan. Our wish, Vice President Harris, and my wish is that every American had a defined benefit pension plan. Because at the heart of this is about freedom to live the life you want to live with dignity, whether it's being in retirement, starting your own businesses, and to choose the life you want to live, not the government. Now, I see some of you, I see some of the older folks here can actually remember, and it's like telling the young people, there was a time when Republicans talked about freedom, they actually meant it. In the long ago time, it feels like. Because right now, when they talk about freedom, the freedom of government to be able to invade your bedroom, the freedom of government to invade your exam room, the freedom of government to invade your school library.
I don't know, but isn't that kind of what they did with the whole, social media corruption of Twitter and Facebook? Kind of invaded your right to public information. I'm just saying, hey. They love to accuse people of what they're doing in your face. It's kind of crazy.
And take it. Look, they spend a lot of damn time trying to ban books. We spend our time in Minnesota banning hunger by giving free meals to our kids. Now look, I'm not asking us, and you hear it, I'm not asking us all to think the same. I'm not asking for an expectation that we all agree. My God, a successful marriage is 51-49, and we're like, good, we're close, we're good, we're on the winning side. We know how that works, and we respect other people's decisions. That's part of being America. You respect those decisions. Mm-hmm. Now, we might not make those same decisions. We might say, I don't know, I'm not going with that. But I keep saying, and I know it's here, and you know it's an absolute truth. The golden rule that makes society and communities function and families function is mind your own damn business.
hold on. At the beginning of this, he literally just said that, oh man, these vote supporters be like Nazis, and I'm just like, oh, okay, now you respect them and all that good stuff. I'm like, hold on here, dog. Well, at least you said it at the end and not close to the beginning.
You don't need me. You don't need me. You certainly don't need Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Not just opining about what type of family you should have, but actually trying to legislate what type of family you should have. So there's people out there, and you've seen them. You know the names now. No one should know who Hadley is, and no one should know who Amanda is. But those brave women have put themselves out there because they went through what Donald Trump is trying to do to all the rest of us, trying to be involved in our reproductive decisions. And for my wife and I, it's nobody's damn business about our family, but we've talked about it. We've talked about it. And the reason we're talking about it is because it's so important. We tell the story, my wife and I, and this should be private and personal, but they make it everybody's damn business that we weren't able to have children and we're dealing with infertility. So we were lucky enough, because I had a union that got me health insurance. We were able to have access to those fertility treatments. And some of you heard me say this. And when that daughter was finally born, we named her Hope, because it's the most powerful word. Her and her brother Gus are our whole world. That is our decision and the things we had to go through. Make no mistake, they're not stopping at abortion access. They don't care about the story of another Amanda who had to travel from Georgia to North Carolina and then, because couldn't get the treatment at home, ended up dying. These are young mothers. These are people wanting families. Whether they want a family or not, it's none of their damn business. But they keep talking about how pro-family they are. You know what? Spend a little less time trying to ban books in our schools and try and ban assault weapons in our schools. That might be. So this is about people's personal freedoms. It's not about the government making these decisions. When Vice President Harris talks about it, we mean you, not us. I often hear this too. You do not need your elected officials to give you a sermon. But you should damn well expect us to try and live one. That's not so hard. Try and have your words match up. Try and do the best you can. So when we mean education too, we mean a ticket to the middle class, not crippling debt for our young people. That's not a giveaway or a handout. That's an investment in all of our future. And of all the things out there, they want to talk about government spending. They should, because Donald Trump added more to the national debt than any other president ever. So that's just factual. But you know how they get in there. I always tell this one. They say government doesn't.
Oh, I always got to give him that point. But the problem is, excuse me. Well, Trump gave it to the people. He printed out trillions of dollars and put it into the people. Y'all printed trillions of dollars and gave it to foreign adversaries for some reason. Well, not adversaries, but, well, I guess people who we have our foreign alliance, our BS foreign alliances. You know, the one to, well, Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel.
Work, then they get elected and prove it. That's what they do. That's what they do. Because they know when they give tax cuts to the wealthy, then they can go after things that other people really care about, like Social Security and Medicare. Then they can try and claim that the national debt is the fault of Social Security and Medicare. And I get it. They don't give a damn about Social Security and Medicare. Why would they? If you have $1 billion, you don't worry about Social Security and Medicare. We do. My mom does. My 89-year-old mom does, because that's how she pays for her living expenses. It's pretty damn important. And oh, by the way, my dad and her worked their whole lives to get that, and I'll be damned that if we give a tax cut to billionaires and undermine that.
A lot of people hate me for saying this, but I'm like, bro, why are we trying to make it harder for, like, you know, the corporations that give us jobs and all this good stuff? why are we making it harder for them to give us money? Why are we making it harder for them to do, productivity, raising their taxes and all that? It doesn't really help the middle class if you think about it. Well, and I know people say, oh, trickle-down economics don't work, but it does. Like, you having a job is part of trickle-down economics. Like, bro, the stock market is damn near part of trickle-down economics. You're able to get in on a business for a low price. Just a little buy the stock. It's like trickle-down economics. It's like all around you. So it's kind of funny that nobody sees that and they don't see like, oh, yeah, like taxing these corporations. Now, that could lead in job loss. That could lead in slowdown in production. That could lead into, low quality products being made.
And I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to this thing because being in a school, and I was just in Georgia last week, brand new school year, excitement, kids going to school, dressing them up in their best, send them off with a sense of pride. Those of you with young, if some of you in here had sent you to the first day of school, that is a core memory that.
Oh God, bro, the billionaires need help. Yes, they need help giving y'all niggas jobs. Congratulations. Trace your job back. You're going to end up at a multi-millionaire billionaire. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Just is what it is. I mean, some people can trace your job back to a billionaire that's in your city. Sorry. That's the example right there. Yes. Help the billionaires give you niggas more jobs. I mean, sorry. Excuse my language. Help the billionaires give you people more jobs. Help the billionaires give the people more jobs and more opportunities that they create through their jobs. Yes. I'm sorry. That's how the way it works. They're cutting for the taxes down there. Over here, middle class don't really help too much with the main objective of things.
You are so blessed to be in that moment right now. And all of us are thinking back to sending our little ones out the door to school and all that with such happiness. But now we have to deal with this idea, not just sending them off to school to learn. We have to worry that they're going to be shot dead in their classroom. And I want to be clear about this, because you know what the retort is on this. Because by the way, I'm a veteran and a hunter. I'm a gun owner. And we found out in the debate, so is the vice president, the gun owner. There you go. Because this is not about the Second Amendment. What they want to make it about the Second Amendment. Nobody's trying to take your guns. Well, we're going back to our first responsibility is to keep our children safe. That's the priority. So I struggle with some of this. I struggle with this idea that after one of these mass shootings, Donald Trump said, people just need to know how to get over it. And my opponent said, well, it's just a fact of life. Where do you have to be in your life that that's the first stuff that comes out of your mouth after this? Or the quickly, as we know, and I know many people mean well by it, issuing thoughts and prayers? How about action and results? How about that? How about action and results?
Let me break y'all hearts about this a little bit, right? Do you understand that these billionaires control the job market pretty much? Like they pretty much can choose how much jobs they add through the benefits that may be given to them? You feel me? Like, do y'all not know that? So why make it harder for them to give jobs or to give you guys raises or anything like that? It's like, hey, I always do say, man, strive to get rich and make it out this rat race that you're in because it is what it is. Like, bro, at the end of the day, you're trying to bite the hand that feeds you. Like, bro, when you read your check, it's a corporation that gave you that check. And if you read the corporation, the CEOs, hey, them to multimillionaires and billionaires. Those are the people that you're trying to, put the corporate tax to. And it's kind of just like, well, aren't they the ones that kind of look out for you and your family? Like, do you have no loyalty? I mean, I'm just saying now, like, I just know how things work. And just because some billionaires who are pretty damn greedy, that doesn't mean all of them are greedy. Like, there's a lot of billionaires in the world, and they all provide jobs that we need. All the corporations provide jobs that we need. So you're trying to bite the hand that feeds you, and you don't even know it.
Just be clear. Kamala Harris and I We believe in the American people. We believe there's nothing we can't accomplish together.
Man. Shout out Ohio.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, we just can't figure it out. Well, then how the hell did every other country figure it out in the world? How did they all figure it out? Because I don't believe they love their children any more than us. I believe they love their children just like us. But they have figured out ways.
And shout out, man. Shout out, M, man. Appreciate the support, big dog. Are there any examples of communism ever working? Well, to be honest with you, China, China's a bit complicated because China just makes up for their F-ups. Like, it's kind of crazy how they do it. Like, they destroyed their housing economy, so they get into the infrastructure of Africa, and that's how they kind of save themselves from their economy imploding. So I guess it works there. Kind of. Honestly, I kind of see China as a dictatorship, but they'll tell you they communists. And man, shout out Austin Jocelyn, man. We appreciate you, bro. Pulling back up again, man. We appreciate it. All supporters in the back were busted in fake. All supporters in the back were busted in fake. I'm weak. All supporters in the back were busted in. I'm like, that is a bit wild. I don't really like to feed into those crowd stories too much. I'm just like, come on. Y'all being childish trying to make fun of each other's crowds. Like, I don't get it. But it is what it is.
To strike a reasonable balance. Things like we did in Minnesota to have enhanced background checks and red flag laws to get guns out of there, to make a difference. And I've still got my guns to go shoot pheasants in a couple weeks.
I love that point. Like, man, what loyalty does any corporation? I'm gonna give you this one because that was actually a decent point. He said, "What loyalty does any corporation give you when they show out for the shareholders?" I get it. I get what you're saying here, and I'm gonna tell you this right now. So if that's the case, and they gotta work out for the shareholders, why make things harder on the shareholders? These are the billionaires, the shareholders. The ones that they gotta, pimp their ass out for. Yeah, I get it. You're not wrong. I ain't saying that you're wrong, but why make it harder for them? Like, why make it harder for the shareholders to tell these people to keep their jobs? You make it hard on the shareholders, which are these billionaires. They're gonna ahead and make it harder on y'all. Like, I promise you, it's just always been how things work. So yeah, I get it, but what's the point of antagonizing these shareholders to start taking jobs or lowering productivity or lowering hours? Like, what's stopping them? Nothing.
We still have the opportunity. So we need some water.
So it's best to play in their best interest, like it or not. I don't like it, but it's a like it or not situation here.
Can we get a check on him?
Appreciate that.
We get someone that, Van, you got it? Thank you. We've got someone there. We'll make sure, we okay? Getting help. Well, that's what Pennsylvanians do. They help their neighbors. That's what it's about. So that it's hot. It's hot. Get some water. Okay, we'll get some water. It is hot. So thank you all. And again, I'll go back to this. I appreciate you being here. Make sure you're drinking water. Take care of the people next to you.
Bro, it's not a be happy if you had a job and make them happy. No, it's a make them happy or else you don't have a job situation. I mean, they're going to protect their bottom line at the end of the day. These are crude, savage, crude businessmen we're dealing with here. I understand that. Why antagonize these people who fit their bottom line? There's some of them that are not that bad, but not all of them. There's some of them that will try to keep jobs, but not all of them. Why do we want to risk it? Why do we want to test these people's morality? Why not just make it easy for them to just give us jobs and keep this shit going? Why make it harder on them? Like, think about it. Like, do we just hate the rich that much? Like, because I have nothing against those people. Like, I would rather make it easier on the people that's kind of, sending it down the pipeline low key. Because the money comes from them and then it works itself down to you. Of course, it distributes to multiple people outside that point, but you know what I mean.
That gave me good advice. Speed up. So there we go. That's good. So I'll bring her home here quick, folks. Look, Kamala Harris made it clear. These guys want to instill fear. They want to tell you that just get over it. It's a fact of life. This is the way it is. She simply has said it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. We can't afford 4 more years of this, and I've been saying it, this Project 2025. Isn't it funny to watch these guys? Oh, never heard of it in my life. They even saw it, never knew, never did whatever. I've been saying this. As 900 pages of it, I said as a football coach, when you take the time to draw up a playbook, you're going to use it. They drew up the playbook. They know. But I want to tell you something. It's what and how they...
And my shout out, bro. Appreciate you, Purple Man 510. Small businesses create more jobs, and we could have an LLC. Sounds like you're for socialism for corporations. Y'all are Trump sexuals for sure, but I respect your morals. Now, dog. Okay, that was actually funny. Now, okay, dog. Do you understand that she's now 500? It's like, what was it? 500,000. Are those going to be taxed? You know that, right? That's considered the 1% rich. There's a lot of small businesses that hit that easy. Like, there are a lot of small businesses that hit that $500,000 mark, and that is going to hurt a lot of small businesses as well. So how are small businesses going to get jobs? And hold on. And further to your point, these small businesses also buy products from corporations, condiments, meats, like, bro, napkins and all this good stuff. And you can even frame this from eating. You can frame this from whatever small business you're thinking about. You buy from corporations. So at the end of the day, like I said, these corporations even control small businesses and how much they spend, how much jobs they can give out as well. But it's kind of sucks because you can't escape them. Like, I feel you. I hear your point. You can create an LLC, but like, dog, I can create like, bro, LLC'd up, but I still got to go to HP. I still got to hit up the Wi-Fi. These are all corporations that I need to run my business. If it makes it harder on corporations to run and they raise the prices of these, that means I got to raise my prices as well. At the end of the day, I hate to say this, but we're all economic slaves to the corporation. Until we do something about it, this is what we're in. Even if you want to be small business and all that, like, you can't deny yourself. You buy from corporations to fund your business. It be the cell phone service, it be the technological service, it be whatever. It be the iPads that you may buy for the company, computer, all this good stuff. You're buying from a corporation. Unless you're like, and I doubt you're making everything yourself. Even if, and especially if you're in a building, like, come on now. You're paying to some corporation, even the electricity that you got to use to fund damn near, I say like 90% of businesses is going to be affected by electric corporations. So it's not about small businesses, because even small businesses are controlled by corporations in a way. If they fluctuate prices, small businesses got to raise their prices too. It's just the way it is, bro. Small businesses use the logistics of big corporations. Do you get my point now? Like, I appreciate you, Purple Man 50. I do appreciate you, but that is my response to that one.
They think about this. My opponent, Senator Vance, had a quote that you read it and you hear it, you gloss over it, but think about how deeply disturbing this is. He said that when they get power, and they will use the Project 2025, they need to be ruthless when it comes to the exercise of power. Who says ruthless in the exercise of power who's running for a democratically elected position? This is not about power, this is about public service. This is not about power, it's about governing. So when they mean ruthless means tax cuts for billionaires, once again, that drove up our national debt. Now, here's what's something really interesting. I saw when the announcement came that the work that's done by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to start taming inflation, to start finally seeing gas prices come down.
Man, hold on. No Purple Man disrespected in chat, man. Hold on. You going for that one. You don't disrespect your supporters, man, good or bad.
Start for this week a reduction in, thank you guys. We saw
I agree with that.
Senator Vance
No bailouts. I agree with that one.
lead an audience when he said, well, they reduced interest rates this week. How terrible is that? And he got the crowd booing. Who boos for lower interest rates? Venture capitalists, apparently. Because people who want to pay a mortgage or want to get student loan, or whatever it might be, care about that. So look, we get it. You know what's out there, and I get you. Come here, we're rallied up, we get it. I understand very clearly we're preaching to the choir, but I'll go back before I end this to remind you. When we named our daughter Hope, we did it because it was the most powerful word in the universe. But as my wife, the English teacher, the no-nonsense Midwestern Lutheran, my wife reminds us, hope is not a damn plan. We don't hope we're going to beat Donald Trump. We don't hope that we're going to tackle climate change. We don't hope that we're going to end school shootings. We create a plan to do it. And the privilege we have an opportunity to turn the page and choose a new generation of leadership, a new way forward. All right. Okay. You've been here. It's hot. Preaching to the choir, but boy, the choir needs to sing louder than ever. So, busy jobs, busy lives, football games to watch, all kinds of things. And I'll often tell people, I know it, and they'll tell me, look, and you heard Anthony say it, we were talking, he goes, just didn't know, I'm not really into politics. My response to that is, too damn bad, politics is into you. Literally, your health care, your school's, your child's education, all freedom, all of the things you care about. So look.
Nah, that's one true thing he said, though. Hey, politics is into you. It's like, that's true. That's one truth he said, man. Politics is definitely into your lifestyle, what you want to do and how you want to live. It is a bit crazy, but that's what it is. Politics is into how you going to live your economic life, man, medical life, all that good stuff.
45 days to the election. October 21st is the last day to register in Pennsylvania. Here's my quick pro tip. Do what Minnesota did. Same day registration, by the way. Same day registration. That up there. But here it is. It's all on the line. 45 days, not just for the next 4 years, but for the next 40 years. 45 days to bring joy back to our politics. 45 days to say we are not satisfied with putting cracks in the glass ceiling. We're pushing President Harris through the glass. So,
I see where they're going with this one.
So, all gas, no brakes, sleep when you're dead. We do it because we love this country, and as the next president of the United States says, when we fight, when we fight, let's go.
Yeah, and that's how he ends it. That's how he ends it. All right then. Let's see here. Actually, which one was this? I think it was this Vance. Nope. I can tell by the time limit that it was coming. I can tell by the time limit. Nope. Let's do this Vance one. We already did. All right. Let's see what your Vance. Bro, in the same city is hilarious, though. They both pulled up the VA. Both.
You guys, it is great.
I mean, PA. They both put up to the PA, man. Shout out Pennsylvania. Hey, man. They fighting over y'all, man. They fighting over y'all. You should feel special.
You guys, it is great to be here. It is great to be in Pennsylvania, and we have got 44 days till we're going to turn this state red, turn the country red, and make Donald Trump the next president. Now we love you all too. Now look, I got a couple people I want to recognize. We have the Berks County Chair, Susan Bernhardt. Where is Susan? Susan, you're doing a great job. Thank you. We have got former congressional candidate and founder of Hope and Coffee, Lisa Schleifer. Where's Lisa? Lisa, thank you.
I ain't gonna lie. What I like about JD is that, bro, he when he talks policies, I mean, he just explains it so well. Like, you really just can't miss. You can't miss it. You just can't miss it. You know exactly what he's talking about. You know exactly what the solutions he's trying to get to is. Like, I like it.
We've also
like, I dare say he explains policies better than Trump.
got running around here somewhere my 7-year-old and my 4.5-year-old. So. And they are thrilled to be in Pennsylvania, but they are particularly thrilled to go to the Hershey Park later today. And as a lot of you with kids will know, it's so amazing when you have kids and you see how innate their personalities really are. So the 7-year-old is probably somewhere around here reading a book. He's like his mother. And the 4.5-year-old is much more like his dad. He's probably trying to find a building to burn down or something like that. Just total Asian of chaos. So I apologize. But Vivek, if you're listening, don't do anything crazy, please. We got to win Pennsylvania, and we can't let a 4.5-year-old prevent that from happening. Now, look, I don't know if y'all have noticed, but, you know, Kamala Harris does this interesting thing where the only time she speaks before the American people is when she's got a teleprompter right in front of her. And I think it's because she has no idea what to say unless somebody else is writing her lines for her. Isn't that a disgrace? Now she will, I'll give Kamala Harris a little bit of credit because over the past 50 days, now don't run me out of town yet. I said I'd give her a little bit of credit. I give Kamala Harris a little bit of credit because she's given 2 interviews over 50 days of being the Democratic Party's nominee. Now, I think I've figured out the secret though. The reason Kamala doesn't get very many interviews is because every time she does, I think we pick up about 100,000 votes. So,
I mean, trust me, the more independent voter is more like, yeah, ain't no way. Like Oprah, that kind of stir a decent amount of people away. I seen some people in the comments that were like, yeah, you pro Kamala. Oh, she's so there for the people. Then I seen some people like, bro, hold on. What the hell was she even talking about? Like, what was this for? I thought Oprah was going to talk about changing America. They just pretty much hyped her up the whole time. I'm like, yeah, for an hour 40? Yes.
So I guess...
Not saying that Trump hasn't got the same treatment, but Kamala seems to get this treatment every trip.
I guess Kamala's attitude is better hide from the American people, but Kamala Harris, there is no hiding from the wisdom of the voters of Pennsylvania, and in 44 days, you're fired. Now, it's so funny. I talk to the president, of course, all the time, and he and I think, figured it out a few days ago. Kamala Harris, she's running from every position that she has ever had. Now, she said she ran on defunding the police, and while she's been vice president, there's been no vice president in this country's history who's more anti-law enforcement. But now she says she didn't mean it. Now, 3.5 years ago, Kamala Harris said that she wanted to ban fracking. And how would that go over for the workers of Pennsylvania? Not very well at all. But now Kamala Harris says, well, she didn't mean it. Three and a half years ago, Kamala Harris suspended deportations. She stopped Donald Trump's wildly successful Remain in Mexico policy. And she radically increased asylum fraud in this country, opening the southern border and flooding communities like this one with deadly fentanyl and a lot of crime. But now Kamala Harris says, no, I didn't mean to do that. And we figured it out. She can't be trusted. You're exactly right. But I think what I've figured out is that Kamala Harris knows that she's not going to win this race, so she's auditioning for my job. And I told the president, sir, you got to be worried because she's going to show up at one of these rallies with a long red tie and a Make America Great Again hat. But here in Pennsylvania and all across our country, we are not going to let Kamala Harris forget that she opened the border, that she went to war with the police, that she tried to ban fracking, and she is fired on November the 5th, and we're not going to let her get away from it. Now, this is our second stop here in Pennsylvania. We got in earlier this morning, and we stopped at a grocery store. And this goes to show you, I love my kids so much. They're so funny, but I brought them along with me. And the reason I brought them along with me is I'm very proud of my 4.5-year-old. Yeah, he's a bit of a wild child, but he and his mom have been doing reading lessons, and they did their 100th reading lesson this morning. So I'm a very proud father, but that's why they're with me. Is one of the rewards is they get to ride around the beautiful state of Pennsylvania with me. Now, we went to a grocery store, and I said, well, another reward is that you can pick anything you want in this grocery store, and I assume, of course, that they'd want a piece of candy. But again, my 7-year-old, he's just like his mother. He's very, very practical. He's what they call a type A personality. And I'm talking about grocery prices, which we'll get to in a second. And the media's sitting there, and my son tugs on my shirt and he says, Dad, we need eggs. And I said, son, when I said you could get anything, I thought maybe you meant like a Snickers bar or something. He said, Dad, you used the last 3 eggs this morning. We got to get eggs.
I'm weak.
So I'm like, all right, son, we'll get an ice cream sandwich and I will get a dozen eggs. And that's exactly what we did. But, it reminded me, a dozen eggs, almost $4 in the state of Pennsylvania. When Donald Trump was president, you know what a dozen eggs cost in this country? About $1.50. In the state of Pennsylvania, one of the worst, actually, I didn't know this until recently. You all have had one of the worst grocery price inflation in the entire country.
No, it's good, Miss
A gallon of milk costs $4.28. Thanks, Kamala Harris. A dozen eggs costs almost $4. Thanks, Kamala Harris. A price of ground beef went from just shy of $4 a pound to $6 a pound because Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act. And as Kamala Harris, she is, my friends, I haven't been in politics long enough to be as shameless as Kamala Harris and stand before the people of Pennsylvania and America and say on day one, she's going to tackle the affordability crisis affecting American families. Kamala, day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing that whole time? If she wants to do something to fix the very problem she created, there is nothing stopping her. You get to work right now, Kamala Harris. Stop talking about what you're going to do and actually go out there and do it.
That's the point none of the Kamala supporters can answer. I mean, let's fix the border. Why didn't you do that day one? Oh, let's help inflation. Why didn't you do that day one? All this stuff could be done day one. And as vice president, people say, she had no power and all that good stuff. And I'm just like, okay, so she wasn't a leader then. You expect her to be a leader now? Or let's be real. I don't really get it. I just don't get the Kamala obsession. I'm just looking at it, and it just doesn't seem like. Well, she looks like a nice lady, but not a leader, to be honest with you. Because if she was a leader, she'd have came out and said, "Look, I nudged Biden a couple of times and tried to get him to do stuff. He wouldn't sign it. Brought it to the Senate because as VP, she's president of the Senate. They didn't want to push it. She could at least come out and make her concessions to the people and just be like, all right, look, this is what I tried to do and it ain't work out. But if I get in office, I can go ahead and get this done for y'all. It'd have been a better, I'd say it'd have been a better sell.
Now, it's not just grocery prices. It's everything is more expensive in this country. Americans cannot afford to live a good life in this country because of Kamala Harris's policies. It's crazy. Now, think about this. Donald Trump and I believe in a very simple principle, that if you work hard and play by the rules, you ought to be able to get ahead in this country that all of us love. Isn't that simple?
And shout out M-Man, $2 Super J. He said, wasn't Kamala called the border czar first by Joe? Yes, she was. And you know, he even used a good old line, all right, kiddo, I trust you, man. Just go out there and get that job done. And she completely failed. Like, completely failed. And then we all just pretend like she ain't never, had the title. First, they try to deny the title. Then, the Republicans bring up the day that Biden said it. And now now we just all try to, disavow it as if it's not true. It's wild. And then when we say, oh, she was the border czar, what's wrong with the border? Everybody want to give us these crazy statistics about, oh, well, how immigrants cause less crime and all that good stuff. And they're just here to help us. And it's all this wild, really, all these wild excuses at the end of the day for why she's selling us out for immigrants. People got excuses for her for even that. I mean, like, this is a woman that people make excuses for. She has to say nothing. People in the chat make it for her, and people on the news make it for her.
That is right, man. That is the American dream. And one of the most critical parts of the American dream is being able to afford a home. And right now, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, homes are skyrocketing. Mortgage interest rates are as high as they've been in a generation, and a lot of young Americans feel like they cannot afford a home in this country, and I think that's disgraceful. One of the reasons why we got to get Donald Trump back in the White House is because we want young Americans to be able to afford to own a stake in this country, and they will when we get Donald Trump back. Now, here's the thing. This is not rocket science. Right? Why have homes gotten so expensive? Well, two reasons. Number one, Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote, the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act. That shot interest rates through the roof. And the other thing Kamala Harris did is that her border policies welcomed 25 million illegal aliens into this country. People who shouldn't be here. People who are competing against you and your children to buy the homes that ought by rights go to American citizens. So our message to Kamala Harris is stop giving American homes to foreigners who shouldn't be in this country. Start giving them to American citizens who deserve to be here and ought to be able to afford a stake. Now, unfortunately, my friends, we know that it is not just higher housing prices and higher grocery prices and, yes, overcrowded schools.
The one thing you can't say about Jay-Z, though? I mean, not Jay-Z. Oh, weak Jay-Z. One thing you can't say about J.D. is that, well, he was born rich. He was not born rich. Boy, dude was born broke. Broke. Like, shoot. Broker than most of y'all. And he done made it. Capital Venturist, like Yale graduate, all that good stuff. Went to Ohio State, then hit Yale. It's like, come on now. One thing you can't say is you can't compare him. You can't hit him with the Trump comparison. Oh, he got $1 million. Well, he got it off the ground. And I think I'd rather trust somebody with the economy who started from, zero to, I guess, $1 billion with him. You feel me? Than somebody who just never ran a business in their life. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Never made money in the private sector. Kamala and Tim Walz. Well, no, wait. Nope, just Kamala. Kamala never made money in the private sector. I believe Tim Walz has.
That's not the only consequences of illegal immigration thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. Because there's a lot of crime. There's a lot of crime committed by people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. And I just want to, I want to read through this. Now, earlier this year, an illegal immigrant from Guatemala killed a 21-month-old child in Chester County. That's just earlier this year. In 2022, fentanyl, thanks to Kamala Harris's open borders, became the most common source of overdose deaths in this country. Thank you to Kamala Harris, who allowed the Mexican drug cartels to turn our country into a drug trafficking zone. There are a lot of people who are dying of drug overdoses, a lot of lives who've been ruined because of that. And ladies and gentlemen, you know one of the things I really love about our country, and I believe that every single person in this room would agree with me, is the American dream is not just a dream for people who did everything right all the time. It's an American dream for people who want second chances. And I believe that in this country we can have more second chances if we just get smarter policies. And this is something that is very personal to me, because those two beautiful boys that are running around outside, they have gotten a second chance with their grandmother, my mother, because this is a great and generous country. Now, a lot of you know that I was raised by my grandmother. And the reason I was raised by my grandmother, I called her Mamaw, we love Mamaw, is because my own mom struggled with opioid addiction for a big chunk of my early life. And I remember being that teenager at my mom's bedside, begging and praying to God that she would wake up from whatever she had taken.
Damn.
And what I worry about is that there are a lot of kids and a lot of grandparents who are having those exact same prayers go unanswered because of the poison that Kamala Harris has let come into this country. Now, I am proud, I am so proud of her, that Mom is close to 10 years, coming January, 10 years clean and sober for my mom. And for all of you out there who are dealing with it yourself or know somebody, love somebody who's dealing with it, there is hope on the other side of addiction. There is hope in recovery, but only if we give people that second chance. And we are not going to give the second chances to millions of Americans if we keep on letting those drug cartels use our country as a drug trafficking zone. So our message to those drug cartels, our message to those drug traffickers, our message to everybody who is coming to this country illegally is in 6 months, pack your bags because Donald Trump's coming back into office and you're going home.
You know, it's so funny. I kind of like when Trump said, you know what? Death penalty for drug dealers. I'm like, damn, that's harsh. But if you consider what's going on with the fentanyl, crack, and all that, heroin, then if they selling that, I can agree to death penalties for drug dealers. I can agree to that. It's going to, trust me, you're going to think twice. You're going to think twice before trying to sell some drugs if niggas was getting, people was getting death penalties.
And it's all of these public safety issues. I mean, in this state, property crimes are up 20%. In this state, 12 more minors died from gun violence, thanks again to Kamala Harris's policies. And right now, there are 250,000 illegal aliens in the state of Pennsylvania, thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. And that doesn't count all the people who've gotten across unchecked or unaccounted for. So it's probably more like 500,000 illegal aliens in the state of Pennsylvania right now. And how many of us just in this room know a school where they're struggling to give American citizens a good education because the schools are flooded with people who shouldn't even be here? And wouldn't it be nice to have a president who thinks that the first duty is to keep American citizens safe, not people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with? Now that problem, just that immigration problem alone, has cost Pennsylvanians $2.6 billion. That's $300 for every man, woman, and child in this room and all across Pennsylvania. That is totally unacceptable. And you know, one of the things that I really wish,
now, you know, it's so funny. It's so funny that there are really people who are against Vance right in here, talking about, oh, he wore dress, eyeliner, and all that good stuff when Biden done did a lot of things for trans. So did Kamala. Hey, the Biden-Harris administration took care of the gays when they took care of, America. Let's be real. So it's kind of funny y'all in here trying to make these, points. And I'm just like, hold on. Don't y'all party support cross-dressers, transsexuals, LGBTQ and all that? So even if Vance was one, isn't that what y'all party supports? Or are y'all gonna be like women when it comes to gay dudes? It's like, it's all fun and games, but but as soon as you don't like somebody, you're gonna call them gay. Or women with the word like hoe. It's like, oh yeah, like go ahead, be a hoe, but when I don't like you, you're a hoe. Like y'all being really childish with this at this point. It's like, come on now.
Y'all are so kind and generous. Often when I come to events like this, people ask me how I'm doing. And look, I'm doing great. This is the honor of a lifetime to be able to stand up here and ask you for your vote to be the next Vice President of the United States. But I really wish that I could take every single one of you and give you the perspective that I've gotten on this great country over just the last 7 weeks. Because this is a beautiful country, my friends, from the beautiful deserts of Arizona to the mountains of central Pennsylvania. This is a beautiful country. I believe it's the most beautiful country in the whole world. And it's not just that beauty that you see that's surface deep. We have got underneath the ground here in Pennsylvania natural resources that Russia and China would literally kill for. We've got the best workers and the best people. We've got the best historical tradition and cultural traditions anywhere in the world. We can fix this country's problems, my friends. We just got to get better leadership. So I want us to tell Kamala Harris and every...
Man, and shout out Purple Man 510. Trump and Kamala are two sides of the same coin, and the Federal Reserve System owns the coin. Yeah, that's a little bit too true. Ban abortion or allow immigration, they win either way. Yeah, that's true. Now, if we're talking about terms of the Federal Reserve, I mean, yeah. And here's the crazy thing about the Federal Reserve. Imagine our monetary system depending on something that's privately owned. Can you imagine that? Like, can you imagine something that's privately owned that Americans can't really get involved with, nor our government, but it runs our monetary system? Like, can you imagine such a crazy thing existing? Well, welcome to this reality. It's called the Federal Reserve. And if you ever think that a president's going to remove this, well, one tried and he died.
Every single one of the corrupt Washington Democrats who have failed to do their job and protect this state and all 50 states. On November 5th, the American people, people...
Appreciate that super chat, Purple Man. Appreciate that.
People of Pennsylvania are going to send a message. You're fired and Donald Trump is coming back to the White House. So of course, I talked to the president quite a bit, and I get a call from the president. Not unusual because we call each other a lot on Sunday, and I was. Is that him? It probably is. So I'm sitting with my 7-year-old boy. We're sitting at home, and the president calls me and he says, "JD, they tried to do it again." And I said, "They tried to do what, sir?" And he said, "They tried to shoot me again." And I said, my first reaction, of course, was, "Well, sir, are you okay?" Right? That's what you do. I said, "Sir, are you doing okay?" And of course he said, "Yeah, I'm doing fine." And then he said, "We've got apparently a heckler there in the back, but we'll get him out of here." Our friend.
Man, that's crazy. You always do say the left is a bit like, I don't know. I hate to bring up this argument sometimes, but bro, the left be out of pocket, bro. Y'all is out of pocket. What y'all be doing, dude, is the most. It gets to a point where the left do get violent. Bro, I had somebody in my chat pretty much say, if I see you wearing an American hat, I'm going to take it off you. I'm like, dog, do you know you're playing with your life with statements like that? I mean, I encourage you, Trump supporter or Kamala supporter, don't antagonize or don't, like, harass anybody just because of their political beliefs. I implore you not to do that because it might just be the wrong person.
It's all right. It's all right. Hey, look. Our friend back there wants to pay even higher grocery prices. That's why he's supporting Kamala Harris. But I talked to the president, and the president says, and remember, this is like 5 minutes. This is well before the news became public. The president, this just happened 5 minutes ago, and he says, I'm doing fine, but I'm kind of pissed off because I was about to make a birdie putt on the 6th hole, and they wouldn't let me finish. And I chuckled a little bit. Of course, I'm sitting in Ohio, not in.
Man, and shout out, man. Em, appreciate you, big dog, out here basically sponsoring the show. Wasn't Kamala caught copying Trump? Yeah, no fracking, no tax on tips, child tax credit, all that. Yeah, all that been plagiarized policy, sadly. Plagiarized policy. It's crazy. But yeah, that's what. Hey. Kamala coming soon. No tax on overtime. I almost guarantee it.
Florida, and I'm more bothered by this than he is. But then it hit me, two things. Number one, isn't that the kind of man we want to be the president of the United States? A guy who takes a bullet and stands up and raises his fists in the air in defiance. A guy who, again, is nearly assassinated and is more worried about not making a birdie putt. Because that shows you who he is under fire, under literal fire. And as much as the media loves to lie about Donald Trump, and as much as Kamala Harris's entire campaign is about lying about Donald Trump, what we want in the Oval Office is a person who is calm and cool under pressure. And that describes Donald Trump to a T, a guy who can take a bullet and still keep his wits about him. You know who we don't want in the Oval Office? A person who is so afraid of the friendly American media that she won't even give a real interview. Because, Kamala, if you're too afraid of the American media to give an interview, we cannot trust you to represent us on the world stage and in front of world leaders. Because we all know, the most important job of a president, it's not agreeing with you on any substantive policy issue. The most important job of a president is dealing with crisis. And I know who I trust to deal with a crisis. It's Donald J. Trump, the man who has stood calm under fire, not Kamala Harris, who's too afraid of the American media to give an interview.
Whoa, a hot seat interview on Fox or Daily Mail. Like, where are the hot seats interview for Kamala? Like, 'cause she ain't afraid to get no interview to, CNN, ABC, MSNBC. She cool with them. But where is the right-leaning publication interviews? Like, come on. Stop hiding. In the words of these rappers, come outside. Oh, man.
And then, of course, the media is trying to bury this story. Literally 6 days ago, there was a near assassination on a former and future U.S. president, and the American press is more worried about salacious scandals in other states than they are about what's going on right here in Pennsylvania, or the fact that Donald Trump was nearly assassinated. Now, I think that's ridiculous and preposterous, but think about this. What is it that drives the left's hate?
Oh, man, shout out, bro, because Vance and Walz are debating on October 1st, so don't worry. Saint Kimi is going to be there. Man, it's going to be a banger. So, bro, Vance is going to do Walz dirty. Because Vance is going to have the gloves off. It's going to be I ain't going to lie, this is going to be the debate we wish to happen between Trump and Kamala Harris.
Hatred of this one person. And I think I figured it out, my friends. The answer is censorship. The reason they keep going after him is because they want to silence him, and they want to silence him permanently. And by the way, they want to silence every single person in this room.
The debate's coming up, man.
That's why, by the way, big tech conspired to silence Americans over all the COVID craziness. That's why big tech still to this day tries to interfere in our elections. And that's why at this very moment, the Democrats are busy calling anybody who disagrees with Kamala Harris's open border a racist. They're all about silencing their fellow citizens. Now, here's what I think about this, and here's why I think we got to talk about this immigration and border issue every single day. Because I've seen in the small town of Springfield, Ohio, or here in Pennsylvania, there have been cities, small towns that have been overwhelmed with migrants who are brought in by Kamala Harris. And we know exactly the story. We know that it leads to a stress on local services. We know people can't get into hospital or to the doctor's office. We know that schools don't educate children as well. And we know that it means higher housing and higher grocery prices. That's what Kamala Harris's open border does to small towns and big cities all over our country. But here's what really bothers me about it. It's not just that they've made people's lives worse with this terrible open border. It's that they're going to call you bad names if you dare complain about it. And so our message to Kamala Harris and the Democrats is we're going to keep on complaining about your policies because this is America and we have the right to speak our mind. And our message, our Semper Fi, sir, our message to Kamala Harris is very simple. We are not bad people for thinking that you should not flood millions of illegal aliens into this country. We are not bad people for thinking that the drug cartels shouldn't be allowed to bring fentanyl into our country. You are not a bad person for having the courage to defy Kamala Harris and say no more of this garbage. Kamala Harris is a bad person for letting this happen to our country in the first place. Now, we're going to take a few questions from the media, but before we do, I want to just leave you. That's okay. You don't have to boo them. Some of them are very fine people. But I want to leave you with one final thought because I think it ties together how broken Kamala Harris's policies are. It ties together what Pennsylvania is dealing with at this very moment, and it also highlights how much better we could be in this country with better leadership. We are sitting in the state of Pennsylvania. You all in your state are sitting on what can only be described as the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. Again, when I talk about Russia and China having resources, they would kill for the resources that we have just in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, Kamala Harris has pursued an energy policy where she'd rather buy oil and gas from tin-pot dictators all over the world. I say we buy it from Pennsylvania workers right here in our own territory. But if we do that, it's not just going to be good for the Pennsylvania energy workers, though it's certainly going to be good for them. If we make more of our own energy, it's going to drive down the cost of manufacturing. That means making more stuff in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and all over our country. It's going to drive down the cost of food. That means more farmers can afford to stay on family farms, and we all can afford to buy good food at the grocery store. It means that everybody, whether you're rich or poor, can afford to turn on your heating in the depths of a cold winter night. It means peace and prosperity for our people, and the fact that Kamala Harris is going to war against Pennsylvania energy instead of fighting for Pennsylvania energy means that we cannot let her anywhere near the Oval Office. So, with gratitude for every single person in this room for all the hard work we're all going to do together. Thank you for having me. It's great to be here, and let's have some questions from the media now. God bless you all. It's great to be with you.
And shout out JD for always taking questions from the media right after. He's like, bring it.
So, thank you all, please. So, we're going to try to take a few questions here, but what I'd like to do is start with local reporters, and then if we've got time afterwards, we'll take some questions from the national folks too. First question, the lights are too bright for me to see you, but I'll hope that you got a microphone back there. Just shout your question at me. Sir, could you repeat the question, please? Just be loud if you could speak directly into the microphone because it's hard to hear you up here.
Trump has proposed multiple tax cuts, and we have a national debt that's more than $35 trillion. How would a Trump-Vance administration reduce the impact of this loss of revenue?
Well, look, first of all, Somebody just gave me an answer. One thing we're going to do to lower the cost of goods, but also to reduce that deficit is drill, baby, drill. And Pennsylvania is going to benefit as much as anybody.
They make it like a simple solution, pretty much.
But look, I am glad you asked the question about taxes, and I'll talk about revenue in a second. But the tax issue really does illustrate the difference between Kamala Harris's policies and Donald Trump's policies. Kamala Harris is going around every single day promising that working Americans are going to get a tax increase and also promising that she's going to reward corporations that ship American jobs overseas. That is the sum total of her tax policy. You know what Donald Trump's tax policy is? He wants to give hardworking Americans a tax cut, and he wants to penalize corporations that are shipping our jobs overseas. Let's build and make things right here in America and reward the companies that do that. Now, when you do that, when you reward American businesses for creating American jobs as opposed to Chinese jobs in China, you lower the deficit because that means you have fewer people collecting and more people working and paying into the system. The other thing you're going to do to lower the deficit is to cut out the Medicare, Social Security fraud that we see coming from illegal aliens every single day in this country. We believe that we need to preserve and protect Social Security and Medicare. Kamala Harris wants to bankrupt Medicare and Social Security by giving it to illegal aliens. Is that a good idea, Pennsylvania? And it's not just Social Security and Medicare that the illegal aliens are taking advantage of. We've got housing. We've got numerous types of welfare. We've got numerous types of cash assistance that people who shouldn't even be here are taking advantage of. So I absolutely believe that we can cut taxes on hardworking Americans. The way that we do it is stop paying out hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal aliens who shouldn't even be here. And that's what Donald Trump and I are going to do.
Yep, $400 billion we damn near dedicate to these immigrants. And, I mean, to supporting them. We spend $37 billion on trying to keep them out, but we spend, like, oh, man, 10x that just keeping them in here. And it's damn near disrespectful because, you know, we spend like $100 billion less on our veterans.
Next question.
Hi, Senator Vance. I just wanted to ask you, last weekend you talked about creating stories so the media pays attention to American people's suffering. But when those
Could you start at the beginning and then repeat the question a little louder?
Last week, you talked about creating stories so the media pays attention to people's suffering. But when those stories aren't necessarily verified saying those things because you're really just trying to jam the base, or are you? And I guess my question is, are you guys still really trying to win over voters that might not already be in the
Look, what?
Oh, it must have not been a favorable question.
What? It's a. Well, that's my first response to the question is boo. That's exactly what we're doing here. But look, the media has lied and misrepresented this, and so, of course, is the Kamala Harris campaign, because Kamala Harris, notice, she's not running on substance, she's just running on dishonesty, because she doesn't have a record she can defend herself. What I said is that we create media stories. In other words, we focus the people's attention on what's already going on. Does anybody really think?
And I mean, yes, go look at that CNN interview. He said we're creating the attention for the media to come in on this story. He's not saying that he made up the story. No, he's saying I'm creating attention. There's already a story here. It's going on. It's real. I'm just creating attention for it. Y'all messed up.
People's attention on what's already going on. Does anybody really think? I challenge you. Go to Springfield, Ohio, which has been overwhelmed by 20,000 Haitian immigrants. Go to any community that's been overwhelmed by Kamala Harris's illegal alien policies and tell me that these are stories made up by politicians. These are stories that people have been living for months or in some cases years. The only thing that Donald Trump and I did is highlighted and focused on them so that you guys would stop ignoring the American people. And by the way, I think it's a little bit rich that the media wants to aggressively fact check every single thing that the residents of Springfield are talking about. These people who have been suffering for months or even years. In Springfield, Ohio, people are getting evicted from their apartments and from their homes to make way for people who shouldn't be in this country to begin with. That is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. And it's happening because of Kamala Harris's policies, and a lot of the media and Kamala Harris were ignoring it until we started talking about it. Well, you know what my job is as the future Vice President of the United States, and my current job is as a United States Senator representing the people of Ohio, is to listen to American citizens and fight for them, and that's what I'm going to keep on doing every single day. Next question.
Thank you for taking questions from us. I have a question for you about polling. I'm wondering how much weight you and the former president are putting into any of the recent polls that show Harris up in Pennsylvania. Obviously, in 2016, the polling didn't seem to reflect who won the election. So I'm wondering how much weight you and the former president are putting into these polls, and what you would tell voters who are watching those polls.
So very, very good. That's a very important question, actually. Here's how much weight I put in those polls, and I want to be as precise as I possibly can. 0. That is how much weight I put in those polls. And look,
Bro,
we
I ain't gonna lie, bro. There's polls that got like this man Trump like 3 points up, like, and it's kind of crazy. But then again, some polls are admitting to having some biases. So I really don't know. It's really hard to tell what the polls are saying. When you look at one poll is gonna say for Trump, one poll gonna say for Kamala, and it's like there's really, you don't know who's being biased and who isn't at this point.
We have, I believe, in our campaign, the very best pollsters working for us, and trust me, we feel extremely good about Pennsylvania and the whole country. Just let me give you a very precise example. I remember the fake media polls in my Ohio Senate race that told us that we were going to lose, and this wasn't in September, this was October, that I was going to lose my Ohio Senate race. And then I had a pollster who said, you know what, we're going to win, and we're going to win by 7 points. And then I won by 7 points. I trust that pollster more than I trust the fake media pollsters. But I think it's important, look, we shouldn't trust any poll, whether they're good or bad for us. And trust me, there are a lot of good polls for Donald Trump right now. The reason is simple. The polling doesn't matter. Your voice matters. And
yeah, low key. Some people are just doing the polling to kind of give you that, I don't know, that hive mind. Like, if they give you that projection that, oh, well, all of America's leaning towards Kamala, then, oh, well, maybe I should vote for Kamala since everybody else is doing it. People actually vote like that, believe it or not. I promise you, people really vote like that.
We got to get out there and make sure you show your voice. And I really do believe that there are, let me take it back to 2020. I remember there was a poll that said that Donald Trump was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. You may not remember that, but I pay attention to this stuff very closely. They said that Wisconsin was going to be lost by 17 points. It's not just wrong. The purpose of that poll is so that people who support Donald Trump in Wisconsin don't get out there and vote. So whether you're a swing voter or whether you're pro-Trump or whether you're maybe leaning Trump, I don't care how you fall in this election. Don't let the polls convince you not to show up and have your voice heard. Go and vote. It's the only way we're going to fire Kamala Harris. Next question.
Senator Vance, thank you so much for joining us in News Sports today. Really appreciate your time. So the agriculture trading industry, of course, is the backbone of Pennsylvania's economy. Is that right?
I think that's right.
So the Shapiro administration recently invested more than $10 million in an innovation grant program to help Pennsylvania farmers. What would you do to help Pennsylvania farmers?
Well, the first thing that I would do to help Pennsylvania farmers is to cut out the anti-energy policies that make it impossible to operate a farm in the state of Pennsylvania. When I talk...
And it's crazy because this was something that I knew was coming to America before it came to America. Because in Germany, about 2 years ago, there was a protest. The farmers were protesting in Germany because the government was forcing them to buy more expensive gas. Not raising the price of gas, but forcing them to buy more expensive gas and just raise their prices phenomenally. Food prices raised and everything. And then there was a huge problem going on until they start leaving, manure in front of state buildings. Shout out Germany.
Talk to Pennsylvania farmers. What they always tell me is one of the most important, maybe the most significant cost in their business, in their farm, is energy. Because you can't run a farm without diesel fuel. And a lot of us may not know this, but some of the most important fertilizers that our farmers use actually come from natural gas, good Pennsylvania natural gas. So if you have a president like Kamala Harris, who is actually making energy more expensive, she is waging war on Pennsylvania farmers, and that is, in fact, what she's doing every single day. That's why we got to get her out of there and replace her with Donald J. Trump, who loves our farmers and loves our energy workers. But look, I also think that we absolutely have to invest in Pennsylvania farmers and invest in innovation in our farms. We've got the most innovative farming sector anywhere in the world, but it's not going to stay that way unless we stay ahead of the curve. So it's good to invest in our farmers, but the most important thing is to cut down on energy costs. Here's one more thing I'll say about farming. Kamala Harris came out with this policy that a lot of people didn't pay attention to, but what she talked about is taxing people's land and taxing people's business, not when they sell them, but before they sell them. If you want to destroy the family farm in the United States of America, you will do exactly what Kamala Harris's tax proposal is. And if you want to save family farms in this state and everywhere across the country, we need Donald Trump's tax policies, which are good for workers, good for farmers, and good for everybody else. Next question.
Senator Vance, you're set to debate Minnesota Governor Tim Walz in 10 days. What are the topics you're hoping to discuss during this debate, and would you be open to a second debate depending on how the first one goes?
Well, first of all, I'd love to have a second debate. We've actually offered Tim Walz a second debate, and they've totally rejected it. But look, I actually think that you should have to earn this job. Like, think about this. I'm asking all of you and everybody watching on TV, the whole country, to do something that really should put a person in awe. I'm asking you to make me the Vice President of the United States, and to do that.
Man, he ain't trying to sell that like it's some job you just can't do nothing in. It's like, it's kind of crazy. Like, bro, some of these Kamala supporters really will sit here in our face and be like, oh, she couldn't do much. She's only vice president. And I'm just like, damn, y'all kind of selling the position short. Do you know what a vice president can actually do? Or y'all just out here giving Kamala any type of excuse? He's taking the position serious.
That is an awesome and frankly a very humbling thing. But the only way to go and do that is to earn people's vote, not to hide from them in a basement, which is what Kamala Harris is doing. I cannot imagine running the campaign that she's run. She wants to be the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military in the world, and she hides from the people that she wants to lead. I think it's disgraceful. Me and Donald Trump, we get out there as much as possible. We talk to everybody we possibly can because we respect the American people enough to earn their vote. And look, I'm looking forward to the debate. I'm sure Governor Walz is looking forward to the debate, but maybe not. But look,
yeah, I doubt it.
We're going to get out there and we're going to talk.
I mean, dog, we're talking about a young college graduate, Yale, all this good stuff. I mean, bro's going to do circles around Walz. I'm giving it to J.D. Vance off rip. I'm giving it to J.D. Vance. It's just, there's nothing you can do. There's really nothing Walz could say, do, besides just be like, besides have Trump derangement syndrome. That's the only thing he can do. And if he thinks he's going to get under J.D. Vance's skin, and he does, then I ain't going to lie. This man going to have the clever, like, snapbacks. Like, he's a better communicator than Trump. And I honestly, I think y'all going to see what I mean and how right I was on debate night. I promise you. Even if it's 3v1, I feel like bro got that intellect to go ahead and hit low-key to Bruce Lee the situation. It's going to be a 3-on-1. It don't matter. Bro going to get it out the way. I pray that it's not nothing like that. Like, that's some BS. I hope not. But I'm going to be honest with you. That's what most likely he's going to be walking into.
To the American people about policy. What do I want to talk about? I want to talk about how can Kamala Harris.
Shit, if it's Ivy League, you know what? I can agree with that. I can agree. College don't make you smart, but guess what? Your accomplishments out of college does say something. And his accomplishments outside of just going to Yale, hey, multi-millionaire. What can I say? Is Vance a billionaire or a multi-millionaire?
Run away from her record. She pretends that she's been nowhere near the White House for the last 3.5 years. She's the sitting vice president of the United States. She says that she wants to do a lot of things on day one. She's the sitting vice president of the United States. And I happen to think that, we should think of an election like a job interview. A person who refuses to do interviews and a person...
Okay, yeah, millionaire, about good 10 million. Somebody said he was a venture capitalist and he was worth more than that, but I'm like, I don't know. They're saying 10 mil.
Person who refuses to acknowledge her own failures and a person who refuses to run on her record, we're not going to give that person a promotion. We're going to get her out of Washington, send her back to San Francisco where she belongs. And I hate to say it, we're running short on time, but I'll do one more question and leave you with a final thought, and then we'll have to hit the road. But one more question.
Hi, Senator. Thanks for taking my question. I wanted to get your response to Ohio Governor Michael Lyon's opinion piece in the New York Times yesterday, where he said he was saddened by how you and President Trump continue to repeat claims of lack of evidence and disparage the legal Haitian human rights litigation in Spokane. And he said that he felt that
well, look, first of all,
No,
Mike
we don't.
DeWine has endorsed the Trump-Vance ticket, and we are a big tent party, and we're going to have people who have...
Look, bro, J.D. Vance is the one person. Oh, there's a lot of people, but in politics right now, he's the one person that came out. He came up from the hardest background out of all the candidates. Out of Walz, out of Kamala, even especially Trump. I mean, especially Trump, of course. Bro came from the bottom, okay? The bottom. Crack mama and all that good stuff in the hood, basically. Well, in the white trash area. He came from that. Yale, multimillionaire. I mean, you love him or hate him. What you can't call him is, well, lazy, broke, and unaccomplished.
Disagreements, and that's okay. You know what the difference is between Kamala Harris's Democrats and Donald Trump's Republican Party is we're okay with disagreement. We're okay with it so long as you've got common sense. We're the party of common sense. Kamala Harris, if you don't support her policies that want to destroy the Pennsylvania energy sector, or if you don't support her policies that want to open the border, she'll try to censor you, she'll try to shut you up. That's not what Donald Trump and I are doing. So let's have the conversation. We're big enough for it. Look, think about this. Think about our party, and I'm sure there's a diversity of opinions, even just in this room, about the people I'm going to name. But look, we've got Nikki Haley, Brian Kemp, Donald Trump, Bobby Kennedy, and Tulsi Gabbard, because we're the party of common sense.
Nikki Haley?
That's it.
Oh, I don't know about Nikki Haley, man. That's a little bit too pro-Israel for me, in my opinion. But, and then she a bit of a war hawk. I don't know. She don't want no peace with Putin. She don't want peace with, I'm gonna be real with you, with like Hamas. Like, she's a bit of a war hawk. And her in the cabinet, I don't like too much. I don't like it. Be honest with you. Honest critique.
Now, in that spirit, I'm thrilled to have Governor DeWine's support, but there is one thing that he is just wrong about in that argument. The 20,000 Haitian migrants who come to Springfield are part of hundreds of thousands of Haitian migrants, part of 25 million illegal aliens in this country. Now, here, when the media says that people are here legally, here's what they mean. That Kamala Harris has granted mass amnesty to millions of illegal aliens. Now, I happen to think that what Kamala Harris has done is not just wrong, it is illegal. So when Kamala Harris uses an illegal action to give amnesty to aliens, that does not make them legal immigrants, that makes them illegal immigrants unless you've lost all common sense. So, I'm going to keep on talking about illegal immigration. I'm going to keep on talking about how Kamala Harris doesn't have the authority to grant mass amnesty. And I'm going to keep on talking about the fact that we need to close down that border and send Kamala Harris back to San Francisco where she belongs. Now, let me... Now, my friends, I want to leave you with one final thought. And, one of my favorite Senate colleagues, he will, I've only been in politics for 2 years, but I've seen him give a speech where he says, I want you, meaning everybody in the audience, to get out there and vote 10 times. And people get a little uncomfortable. They say, well, we're Republicans. We only vote once. Here's how you can legally vote 10 times. You take yourself to the polls and you make sure 9 other people go right along with you. And
That's smart. Make sure they Trump supporters.
So, I want everybody right now, get out your phones right now, take out your phones, and take a photo of me sitting up here, and go on social media and post a photo, whether you use Facebook or Instagram or X or Twitter, whatever you use. Get out there and post it. And here's what I want you to do. I want you to post the photo, and I want you to talk about why. Tell people why you're voting for Donald Trump. That's number one. And number two, I want you to find at least 9 of your friends. Make sure they make a plan to vote. Make sure you find a way to help them get to the polls, and do it however makes the most sense for you. Because we've got early voting, we've got mail-in balloting, and of course we've got election day voting.
$150 billion all made in 3.5 years. They took off the sanctions. But Iraq is like a subsidiary, become unlivable war zones.
All right, back chat. And because let me set up this climate change. So we're about to get into climate change a little bit. I got the perfect person. I got a professor who's an Asian, so you can trust the knowledge, or so you can at least trust the IQ score.
The suicide attacks grind life to a halt. So, as president, I would look at a map of the Middle East, and I'd see a massive piece of land, and I'd see a little dot, just like this stage and that, right at the top. This would be Israel. And I said to Miriam, I said to Sheldon, I said to friends of mine, how can such a big piece of land, I mean, how could this be possible, where you have that little piece of land surrounded by massive numbers of people and soldiers, big armies. Iran has a big army. Big mistake when another administration took out Iraq. You know, you had two for centuries. They would fight each other under different names, under religion, but they were the same strength. And they'd fight and fight and fight, and then they'd relax, and then they'd fight and fight and fight. This went on for centuries. And then somebody who wasn't a very smart person eliminated one of the sides, and the other one was left with nobody to fight. And now the other one basically has Iraq as a subsidiary. And Iraq is very rich, and so is Iran very rich. When I was there, Iran had no money. Now Iran has $350 billion, all made in 3.5 years. They took off the sanctions. But Iraq is like a subsidiary of Iran. Don't let anyone ever tell you. And Iraq has over $300 billion. So this is a very rich two nations, and they are essentially one. And they're getting closer and closer all the time. This is a nightmare that should have never happened.
Yep, and that's because we pushed away Putin. So for those of y'all who say, oh, Trump is bending over Putin, no, he was low-key keeping this nice little triangle, trifecta. We got a power stable. And what it is, the United States, Russia, China, you know, there we go, the big three. And since we're kind of making one pull towards the other, we're kind of disrupting some power here. Economic, at least. So, yeah, that whole anti-Putin agenda they pushing is only going to hurt us in the end. Like, it's better we just work with him. We may not have to agree with how he runs his country, but we do have to sit here and accept that he is one of the major powers in the world.
Iran, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, you see the Houthis all over? They've long dreamed of making all of this come true, and if Kamala Harris wins the election, her weakness and incompetence, she's grossly incompetent. Look, she can't do an interview, okay? And let me tell you, I won that debate by a lot. By a lot. You know, I walked off the stage, I said, man, did I beat her, even though I was against 3 people. I kept saying, I said, what are you doing here? And you know, the things I said were right. Like I said, we have massive increases in crime. And David Muir said, that's not true. The statistics show that crime is going down. Anybody in their right mind, take a look at what's happening from the border. That we have crime that's worse. I said, you're wrong on that. Crime is going down. Now let's go to the next one. I said, what the hell was that all about? I only have one regret, that I wanted to be elegant and I didn't want to attack the anchors, which would have been very easy to do.
Yeah, it would have been hilarious too. I ain't even gonna lie. I mean, who wouldn't want to watch Trump attack the anchors? It would have been funny. Let's keep it real. Like, come on. Like, come on, take a joke, guys. Like, man, people don't be not fun no more. Like, oh, he's hurting women's feelings. Like, bro, he can't make a joke against a woman. Man, crap. All right, they got me. They got me with the ad, guys.
How millionaires pay off their debt.
They got me.
So if people pay off their full credit card debt.
Yeah, a lot of times they don't need to.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars
Now, let's get a quick lesson on Marxism real quick for the chat.
tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com/show and support the InfoWars.
Shout out InfoWars. You can't say that.
Marxism. Some of us are well schooled on what has become known as cultural Marxism, and many of our fellow American citizens are not, and I can't blame them. Marxist theory is a giant mess of complicated mental illness, but I'm sure you need more information than that. So what if I simply told you that following World War II, a group of Marxist political theorists who seemed harmless after having fled persecution in Nazi Europe after betting on the wrong totalitarian horse, communism, brought their complete disgust for Western culture to Columbia University in New York City and gradually spread their cancer into the government, media, and academic institutions of the United States. Notably flaring up in the 1960s, as Dr. Theodore Dalrymple put it, these new theories appealed to utopian adolescents who, number one, wanted to deny that they were the most fortunate generation that had ever lived, and number two, dreamed of a life completely without restraints on their pleasure, giving the baby boomers what they wanted and not what they needed. Frankfurt School adherent.
That's kind of how I see abortion, to be honest, as like women don't want no restraints on their pleasure. Now, I know it's going to sound a bit effed up the way I explained it, but it is what it is. That's how I see it.
Number one, wanted to deny that they were the most fortunate generation that had ever lived, and number two, dreamed of a life completely without restraints on their pleasure, giving the baby boomers what they wanted and not what.
Oh, man, I got you, big dog. You said Northern girl hobbies. I got you, sweetheart, man. We're going to go ahead and run the vote poll. Let's see the sheep.
They needed. Frankfurt School adherent, former member of the Brain Trust of the OSS American War Machine, and godfather of the New Left, Herbert Marcuse, along with his contemporaries, engineered a slow-moving Marxist revolution from within American society, utilizing a mass psychoanalytic Hegelian dialectic psyop that is blossoming today amongst the lethargic minds of the millennial generation.
My friend said the Frankfurt School considered psychology one of the main branches of knowledge that had to be integrated with Marxian theory. By no means replacing Marxian theory, but taking it into Marxism.
A synthesizing technique known as...
So, Marxian theory has been pretty much submerged in, let's see, I think liberal culture. I would say it's school. Yeah, I would give it to the college culture right there. Marxism, damn near where it started from, huh?
As repressive tolerance. Thankfully, in the interest of time, Marcuse simplified the definition of repressive tolerance, saying repressive tolerance is intolerance against movements from the right. And
That's what some of y'all got. Intolerance against movements from the right. Intolerance from movement from the left. That is a lot of y'all. Thank you.
Toleration of movements from the left. Repressive tolerance is achieved by arming the thoughts of emotional, rationally vacant liberals with the potent weapon of critical theory, a hive mentality that produces a catharsis for the self-loathing types of our society when confronting the social, historical, and ideological forces gluing the structures of a society together. As a nation, we have reached a state of cultural subversion where full-blown treason has become the norm.
People love you, and you win. Woo! And when your son looks at you and says, Mama, look, you won, bullies don't win. And I said, baby, they don't, because we're going to go in there, we're going to impeach the mother...
Judicial Watch has been sounding that alarm for some time now, exposing the fact that your tax dollars are supporting your own demise. George Soros' Open Society Foundation's efforts to subvert the populism and anti-globalism sweeping the United States with Marxist division and unyielding self-loathing should ring alarm bells from sea to shining sea. Judicial Watch stated, Soros, with the help of American taxpayer dollars, bolsters a radical left-wing agenda that in the United States has included promoting an open border with Mexico and fighting immigration enforcement efforts, fomenting racial disharmony by funding anti-capitalist racialist organizations, financing the
You know what's so crazy about this man Soros? He funds most of the colleges. I mean, he funds some colleges, like he funds Harvard, Yale, like bro funds some highly established colleges to the point where the Open Source Foundation funds these colleges more than the tuition that the students or their parents pay. most of their funding comes from, well, donors, sponsors, all that crazy stuff. So who do you think these colleges work for? Because it can't be you. You're not even their top. You're not even their top money maker.
Black Lives Matter movement and other organizations involved in the riots in Ferguson, Missouri, weakening the integrity of our electoral systems, promoting taxpayer-funded abortion on demand, advocating a government-run healthcare system, opposing U.S. counterterrorism efforts, promoting dubious transnational climate change agreements that threaten American sovereignty, and working to advance gun control and erode Second Amendment protections.
And they essentially erode gun control and Second Amendment. Damn, doesn't that sound like Kamala Harris? But when we call her a Marxist, though, y'all just want to be like, oh, y'all lying conspiracy theorists. No. We're coming from somewhere with this.
Source our foreign policy to Soros front groups.
Now, as I said, George Soros is a billionaire. His groups don't need tax dollars to do their work advancing their left-wing agenda, don't you think?
The moral and rational code of the United States is taking a severe beating. We have no other choice but to prosecute and reject this invasion of intended mental illness spearheaded by enemies of our republic like George Soros, or find ourselves morphing into the madness as our nation enters the point of no return. John Bound reporting for InfoWars.
I ain't gonna lie. Shout out on InfoWars. And I was able to get this up. Shout out. Because, yeah.
It's another one of those. You are so that.
I'm sorry. I'm a bit.
Or dinosaurs. Are they?
Well, we're about to find out some stuff about climate change. Because this is what they don't want you to know about climate change. Yep. Name of the video. Shout out Tucker Carlson and this Asian professor. We're about to really get into it. Man. This should be a good one. This should be fun.
I'm right now, as you know, in a very tough re-election race in Texas. The Democrats,
Stephen Miller here. Right now, my organization, America First Legal, is fighting back against the lawless left.
Blessing to have you. And this is such an interesting question with so many implications.
Yes.
And I want to spend most of our time talking about the implications. But just to the strict question of where hydrocarbons come from, it sounds like they're not necessarily all from ancient forests.
This is going to be a high IQ conversation. So some of y'all may want to leave. I understand, but let's go.
Well, it's a blessing to have you. And this is such an interesting question with so many implications.
Yes.
And I want to spend most of our time talking about the implications. But just to the strict question of where hydrocarbons come from, it sounds like they're not necessarily all from ancient forests or plankton or dinosaurs, are they?
Yes. The story can be a bit long, so give me a few minutes to explain. You are certainly right, but...
I mean, bro, InfoWars have been right too many times just for me to sit there and ignore them. I mean, like, let's be real. Shut up. I don't show enough InfoWars on here just because, YouTube and all that good stuff. But other than that, I ain't gonna lie, they pretty good.
Most important to clarify is that the information that is found on the...
Don't make me bring up the African children in lithium mines now. The African slaves in lithium mines. Come on now. InfoWars is the one who broke that first. Then everybody else follows suit.
Largest moon on Saturn, which is called Titan.
Yes.
It's actually results from NASA, European Space Agency, and then the Italian Space Agency, who built this spacecraft called Cassini and Huygens. Actually, one of my thesis advisor committee is actually built the UV spectrometer. But the one that they used to discover this, basically the ocean liquid form of methane, which is in ethane form, which is much more complicated hydrocarbon, is whole ocean of it. Because Titan is in such a way that it's very cold, by the way. So it's minus 290 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes.
Hint. Where's the global warming there, right? If it's full of methane there, right? That's another problem because it's far away from the sun. That's what it is.
Yes.
And clearly that the question of abiogenic matter, which means no need of any biology, is true. Because we know. Actually, one experiment was done in 2009. It was done in Swedish Royal Academy, one of those group. But it's done by one Russian leader. He was able to show that if you squeeze methane, CH4 in chemical formula, so 4 hydrogen, 1 carbon, squeeze them in a form in which they simulate the condition of the Earth mantle, which is 1,800 miles deep,
Yes.
kind of below the surface, because the Earth is deeper, right? And it's within this 18, but basically the condition that is only about 40 to 150 miles in, that you actually can form complex hydrocarbon. You got benzene, you got ethane, you got all this other stuff forming. So that proved beyond doubt that you have such a way to make this. Plus that Titan proved beyond doubt. You actually see methane also in all the atmosphere of Jupiter. You know, you even find benzene in the rocks of Mars. And then for me, astrophysicist, I can tell you even more. You find this complex hydrocarbon called polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon. It's another one of those complex hydrocarbon. Then actually you found it in interstellar space, between space within stars, intergalactic space. These are everywhere. Because temperature there are cold and probably the right pressure condition, all this complex hydrocarbons.
Well, it's kind of incredible because all of us, and including myself until very recently,
right,
assumed that all of our main energy sources are these so-called fossil fuels, and of course their existence is going to be limited by the amount of fossils, by the amount of decaying organic material.
Not so.
Not so.
So if that's not so, then we need to rethink a lot of things.
A lot. I think this one fit into a paradigm, a famous.
Now he's about to explain how the myth of, well, we're running out. That's why we need to switch. We need to pivot. Running out of oil. Let's see.
Economist that I like very much. His name is Simon. Do you know about this guy named Simon? Julian Simon. Yeah, the key guy. University of Illinois and then Maryland. He was the guy who said that the ultimate resource of humanity or Earth is actually not all this material thing like uranium, gold, because uranium, there are far more uranium in the oceans than on the land, right? You have 4.5 billion tons of uranium in the ocean. You have only 17 million tons of that. Gold, copper. What do you want on the ocean? It's all there, except they're in very dilute form.
Yes.
Clearly. So the ultimate resource actually is not that, it's the human.
Yo, we got a breaking news here coming in. At least 4 killed and dozens injured in shooting in Birmingham, Alabama. Police say at least 4 people were killed and dozens more injured in mass shooting in Birmingham, Alabama Saturday night. According to the Birmingham Police Department, the shooting occurred just after 11 p.m. in the 5 Point South area, where officers found 2 men and a woman unresponsive with gunshot wounds. Man, according to KWQC TV News, police, 4 dead, dozens injured in mass shooting in Birmingham, Alabama. Shout out to KMIZ, at least 4 killed and dozens injured in, well, same thing. All stories are mainly the stories are coming out the left. Man, shout out to Breaking News. Appreciate y'all for tuning in, though. Let's get right back to it.
Human mind is the innovation part of it.
And let's pray for Birmingham, Alabama, and let's hope that there's not any more deaths. Let's just pray for Alabama.
I think I like that principle
Pray
a
for
lot.
Birmingham.
It fits very well in terms of saying that it's all matter of cost. Even oil. I don't know if any of you know, the audience know that 50 to 60% of all the oil that you already drilled, the drill hole, you can only pull out 40 to 50% of it. 60% of that remains in it. Simply because there's not enough pressure to get it out. This is why the idea of abiogenic oil is interesting, is true, clearly true. It's all matter of cost, really. Because this thing has to form way inside the earth, the mantle, which is 50 to 100 miles, right? Human, how deep have we ever drilled? Only the skin, which is only 5 miles maximum, 5 to 6 miles basically. That's at most that we can drill. And then all this stuff had to permeate into the reservoir. I got this information from the top people that physically have to look for oil every day. One of my friends, Joseph Limecooler from Beacon Energy, offshore energy. Those are the guys who work day in and day out to bring us the energy, actually, the oil that we need.
So why don't most people know this? Why do most people think that the gasoline in their car was, by definition,
have to be limited? Yeah.
Yeah, that there's just a tiny amount and it's going away. We'll never find more.
The world is full of untruth and half-truths, right? That's the whole problem, right? That's why for so long, even the idea that we are not limited and bounded by availability of, let's say, gasoline, petroleum, or coal. Coal now they won't allow us to use, right? As you know, in COP meeting in Dubai that just ended a day ago, they just physically declared themselves that we should stop using fossil fuel. Basically, petroleum, natural gas, and even coal. I mean, these people are insane now, really insane. I think they're going to harm more people with their own delusion. Plus, they always remember, these are people who actually don't represent the majority. No. Since when are this put up to vote? It's always about this minority, the tyranny of the few, always robbing the whole census, the good census of the good people. This is part of the reason why, as a scientist, I also speak out. Not afraid of anything except for just telling the truth. And I'm glad to have this opportunity to say such thing in your show.
So, I mean, if we haven't been told the truth about where hydrocarbons come from, right? And we haven't. I mean, I've never met a single person in my life who said, wait a second, they're not all fossil fuels. Then we keep hearing there's a scientific consensus on climate change. Every scientist believes the same thing about it, believes Al Gore and John Kerry. Maybe that's not true either?
Oh, that I can tell you, please. Thank you for asking that question, Tucker. I've been working on this subject of CO2 causing climate change, or what other factors we can ask that cause climate to change, for close to since my postdoctoral year, 1991, right? So it's about 32 years. And on this question, I think we have a very definitive answer. What we know now is CO2 ain't gonna cause nothing. It's not gonna change much of the climatic system, which means it won't change the speed of the hurricane. It won't change how fast or how frequent tornado form. It won't even actually make any difference to the polar bear population. It's all conservation issue, right, on polar bear. It won't even cause how much fish you don't catch, you know. It won't even cause what they call ocean acidification. It won't even cause this problem that they claim. It's all artificial. Everything they do, it's all dreamed from their model and the tyranny of the few again.
Oh, wow. He pretty much just say, hey, yo, what they telling you is a lie. Everything, a lie. It's all just a model that they want to use to fearmonger you into paying higher taxes and paying more on energy, to be honest with you. And that's me saying that, not really him.
That those few people just dream up this scary story that it just ain't true. And then when you come down to the most responsible group for this kind of bad stuff, I was reminded by my colleague, Dr. Ronan Connolly and Michael Connolly, my two co-workers with me on my group, is to say that since I work so carefully and I have about more than 100 scientists the last 3 years alone working with me, so I don't speak on behalf of them, I speak on behalf of myself. My view is that the UNIPCC, United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, is one of the primary problems, which means they have been misleading people. They've been using authority of science, which is not true, right? It's all governmental hackers, basically, right? People like John Kerry, who I guess can barely take a proper physics class, who keep claiming that greenhouse effect is so simple, right? And then he refused to explain how does it work, right? I mean, he did all of that is very terrible. That really embarrassing to America. He did that in Bali in Indonesia several years back. That is just so embarrassing.
Do you think he can explain how it works?
I don't think so. Even Al Gore, who claimed to know something about science, I challenge Al Gore. I did some of that in his face, actually. I was lucky enough to be in one of those Wall Street Journal eco conference, and I was setting up with all the UC Santa Barbara students. Please make sure when the question comes out, give me the mic. I was making friends with them the night before. I explained now my details of my work. So I got the mic and I asked question about Al Gore, because one of the primary sad thing that they refuse to recognize, that I know you know that in even grade school sciences, CO2 is a gas of life. When you have more CO2, the plant kingdom, the whole ecology, even the oceans, gonna have more, basically, ability, more fishes, more everything.
More life.
More life, essentially. That's why it's called gas of life. And these people want to demonize it as some gas that can cause global warming, can cause hurricane to run faster or weaker. I don't know what they want.
Yeah, carbon is the gas of life. Like, bro, what? Carbon, more plants, more fish, more life altogether. I'm like, well, and y'all want to minimize it? They want to damn near create something called a carbon tax, and believe it or not. So, yeah, it's a bit strange. But let's get more into the scam that they done hit us with.
To have more rain, more droughts, and all this other nonsense that they claim, all of that, it just ain't so. That's the problem. By the way, This is how serious I am. I check everything they say. I check. As a scientist, you cannot just dismiss them. You cannot laugh at them. You cannot, chide them. You cannot just make joke of them. You check everything. So as a very serious scientist, and I publish scientific paper refuting all of these arguments. Scientific papers maybe mean nothing to the average people, but it's really important. It's like a document that you have to document and then put out the proper scientific arguments about what is right, what is wrong. So that's what we have been doing at my particular center called series-sign.com. So anybody who wants more information about this, please go to the website, right? And study what we do there, because we are the one that is truly independent from any funding agency, any money that you could possibly give me, like Bill Gates. Please don't give me money, thank you. And Al Gore, please don't give me money. Don't give me any money if you tell me what to do. You know, even some of your money, I might not want it. But the point is that I want to be independent, just like you. In the media, I want to be fearless. I just set my own agenda. You don't tell me what to research either. I research what I want to research. So we've been researching on many, many topics. So on the climate change issue, I'm fully convinced. After all these years, even though we may not know exactly what is causing climate change, we suspect it's the sun. We have a lot of evidence to show that it's probably the sun. Very high percentage, like I would say 90% we're sure, but not 100%. But we know carbon dioxide is not the gas, it's not the what you call like your thermometer in your room can adjust up and down that you can set the temperature to be whatever level you want it. First of all, they can never tell us.
So carbon levels is not something that you could set like a temperature to. When they say, we need to reduce our carbon levels and all that good stuff, it's like, this is not something that they can realistically control. So when they say that, we can reduce this and that, it's pretty much a lie. Now, I ain't saying there ain't things you could do to, save energy and all that good stuff, but according to him, you just can't adjust the carbon levels to high or low whenever we want. Like, it doesn't work like that.
What temperature do they want it at?
Unless we're like a type 2 civilization.
What is the temperature you want to set the global temperature? Al Gore has not been able to answer that. John Kerry has not been able to answer that. Because we know the temperature from the coldest in Siberia to the desert in Sahara. I mean, these are huge, at least 100 degrees or more kind of differences.
Yes.
I mean, who are you to tell me which temperature is the correct temperature where you guys are talking like that? They are talking as if they are a pseudo-God, they're God themselves. I mean, these people are so ambitious that in some sense, I think we have to keep their ambition down a little bit. I mean, these people are not contented, just like what you put out there. You cannot be ambitious when you're contented, but these people are so out of their mind in some sense that I think is misleading. And somebody had to speak out against them. I think you are one of those who consistently point out their hypocrisy, right? And I really find that the whole problem of this global warming is a complete nothing, which means we should do nothing about it. Just go on and live life and adapt to it. Right.
So here's, of course, I agree completely, but here's what I don't understand.
I'm seeing that I've already watched this before and all that good stuff. And hey, I do like the environment. I love nature. So why wouldn't I learn about things that I like? Like, come on now, guys. Come on.
Dan, global temperatures have dramatically fluctuated within the period that humans left records. I mean, not that long ago. I mean, there are cities underwater because sea levels have...
and his name is Dr. Willie Soon. So Dr. Willie Soon is like moon, but an S. Is actually kind of funny. S-O-O-N. Dr. Willie Soon.
Risen within recorded history. The signs of the glaciers are all around us.
Yes.
So that was all before the internal combustion engine. How do they explain that?
This is the problem. They admitted. A lot of them admitted. They willingly admitted. You can read all.
But you can't deny it. I mean, we had glaciers and then they melted because of global warming.
They are forced to confess. I mean, these are the confession time. It's the sun actually that does a lot of this. The glacier, like there's a period called Little Ice Age. From about 1300 to 1900, where very cold, and then there's a medieval warm period from 880 to about 1200. It was warm. I mean. You can grow wine in England, right? And now you cannot grow wine, right? Things like that. I mean, Greenland was green back then, but now it's full of glaciers. Ice is coming in. So what are you talking about exactly? And it was the sun, actually. The sun fit quite well. As far as we know, in terms of deducing the information.
I mean, bro, making some great points. If you're actually listening to him, understanding what he's saying, he's making some pretty good arguments here. Like, let's be real.
How does the sun, how bright was it? How dim was it? Basically, just like that, just the amount of light coming out from the sun. Very tiny percentage, by the way, very small. It's on the order of less than 1%, but it's more than enough because there's another effect that is very, very important. It's basically because the sun, the earth is forced to go around the sun. And then the orbit change ever so slightly because of perturbation from all the other planets.
Yes.
Jupiter, Saturn, and even Venus and Mars. They're actually controlling what we do. And the moon, of course, is very important. But that other factors, the orbits, plus the changes of the sun by itself, between how bright, how dim it is, these two factors can explain just about everything that we know. All the data that I have, actually. So I've been this is why I was so fascinated in studying this issue. I spent my whole life actually studying this. Nothing but doing just this. And the more I understand, the more I think that, wow, it's just a gap to be filled in. We have too much information and then these people come along, say that CO2 is causing everything. I check. Oh, maybe they're right. I check. As a scientist, I have to check them. But then it's not even close. I mean, these people are talking about things that is, there's a famous phrase by a very famous Wisconsin meteorologist. His name is Professor Reed Bryson. He's one of the father of climatology, really. He just say that you go out and then you might as well, if you think CO2 is so, you might as well spit into the air and see what happened to the airflow. He was just basically saying that CO2 is nothing, cannot cause the climate to change or anything. It doesn't change anything, actually. It's the sun. Why you think the most important things that you should...
Hey, Dr. Willie Soon. That's his name, man. Dr. Willie Soon. So, hey, shout out Dr. Willie.
Climatology, really. He just say that you go out and then you might as well, if you think CO2 is so, you might as well spit into the air and see what happened to the airflow. He was just basically saying that CO2 is nothing, cannot cause the climate to change or anything. It doesn't change anything, actually. It's the sun. Why you think the most important things that you should talk about, they never talk about that. They always want to average the data. The most important thing they should talk about, you know what? It's the season. No two winters are the same, no two summers are the same. And they never explain that. It's actually the orbits with the sun changing it ever so slightly. And I'm not talking. I have published papers and papers like that on all this to show and document why and how. That's what the fun part of doing science. It's not only chit-chatting, hand-waving like crazy. You have to be, even though I may look like one now, but I am always very calm when you write down. Every time I have to write a paper, I always tell my wife, please, don't disturb me for a few days. I'll be back. Things like that. Of course, working at home, but I'll be back.
So is there any way to predict what climate change will be based on...
Actually, you can because of the orbit. The only thing we don't know is how to predict the sun changes by itself because the magnetism, just the magnetic field on the sun is too complicated. The sun is the magnetized ball, right? It's a gas, hot gas. It's about, the magnetic field is so strong, it's 10,000 times stronger than the Earth. The Earth is also a magnet, a bar magnet, basically.
Yes.
It's 1 Gauss, we have 10,000 Gauss at least on the sun. So it's a very different property. And it works very differently because it heated by basically a thermonuclear reaction inside the sun. So it created all kinds of hot gas behavior that's very difficult to try to master or even to model using mathematical equation. Actually, it's much easier to study the Earth than to do the sun. So that's part of the problem in scientific tasks, the physics task. They're very difficult. But then we learn a lot. We learn a lot through just watching the sun. Galileo Galilei, right? He pointed his telescope. He was smart enough. First, he pointed to Jupiter, the moon, right? Jupiter, then he saw the moon, right? He saw 4 moons around it. And then he's smart that he go the next day to watch it again. He watched and then he started to move. By the way, the famous story of Galileo Galilei, we'll talk about it someday. When he wrote that down, initially it was in Italian. When he realized he discovered something so unique, he changed the language to Latin. And the next day, I got it, man, the good one. So he started writing in Latin, precise language, okay? But anyway, for the sun, it's really so complicated that actually I've been studying this as long as you know me. I studied this for so long. We know a lot. I even wrote a popular book actually to try to explain why that during a period of the sunspot. So Galileo Galilei started in 1609, 1610 or so. So we have about now 413 years of data. But there's a period that deep inside the Little Ice Age, 1645 to 1715, is called the Maunder Minimum. Because during that period, the sunspot almost all disappear, especially in the northern hemisphere. It disappeared completely. Nobody know why. And that's why the French astronomer, famous people like Cassini, the one that the Cassini spacecraft, he was observing at that time. He said, man, this Galileo guy must be on either drinking too much or lying or things like that. He said there's a lot of sunspot, but we observe at this time, we didn't see nothing. What's wrong? But it's an actual phenomenon, right? My friend, my good friend, which is the #1 world sunspot historian, he just wrote email to me, Douglas Hoyt. He actually was the master of this, collecting all the sunspot data, going back to all the major libraries, from Galileo first point all the way to present point. Basically found that this phenomenon is true because during that period, the sunspot was not there, not because nobody was watching. There was at least observed 80% of the time during the...
Now, if you guys want to hear the rest of my man, you can always probably look up certain lectures he's done, Dr. Willie Soon. You could also just go to Tucker Carlson and this is what they don't want you to know about climate change. Now, oh man, I feel like it's almost Asian Appreciation Month in here.
During the 70 years.
Let's go to
it's so
another
unique, that period.
Asian person
but now,
that it's kind of explaining a dark reality right now that we're going through right now. That I think we can all kind of feel just a little bit, if not a tiny bit. If not a tiny.
Hey, Oliver, you're not the same when you use zigzag.
Look.
Hey, let me know if y'all want me to go back to that one later, though.
I just got this from a friend of mine
dropping
over
some
at
bombs,
Dugout.
but this
Universities.
Birds and struggle session.
Thank you. This is
Shortly after George Floyd died, Memorial Day weekend 2020, people began to say that what was happening in the United States bore some resemblance to what happened in China 50 years ago, the Cultural Revolution, with red guards and struggle sessions, public humiliation.
Let's look at some comparisons because we're starting to look like China.
Public atonements, a kind of secular frenzy that looked very much like a hate-centered religious rite. The Cultural Revolution. But was that overstatement? Well, Xi Van Fleet has seen both. She's Chinese. She was 7 years old in 1966 when the Cultural Revolution started, and 17 when it ended with Mao's death in 1976. And along the way, she became one of its victims. She moved to this country, to Kentucky, in 1986, and she's been here ever since. So she has seen both revolutions firsthand, and she's written a new book comparing them with a warning. It's called Mao's America, and we're grateful to have her, Xi Van Fleet, in the studio with us now.
She wrote a book called Mao's America. I mean, all right, let's hear her out. This should be interesting.
Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you. This is unbelievable that I'm here with you.
Oh, I'm so grateful you are. So you were 7 years old when the Cultural Revolution started, the equivalent of first grade.
7 years old when Mao took over. Yeah, it must have been a very interesting time for her.
What was the moment that you realized something strange and important was happening in China?
Yes, to me, my memory is it happened overnight. And overnight, I just noticed there's a lot of what's called big character posters everywhere. It's just big pieces of paper and with words written in very large letters so everyone can read it from distance, kind of like today's social media.
Crude propaganda.
Yes, it's really the posters.
Okay, well, comparing social media to communist propaganda back then, wild statement, but let's hear it out.
Really, of people denouncing others. In my school, I remember
Professor, you gotta be
the papers were denouncing administrators or teachers. And it's overnight, and it's just everywhere and in the cafeteria because that's the only place that has a high wall that's indoor. And it's just from a ceiling, from the floor to the ceiling. And it's class stopped. And so one day I went to the classroom and I saw a note on the blackboard. No class for 3 days. And that 3 days lasted for 2 years.
Damn.
2 years?
2 years. No school.
Damn.
Because this school...
Yo, you coming into the classroom, you expecting, all right, man, time for school. Note on the board, no school for 3 days. You all right, cool. 3 days pass, you get that message like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. We going through some things. Ain't no school for a couple years.
School
like,
was
whoa.
like all the other institutions, was shut down by the Red Guards. And the Red Guards, and I think nowadays more and more Americans are familiar with that. And Red Guards were the kids from elementary school to universities. So they took over the country. So there's no school for 2 years. So what did we do as a kid? We went to the street. So every day we went to the street, we watched the Cultural Revolution unfolding. And that is struggle sessions, parade of those people who were denounced, and eventually become violence.
So it was young people aiming their rage at the behest and the direction of the central government of Mao against not foreigners who threatened China, but against Chinese, against your own people.
Yes. And it is difficult, even for me to understand, and it took me a long time to understand what that Cultural Revolution was about. It is a revolution that Mao launched against CCP, against his own party, against his own government. Why? Because he thought he was losing influence. He thought he was no longer had absolute power. So it's really a power struggle. And this time, he did not use the armies. He did not have to. He had tens of millions of young people that he had indoctrinated in the government school for the past 17 years.
Oh, shit. Okay. So Mao didn't need soldiers because he indoctrinated the children. So I guess Mao must have controlled some type of education or propaganda system in China at the time, to the point where, well, bro, you got all the college kids, the education class on your side. You got citizens willing to turn in on its own government for you. Man, it's scary because I can kind of see that happening today. Scary enough.
They're ready to go. Just give them a call. Say, you are now mobilized to defend Mao and to defend communism. And that's what how they got the kids all involved. And very familiar to Americans now. They dismantled the criminal justice system. No police.
Really?
No police.
Just like a defunct police. So the Red Guards could...
Just like defund the police. So when them Democrats was talking that stuff about defunding the police and all, ain't this crazy?
Do anything. There are no consequences. And eventually, they start to kill their teachers, kill their principals, and they kill millions of people.
The normal people who are watching this, your family, I assume, did anybody say anything about it?
Nobody can say anything, just like here. Why? Because Mao openly supported them. And Mao had 8 rallies to meet the Red Guards in Tiananmen Square 8 times to declare that he was their Red Commander-in-Chief. And those are his little Red Guards.
So there's no dissent at all, and things just get progressively crazier and crazier and crazier. Did people think that this was going to stop?
No one knows. And I remember that in the first, and started, it was somewhat peaceful because all they did was destroy the past. In Mao's words, it's the 4 olds: old ideas, old culture, old custom, and old habits. Get rid of them all. That include destroy all the statues. The statues, mostly Buddhist statues, Christian statues, everything has to come down. And everything that is old has to be destroyed. When they finish with the public spaces, they went to people's homes. And I witnessed the Red Guards went to people's homes, took everything they thought was old. Old is bad. Old is something that need to be get rid of, including furniture, people's old photos.
Yo, it was just trying to erase the past, to where people don't ever think that there was anything else before this. Yeah, if you erase the past and you make people think that this is how it's always been, then it's easy for them to just to follow along. No, well, there's no past you can refer to. What books? What photos? Nothing. What you mean? It's always been like this and always will be. This is the beginning. This will be your end. Jesus, that is a very dark ideology, but hey,
Everything.
they got it off in China. It's looking like they're about to get it off here
the goal is
too.
to get rid of the past so we can replace it with the pure Maoism.
I remember reading about the Cultural Revolution years ago, reading a biography of Mao, and was so struck by how much Mao hated the Chinese, hated the country, hated the history, hated the culture, and yet he was in charge of the country. And I thought that's very strange.
So we were taught that Mao was our savior.
Yes.
And we have songs saying that he was our savior. He made it possible for us to have a better life. Why? Because he removed these three big mountains that had been suppressing Chinese people. They are the foreign imperialism, the old feudalism, and the bourgeois or capitalism. Yes. He removed them all. That's why we could have such happy life. So no. We never thought that that he hated us. No, he did. But we were taught we should be so grateful. And he was our not only savior during the Cultural Revolution, he really became our God.
Was there do you remember the moment that the Red Guard went from...
So are we falling into this type of idolization of our politicians? I hope not, because never would I consider Trump a god or somebody who can just save me from all my problems. No, that's just a very weak mindset if you got that.
Carrying slogans and yelling at people, humiliating them to the point where they went to killing people. Did that seem, were you shocked by that? Were people shocked by that?
Actually, it started about the same time because they only, in the very beginning, it only started on campuses. And killing started as early as August of 1966, a few months after the Cultural Revolution. The first killing took place in the very prestigious middle school for girls. They, bunch of girls, young girls, as young as 12, as old as 16, they beat, tortured, and killed their principal.
What the fuck?
That was in August 1960.
Yo, what the fuck is they? Whoa, what's going on here? I mean, they beat women? Women.
And killing started as early as August of 1966, a few months after the Cultural Revolution. The first killing took place in the very prestigious middle school for girls.
Wow.
They, bunch of girls, young girls, as young as 12, as old as 16, they beat, tortured, and killed their principal. That was in August 1966. And I was elementary school student. So in my school, I did not see killing, but I did see attacks by the kids. Yep. And one of the things I remember so vividly is a teacher. She is a pretty teacher, and she usually will dress kind of nicely, and that's considered bourgeois. So the kids followed her, called her names. Eventually, they surrounded her and spit on her. Ew. So after a while, she was covered with spit from head to toe.
Ew.
And that was considered mild because she was not hurt.
Yo. Oh my God. Getting spit on head to toe, and that's mild? Mild. Oh, hell no. Mild is wild. I mean, that'd have been my tipping point. I'd have probably crashed out on that note. I'm like, oh, you're going to spit on? Okay, yep. Oh, yeah, I got to go. Everybody got to go.
The same time we heard killing happened in middle school, especially in universities. But the police were told to stay away from campuses. And if the Red Guards hit them, they are not allowed to hit back, just like here.
So what happened to you as you got older during this period?
So the violence of the Red Guard movement lasted until 1969.
Yes.
By then, all the power was taken down by the Red Guard for Mao. So basically, all the institutions all paralyzed. There's no one in charge. So they thought, okay, now it's time for us to get some power. And then they start to fight each other for power. And that's when it's getting really, really violent. It become almost like a civil war. They raided the military they raided the military places and got real weapon. Before it was just sticks and stones and rocks, and now it's a real weapon. And they started to kill each other.
The different Red Guard factions,
Because they thought now it's time for us to get power. And then exactly, it's the faction. It got so bad that tanks were deployed in cities where there's a lot of defense factory, and that's not that far from where I live. And it was not safe by then for us to go to the street. One day, a stray bullet landed under our window when we were having dinner. So it was so bad that one day, I described in my book that we were outside and we heard this really awful Chinese funeral music. And then words came back that they have a corpse parade. So it's one faction of the Red Guards try to gain public sympathy. So they had the people who killed by the other faction on the parade. That is the time that Mao got rid of them.
So they were his creation. He gave them all this power.
Yes.
To consolidate his own. Mm-hmm. But once they became a threat to him, he did what?
He suppressed them.
Yeah.
Sent military to suppress them. So we don't know the real number, but he killed tens of thousands of Red Guards.
Yo, okay, so you pretty much enforce your ideology throughout the education system. All these Chinese youth low-key believe in you. They kind of overthrow the government for you. And then when you're not kind of giving them what they want, you suppress them. And then you just take some of them out the game, like tens of thousands out the game. Yo, yeah, I hope we don't reach a point like that. That's a wild point to get to. Like, yeah, go from giving y'all hope to, mowing y'all down it's a wild A to B situation. Like, wait, how we get here?
And then eventually he got them together, the leaders, and said,
how we get from A corporations to B mowing y'all down?
Just like that, the whole movement was dismantled, and they all sent to the countryside. Many of them sent to the virgin land, like gulags, to be re-educated through physical labor. And that's how you become real communists. You can't just do what you did in the city. You have to be really go through hard labor to become real communists. And off they go. And from 1969, from that time on, all city kids from high school were sent to the countryside. Damn. And when I graduated from high school in 1975, I was too sent to the countryside and doing the physical labor that was very primitive. And I stayed there for 3 years after Mao died and after Deng Xiaoping reopened universities. That's how I could go to college to study.
What did you do in the countryside?
That is not a farm. So a lot of people think about countryside, they think about farm. No.
Yeah, countryside here is a good thing.
Yeah, no. It's a commune. Every rural area was arranged or organized as commune. Commune is collective farming. So in the commune, there are a lot of production teams. And so it's all run by the CCP. So what I did is every day we would gather in the meeting place of the production team, and the leader would tell us what to do. So we do their work, and we get a point. And then in the harvest time, you use the point to get some produce, grain or potato or whatever.
Okay, labor-based currency.
Yeah. So I not only experienced and witnessed the whole Cultural Revolution, I also got 3 years work in the fields and get to know how peasants live. Those peasants put Mao in power. He mobilized the whole peasantry and promised them free land. They put them in power.
So like Kamala promises middle class tax breaks, free child care, free money, free handouts, and all this good stuff. Build houses to give out to people. Same people that put her in power are going to be the same people just as broke when she comes into power. Like, come on now.
After the revolution succeeded in 1949, the peasants, the same people that put them into power, found them in the very bottom of the society. And they were the ones that could not leave their land because of the, it's called a 户口. It's like a household registration system. Yes. So they could not, they become serfs. They just really lived a life of the poorest. And and I kind of, in a way, I'm glad I get a chance to be with them and to know that this is communism. This is socialism, supposedly to liberate them from the oppression of the oppressors, and they end up way more worse off than before. And during the famine in 1959 to 1962, up to 50 of them starved to death, the peasants.
50 million.
50 million.
Unbelievable. So you're there 3 years. So you're there from 75 to 78. And then 8 years later, you're in the United States. How did you get here and why did you come here?
So I was so lucky that I was able to go to college at the age of 19, which is still not, because I was sent to the countryside when I was only 16. So after I got my degree, I was given a job. You don't just get a job, you were given a job. So I was given a job to teach in a teacher's college. And in the early 80s, more and more Americans come to China to volunteer to teach during the summer. So there I met a wonderful lady. Her name is Pat Nave. We become friends. And she wanted to help me to come to America. And so, true to her words, she did help me. She got assistantship for me, and she sponsored me. So in 1986, I never dreamed that would happen to me, and I got my visa, and I was on my way to America.
Amazing.
Amazing.
And you went to Kentucky?
Mm-hmm.
Kentucky.
Good work.
Western Kentucky University.
So you lived here, you married an American, you lived in this country, it sounds happily, from, let's just say, 86 to 2020. Mm-hmm. George Floyd gets killed, and all of a sudden, in a day, the country changes. What did you notice about those early days, late May, early June 2020, and what did it make you think as you watched it?
It's a long time coming because I start to notice things earlier, even as early as 1990s. And I remember in a class that I took, and it's about special education, when the Act of American Disability.
The ADA, Americans
yes,
with Disabilities, 1990, 91.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And the teacher was telling us, now, that they are protected. And as teachers, that we should, I just took the class, but there are others that were special ed teachers, that we should be very, very respectful. And we should.
So, yeah, you kind of see how Mao's communists came into play. Bit crazy, huh? Bit crazy. But let's go ahead and we can hop back into everybody's favorite, well, really person to hate at this point. Favorite person to hate, but everybody's favorite president to be Donald Trump.
So I didn't attack them, but I should have attacked them because it was 3-on-1. It's like a basketball game, 3-on-1. It's very hard. But we did well. And you know what? Since the debate, we're getting great kudos because they're analyzing the debate. They say, Trump was right. I was right on everything. She made up all these stories, a bloodbath story. She made up all of these stories. It's disgraceful. And that's the problem we have. We have a fake media. And so we have to fight harder, and we have to be stronger, and we have to be much smarter. And by the way, Israel and Jewish people are attacked by the media that I can't even believe. The New York Times is controlled by a Jewish family. I don't think there's anybody worse to Israel than the New York Times is. I read articles of...
Hold on. Whoa. Did he really say that? Like, hold on, Trump. Hold on. You're trying to keep the Jewish vote here. You can't be saying stuff like that.
The problem we have a fake media.
He ain't wrong, but yeah, you know, the media is owned by a family of Jewish people. So, I mean, so is the music industry and sports and all that. But hey, though, people like to ignore that part.
And so we have to fight harder, and we have to be stronger, and we have to be much smarter. And by the way, Israel and Jewish people are attacked by the media that I can't even believe. The New York Times is controlled by a Jewish family. I don't think there's anybody worse to Israel than the New York Times is. I read articles about Israel that I know are false. The New York Times and plenty of others. So my message today is very simple. If you want Israel to survive, you need Donald J. Trump as the 47th.
Now, before y'all go crazy, no, I'm not saying that. Oh, it's all the Jews. Impossible. No, it's the elite. It's the elite ones. That kind of, well, Loki started it. Like, if you want to be honest, when they started Hollywood, it was a group of Jewish people that did it. Music industry, well, the Jewish people took over that one. And now the fruits of their labors may be questionable, but that's just those. That's just them. That's just them. There are Jewish people that done good things that low key we can all sit here and agree with. Sometimes though, because I ain't gonna lie, when you kind of look down the rabbit hole, it is a bit scary, but you do realize that, well, your everyday Jewish person don't believe in what, you know, most people in the Israeli government believe in.
Seventh president of the United States. It's a very simple message. Very, very simple. Right? You. Thank you, everybody. Under my leadership, America will once again stand shoulder to shoulder with our friend and ally, the State of Israel. Right now, all they do is fight the State of Israel. Don't do this, don't do that. I will support the same people that gave us Afghanistan are telling you what to do, by the way, which every one of those generals should have been fired. You know, I knocked out ISIS in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. I did it in 4 weeks. I had great generals. We have the greatest army in the world, but not the people that are on television. These are people that don't know what the hell they're doing. They should have all been fired. I will support Israel's right to win its war on terror, and it has to win it fast. Will you please win it fast? Win it, but you have to win it fast if you can. And I was always, thank you very much. I will always defend Israel's fundamental right to exist as a Jewish nation.
But we all know that Hamas has that crash out mentality about this right now. And look, now, I always gotta say this. I don't hate Jewish people, but the way Israel has been doing the Palestinians is a bit reckless. So, like I said, we can't snapshot at October 7th without looking at, 1948. And we can kind of understand how things got to October 7th. At least. And if you don't agree with it, at least you have all the information. But in my opinion, it's a bit hard to tell them, oh, no, just gotta wrap it up. Well, somebody got to sit them down and make them come to some type of concession, some type of compromise. Or they're just going to keep going back at each other. And right now, bro, we got, Hezbollah joining the fight for some reason. Iran. Bro, Syria's talking about doing some wild things. Bro, it is about to be a dog pile on Israel if we don't shut this down.
In the Jewish homeland, that's what it's about, isn't it? But remember this, you're under attack like never before. There's never been a time like this that people can remember. This was a period, they say, if you read it, and I find it very interesting, but this was just before the Holocaust. I think there's a very great similarity because nobody can believe what's been happening. If Kamala Harris...
And the Palestinians were kicked out of their house, kicked off their land. I mean, like I said, you can't snapshot it at October 7th. You got to take it all the way back. But I don't condone either. I don't condone violence. I think they should just sit down and work out some solution here. Like, the two-state solution is the best solution in my eyes. But If they can't do that, then the best thing we can get is a forced ceasefire. A forced ceasefire.
Harris wins instead of the most pro-Israel president ever, which I have been already declared to be, you will have the most anti-Israel president by far, far worse than Barack Hussein Obama. Over the past 12 months, Kamala Harris has repeatedly demanded an immediate ceasefire to save Hamas. She wants to save Hamas. Meanwhile, she and Biden deployed U.S. military to build a $230 million pier to resupply Hamas. The pier didn't work out too well. Every time there was a little rough weather, the thing got ripped apart. Those of you in the real estate business know what I'm going to say. Those contractors made a hell of a lot of money. $230 million every time there's a little rain. It blew apart. Wonderful job. This was not General Patton's bridge. General Patton knew how to build them. He built them fast and cheap. Kamala Harris has even suggested that she would consider imposing a full arms embargo against Israel, and what she wants to do. One thing about politicians, like she wants to defund the police, she wants to do all these things, no fracking, you know, now she wants fracking, no fracking. For 20 years, there will be no fracking. And then she's a chameleon. He said, that's true. She just yesterday reaffirmed her support for blocking major arms shipments, as you know, to Israel. She blocked them. If these are positions Kamala Harris takes before the election, just wait to see what she would do after the election. You won't have a country left. Israel will be doomed. I really mean that. Israel will be doomed. And, you know, I said to Miriam today, I said, you know, they have to go through a little tough love here.
Like I said, look, if you honestly care about Israel, well, your best bet would be Trump. I mean, the way he's talking, like Kamala and the liberals, they're on Joe Biden if he supports Israel. The left right now is pro-Palestine. That's what they chose. Honestly, that's the side that that the people on the left kind of chose for the politicians. Like some of these politicians want to be pro-Israel. Well, on the left, but they kind of can't be right now. So Trump is kind of taking advantage of the pro-Israeli side. Hey. It's politics. It's politics. Now, like I said, you're playing with something that doesn't really have a quick solution. There's really no quick pace solution for Israel. Ukraine, okay, yes. Israel, you're gonna have to get a little creative with them.
Here today, because we have to tell the facts. Israel will not exist within 2 years if she becomes president. And what a difference a president makes. Big difference. Just 4 years ago, when I left office, the United States and Israel were safer, closer, and stronger than they have ever been before, by far. Under my leadership, we totally obliterated the ISIS caliphate. We terminated its founder and leader, al-Baghdadi. I withdrew from the horrendous Iran nuclear deal and imposed the toughest ever sanctions on the Iranian regime. They had no money. They wanted to make a deal. The saddest part, they had no money. They wanted to make a deal. And these guys came in and they never made a deal. You could have made any deal, but now they're rich again because he took all the sanctions off and everybody started buying, in particular China. China went from buying nothing under Trump to buying billions and billions of dollars of oil a month. I withdrew from the anti-Semitic UN Human Rights Council, which was a big thing. I sanctioned the anti-American and anti-Israel radicals of the International Criminal Court. Many of you know what that meant. That was a big deal. I defunded the Palestinian Authority and choked off all of the money to Hamas. Don't forget, nobody ever did that. I said, how much are we paying them? Almost $1 billion, sir. I say, they treat us so disrespectfully. They say death to America, and we're giving them money. Why are we giving them money when they say death to America? So I said, how much money do we give them? Almost $1 billion. I said, tell them they're in default. You're not supposed to treat us that way when we give you money. Tell them that they won't be getting money anymore until such time as we make a deal. And I will tell you, we had them very, very close, and then we had an election that really hurt it, and too bad. But we did do the Abraham Accords and other things, but I would have even preferred to do this. We would have had something done. Just as I promised, I recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Jerusalem became the capital. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You know, Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody outside of people that worked there. And they were always after, and as soon as I'd give them something, always for Israel. As soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I said, give me a couple of weeks, will you please? But I gave them the Golan Heights, and they never even asked for it. You know, for 72 years, they've been trying to do the Golan Heights, right? And even Sheldon didn't have the nerve. But I said, you know what? I said to David Friedman, give me a quick lesson, like 5 minutes or less on the Golan Heights. And he did. And I said,
unless you're an evangelical, well, evangelical, however they pronounce them, you know, those Christians that believe that Jews need to be in Israel, I really don't see the benefit of Israel being where it's at. Be quite honest with you. If we were smart back in the day, I feel like we should have put it somewhere else. Well, put Israel somewhere else, because in the middle of the Middle East, we kind of just let them take people's land and all that good stuff, left the bad taste in their mouth ever since, and now we're surprised when these same people are uprising. Oh, man, then Osama bin Laden done lectured us about, oh, yeah, one of the reasons we ain't cool with America is because of, you know, Israel and Palestine. Like, let's be real here. We ignore a lot about, you know, what the losers of history say. We kind of just take what the winners of history say as word when there's actually written documents, speeches about what these people have said and what was their actual beef with us. And a lot of it does come from, well, Israel. Well, if you're talking about Middle Easterns.
let's do it. We got it done in about 15 minutes, right? 72 years. You know, for 72 years, it's true. Planes would fly in, fly out, in the old days, there weren't such nice planes. But they'd fly in every year. They'd have a meeting on the Golan Heights. They'd have lunch. They'd have dinner. They'd have this. They'd have that. They'd leave. Nothing would happen, right? And then one day, Trump came along, and it was done very quickly. 4 years ago, last Sunday, we signed the historic Abraham Accords. It's a big deal. And secured peace in the Middle East. That was peace in the Middle East, really. 4 very strong countries, and we would have had all of the countries signed. I'll even make, we would have had, in my opinion, I know this sounds ridiculous, I believe Iran even would have signed because of all of the benefits and all of the trade and all of the other things. I believe that, but we won't get a chance to see that because the 4 countries are still 4 countries. Within 6 months, we would have had just about all of the countries done. Biden and Kamala have done no countries into the Abraham. It's still there with the 4, but nothing's been added to it. It's a shame. But from the moment Kamala got to the White House, she and Crooked Joe took over. Historic successes.
Well, if you really want to know the real history of Palestine, well, you'd have to go back to the 1890s where the Rothschilds purchased Palestine, and then it was kind of given to them by the UE, well, Europe. And there you go. So it was kind of something that was purchased on the back end. I do give them that, but it is a bit strange how you can just purchase a land that people are already on and then go there and kick them out. Like, it is a bit strange. It does breed a little bit of, I don't know, like religious supremacy or racial supremacy in a way. But hey, though, we ignore that part, I guess. I guess we're just going to ignore it and skip right past it. It is what it is.
And turn them into unprecedented failure and peril. You know that. Harris restored funding to the Palestinian organizations immediately, giving them billions and billions of dollars. And much of that money went directly to Hamas. Then Kamala and Joe Biden delivered over $100 billion in sanctions relief, all stuff that I held back. And I would have been very good. They would have been very happy. I wanted one thing from Iran: no nuclear weapon. I didn't want much. No nuclear weapon. And now they're very close to getting it, and you can't let that happen. They're very close to getting it. Here at home, Kamala's partnered, and she's partnered with anybody she can. You hear the things coming out of the administration? You hear what they're saying? but she pandered to the Hamas supporters and the anti-Semites.
I don't think it's crazy. I think it's just a stance on belief. Like, if you're really standing on the fact that, well, that land belonged to the Jewish people on your religious stance, then I can't really judge you on it. I have my views on it, and I would tell you what it is. It's religious supremacy. It's damn near racist, race supremacy as well. It's Jewish supremacy at the end of the day. And we let it happen. It is what it is. Like, we let, Jewish people go over on Loki buy Palestine, then go there and kick the people who are already there out, unbeknownst to them. And we want to just sit there and try to, morally rationalize it. Like, hey, man, okay, I'm not judging you. I'm just telling y'all what it is at this point. It's like, that's what we did.
In her own party. The things she says, it's not even believable.
It ain't right or wrong. I'm happy they got their land and all, but we can't be surprised when things blows over like October 7th.
She said that radical anti-Israel demonstrators at college campuses were, quote, showing what human emotion should be. Oh, isn't that nice? I'm telling you, Israel has no chance. Jewish people that love Israel have no chance. As border czar, which she denies she ever was, but she was the border czar. But even if she wasn't, she was in charge of the border. So what difference does it make? She let in thousands and thousands of terrorists at our southern border. 21 million people, of which thousands of terrorists have poured in. When I was there, I let in almost none.
Well, biblically, yes. If you want to talk about biblical, like I said, it's like you're talking about religious reference here. You're not talking about something that's actually been there. If Israel always been there, then why was it called Palestine before? Like, why was it called Palestine in 1948? Before 1948, it was Palestine. So as much as y'all like to try to sell, oh, it's always been there and all that good stuff, well, reality is it hasn't. Like I said, this is your religious belief, and I respect that it's y'all land, and we let y'all have it. And shit, y'all bought it at the end of the day.
They had a chart that was a very well-known chart. I liked it very much. It's probably my favorite chart of all time. Remember that? I looked to the right. Let me see that chart. I looked. It's my favorite chart of all time, but it showed the great numbers that we had. But one of the numbers that was released recently was that in 2019, one of my years, I don't believe this number, by the way. It was done by Homeland Security. I appreciate it, but I don't believe it. I had no terrorists coming into the United States. They had zero. Now we have thousands. So I don't believe the zero, but the number was very low. 10, 12, 5. How can it be zero? But they actually have zero. Then I had zero terrorists. So we used to check it, but we had very little. Now we have thousands and thousands of terrorists pouring into our country. It's so sad, and only bad can happen. Only bad things are going to happen. She imported migrants from terrorist hotspots all over the world, and now we have armies of jihadist sympathizers brazenly marching through the streets of our cities. I've never seen anything like it. Where did they come from? How did they get here? Kamala Harris is the candidate of the forces that want to destroy Western civilization. The other day, in fact, it was yesterday, the FBI reported that Iran has spied on my campaign. I'm going to have to hire Alan Dershowitz. Only Alan Dershowitz could do it. Iran has spied on my campaign. Think of this, and given the information to Kamala. What's that all about? That alone should get me elected. Think of it. Iran got the information from my campaign and gave it.
Let me give y'all the right argument here, because y'all going, oh, biblically is there and there, but this is where I mean y'all kind of being racist. I mean, not racist, but religious supremacists. Y'all holding y'all Bible above their Quran, right? Now, I kind of like to take those two outside. I just want to go on morale and ethics and what is right. But if you want to hold the Bible or the Torah over the Quran, then yeah, you're perfectly okay with what happened in Israel, and that's perfectly fine. That's your belief. If you withhold the Quran, then you see what's happening is Israel as something to go to war about. So like I said, there is a religious supremacy in your mindset somewhere where you kind of just feel like, well, because it says it in here, and it ain't said in their religious Bible, don't matter. F what they believe. disrespect that and just go take their stuff. I mean, what do you expect to happen when it's part of their religion to fight those who come onto their land? When they've dominated that land like damn near the entire time. I mean, what do you expect to happen?
Immediately, Kamala and the campaign apparatus over on the other side. I'm the candidate of those who want to defend Western civilization, defend Israel, and defend the United States of America. When I return to the White House, we will quickly restore stability in the Middle East, and we will return the world to peace. And remember the phrase, peace through strength. You know, I had no wars for 4 years. I remember crooked Hillary Clinton. Remember, she was up debating me, and she said, look at him. Look at his rhetoric. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my rhetoric's going to keep us out of wars. And that's what happened. We had no war for 4 years, other than I finished off ISIS. No war. First time in 78 years, by the way, just to brag a little bit, because nobody else is going to say it if I don't. Israel will have the support it needs and the powerful ally that it deserves in the United States. Here at home, I will ban refugee resettlement from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip. We will restore the travel ban, some people call it the Trump travel ban, and keep the radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. That was upheld by the Supreme Court, and it really did work. Again, we had no terrorist attacks into the United States.
And there will be bro, like I said, dog, like I said, you're going off religious, like, ideology here. Because if you ask the Arabs, they'll tell you something different. You're going off your own religious ideology. If you ask Arab scientists, they'll tell you that, well, those are our tribe of people. Bro, if you ask the black people, those are us. Those are us. Those were the Ethiopian Jews and all that good stuff. Those are where the black Jews were and all that good stuff. If you ask them, so like I said, when you're going off all these ideologies, I like to take out those and let's go with, well, what's fair and what's right and what I wouldn't want done to myself. And when we take that out, I think we can come to the ultimate fairness. That's all I'm saying. And we can kind of see where people kind of get a bad taste in their mouth. Because, you know, if you think you're doing something off the religious righteousness, you're kind of stepping out of that, like, well, in a way. All right. If you think killing somebody, right, and if your religion tell you it's okay, are you going to do it? That's the question here. All right. If your religion said it is okay to take out, green people, right? Let's say there's green people here. Your religion said, yep, it's okay to take them out. They're people and all that. Are you going to do it? All right, so if your religion tells you to take land, it's okay. I don't care who's there, nobody, whatever family, kids, or whatever, kick them the fuck out. Would you do it? Because apparently, hey, the Jews did it, so I'm just wondering, would you do it too?
United States, think of it. Now I'm talking United States, if that's okay. We had no terrorist attacks for 4 years.
I'm honestly just curious. I'm curious.
Nothing. They knew, don't play games with us. And we will deport the foreign.
But if you ask Ethiopians, they will say they were Jews and they read the Quran back in that day too. So, like I said, it depends who you ask. I like to take the ideology out of there and just give what's fair.
Jihad sympathizers and Hamas supporters from our midst, we will get them out. If you hate America, if you want to eliminate Israel, we will throw you out of our country so rapidly your head will spin.
See, you're asking me to source religious texts. Can't do that. You got to be fair. You can't go like, if you want to reach ultimate fairness with the situation, just go outside the text of the Quran, go outside the text of the Bible, Torah, and just decide what's humanly fair at this point. Like, what's universally fair? Like, what do you consider right and wrong? Like, honestly, just attest to your own morality.
We're going to get them back. We're going to get those beautiful kids in some cases, because they're always your children. You know, they'll say, oh, he said children. No, they're always your children. And some older people also, by the way, but we're going to get them back. We got to get them back. We can't let this happen again. so incredible that you're to make the trip. So many people. It makes me realize how important this is, Miriam. Frankly, for so many people to make the trip, and there's nothing more important than what you're going through, and there's nothing more.
Wouldn't your religion be also a feeling, a faith, something that you feel deep inside that you feel to be true? Or, you know, you know to be true? Like, come on now. Come on, you can't say that. You can't say that.
More important than the people that you love, and it will be so beautiful to see it work out well. We got to make it work out well. Got to make it. And to confront the crisis of anti-Semitism at our universities, I will tell college presidents that they must end the anti-Semitic propaganda or they will lose their accreditation.
I already know that there's a God. Trust me, I know that there's a God. It's just that, you know, when I'm talking to God, man, I don't think God ain't telling me to just go ahead and just feel like I'm above somebody to just take them off what they've already, like what they've family built. I don't know. I speak to God and I pray on. God ain't never told me that one. Like, God told me to love thy neighbor, love thy people, do what's best for those around you, and be a servant to those around you. Family, friends, community, etc. That sounds like God to me. The God that's telling y'all to run up in people's stuff and take their heads off because of religion, or kick them off their land because of religion, or look down on them because of religion, y'all not connected to God the way y'all think y'all is.
And they will lose all federal support. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the most important election in the history of the United States.
I always say you can never tell nobody else their relationship with God, because everybody's relationship with God is personal. That's why everybody has different religions, different ways they pray, and all that good stuff. So you can't tell nobody about their relationship of God, just like I can't tell you. To be honest, I'm just saying that, well, if that's what you believe, that you have some supremacy due to your relationship and God sees us all as equal, then you're out of line with your own teachings in my eyes. But like I said, some of y'all ain't even in line with your own God the way y'all think y'all are.
And it's also the most important election in the history of Israel. Can you imagine that? A non-Israeli election is the single most important election that Israel will ever have. Isn't that something? With all I have done for Israel, I received only 24% of the vote. But I understood that. That was in 2016.
No. If you know God, then faith comes first. That's over everything. Like, you don't even gotta talk to know God. You don't even gotta be that smart to know God. God is through your faith.
And you know, one of those things I thought I'd do much better. I happen to have a Jewish daughter. I have a Jewish son-in-law.
All right, man. Hey, man, these are our religious.
I have 3 Jewish grandchildren. I thought I'd do much better, but I only got 24%. Think of that. And then I became president.
Shoot, I want you to believe. Look, I don't care. I don't care what you believe in, because Christians teach good values, Muslims teach good values, Jews teach good values if you follow it correctly. That's just at the end of the day what it is. So even if I may not subscribe to those, I believe that, yeah, your right to follow them is valid, because it changes people's lives for the good. Like, why would I be against that? Why would I be against that? And there's such positivity in religion if you don't use it to make yourself a narcissist.
President of the United States, and was the best president ever for Israel and for the Jewish people by far. Nobody was close. I gave them Golan Heights. I gave them the Abraham Accords. I recognized the capital of Israel and opened the embassy in Jerusalem. And most importantly of all, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, which was the worst deal ever made.
I don't think God wants fear. I think God just wants you to love him. Well, if God wanted us to fear us, then what would be the point of free will? What would be the point of that? And I don't ever believe that you should operate your life in fear. Nope. Now, like, Does that mean, oh, you don't operate in fear? That means you're going to do evil? No, it just means that you choose to be more bold with your actions or something. Or, well, really, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't ever believe in fearing anything. I think I'd rather be loved than respected at first.
In the history of Israel, in the history of the Middle East.
Yeah, let's just listen.
I was there 4 years, gave them billions and billions of dollars. I was the best friend Israel ever had. And still in 2020,
On God, Christian, I'd stay away from this one too. I'd be like, dog, that is not the best spin right now.
I've done all these things, so now Jewish people have no excuse. I got 29%. I went from 25 to 29%. Think of that. Honestly, you didn't treat yourselves well. You didn't. It was a terrible thing. And what made me even more upset about it is the current polling has just been announced. Now, I just announced the polls and I'm now polling at about 40%. That means 60% of Jewish people are going to vote for Kamala or a Democrat. And honestly, you ought to have your heads examined. You ought to have your heads examined.
I can give you that one.
And those votes may be necessary for us to win. I say us to win because we're in this together. But who are these people? Who are the 60% that would vote? And I really believe that bad things, very bad things are going to happen. And I'll put it to you very simply and as gently as I can. I wasn't treated.
I'll give y'all that one. People don't do evil because, well, I do know there's a God and I do fear what God will put into my life if I do evil. So, you know, I can give y'all that one. Y'all got me there. You got me there on that.
Treated properly by the voters who happen to be Jewish. I don't know. Do they know what the hell is happening? If I don't win this election, and the Jewish people would really have a lot to do with that if that happens, because at 40%, that means 60% of the people are voting for the enemy. Israel, in my opinion, will cease to exist within 2 years. And I believe I'm 100% right. You know, there's a hat that comes out, Trump was right about everything, and I believe I'm right. And that's a hell of a thing to say, but I believe I'm right. If I do win, Israel will be safe and secured. We will stop the toxic poison of anti-Semitism from spreading here. All over America, it's spreading. It's spreading like it's never spread before. I've never seen anything like it. I really believe it would be obliteration, and it'll happen quickly, too. It's very close to happening. With your vote, we will reject anti-Semitism in our schools, reject it in our foreign policy. We will reject it in our immigration system. But all of that starts with rejecting Kamala Harris at the ballot box this election. Number one, she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She doesn't know. She can't do an interview. How do you think she'll do against President Xi? She can't do an interview. And I'm not even saying she's stupid for not doing that, but her handlers know what they're doing.
Oh, wow.
Can't have it. We went through 4 years of that. We can't go through another 4 years of that. Together, we will save the United States of America, and we will save the state of Israel on November 5th, 2024. It will be the most important day in the history of Israel. It'll be the most important day in the history of the United States. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. God bless Israel. Thank you.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men.
Weak. All right, though. And for those of y'all who don't believe that, you know, Kamala lies or anything like that, it's time to disillude you a little bit, because I ain't like the way that ABC debate went. So let's go. Give y'all a little taste of this real quick, because I know people like this video for some reason. And I know why, because it's the truth. Let's go.
The moderators try and paint the events of January 6th as though Donald Trump only told his supporters to march down to the Capitol and nothing else, and then after shit hit the fan hours later, jumped on Twitter and told them to be peaceful and go home. And this is not entirely accurate. What Trump actually said to that crowd before the events ensued was that, "I know you will soon be marching over to the Capitol to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard."
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have...
Jordan, you will be okay, my friend. You will be okay. Just go ahead and sit out and time out for a little bit and just calm down, okay? Okay, have a good night.
...have any accountability.
Periodically...
Here we go.
Here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
And then he followed up hours later on Twitter telling his supporters to go home and that we are the party of law and order.
But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order.
Look, man, this is a platform for free thinkers, free speech. I don't care what idealisms you have. I don't care, okay? So just like I don't care, try not to let what my beliefs hurt your feelings too much, okay? You'll be okay. You'll be okay. I'm just one man, remember. I'm just one man.
We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time.
And also, Donald Trump was right when he said Nancy Pelosi admitted fault for not accepting Donald Trump's offer to send in the National Guard.
Responsibility, Terry. We did not have any accountability for what was going on there, and we should have.
Wow.
Should we call the Capitol Police? I mean, the National Guard? Why weren't the National Guard there to begin with?
They thought that they had sufficient
resources. That is not a question of how they had. They don't know. They clearly didn't know, and I take responsibility for not having them just prepared for more.
Lie number 17, Harris says that Donald Trump incited a violent mob. Again, just covered it. Not true. Lie number 18. Harris claims that officers died in the line of duty on January 6th. This is false. Lie number 19. Harris that officers died in the line of duty on January 6th. This is false.
That's wild as hell, bro. What? Y'all been running with that for years. Hold on now. Hold on. No cops died in the line of duty, but a Trump supporter died during there. I'm like, all right, now you really can't call it an insurrection at this point. You really can't say that.
False. Lie number 19. Harris alludes that Trump was charged with an insurrection. Again, this is simply not true. Lie number 20. Harris perpetuates the Charlottesville hoax, even though it's been debunked time and time again, including by yours truly. In actuality, he denounced it an hour and 49 minutes after the events and then 2 times after. Here's what he really said.
And you had some very bad people in that group, but you also had people that were very fine people on both sides. And I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and the white nationalists, because they should be condemned totally.
Lie number 21, she claims that Donald Trump told the Proud Boys to, quote, stand back and stand by. So this is partially true, but there is a little bit more nuance to it than meets the eye. Donald Trump was asked by Chris Wallace during a debate in 2020 with Biden if he would denounce white supremacy and militia groups and tell them to stand down. Trump misspoke and said stand back and stand by, leading to confusion and people to think that he is affiliated with the Proud Boys, of which he is not.
Are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
Are you
I'm
prepared
willing to do
specifically
that,
do it? Well,
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. Do you want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
white like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back.
What? Y'all being unfair, bro. Come on, bro. Y'all is unfair. Chat, you're being unfair. So somebody in the chat, bro, you're being unfair. He said the officer went back, unalived himself because of the insurrection that he was a part of. Like, what? What in God's name, man? And let's see, it's called Shattering Illuge. So it's shattering.illusi. On TikTok. Shout out to bro, man. He really out here spreading some truth.
Even though they are not a white supremacy group to begin with, their leader, Enrique Terrio, is actually of Afro-Cuban descent. Lie number 22. The non-biased moderators claim that Donald Trump's remarks about winning the 2020 election are completely false, and that also more than 60 cases were seen by many judges and all dismissed. The truth is that no judges actually looked at these cases, and there's actually quite a lot of substantial and tangible proof to show that there was voter fraud and tampering of evidence. Again, this is a huge can of worms, and I plan to make a dedicated video to this topic alone at some point, so stay tuned. Lie number 23, Harris peddles the bloodbath hoax. Trump never said if he didn't win there would be a bloodbath. What he said was there would be an economic bloodbath in the auto industry.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
Lie number 24, Harris claims that Donald Trump would be a dictator on day one. Again, this is just absolutely false. It stems from a town hall that he did with Hannity a few months back when he claimed that he would be a dictator on day one because he would shut down the border and drill baby drill. This was said jokingly, and it was very obvious in jest to anybody with a room temperature IQ.
Says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one. We're closing the border, and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator.
So that sounds to me like you're going back to the policies when you were...
This is just a political ploy. Trump is a dictator. He wants to be a dictator. You're not going to be a dictator, are you? Tell me. I said, I'm going to be a dictator for one day. We're going to do two things. The border, we're going to make it so tight you can't get in unless you come in legally. And the other is energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. After that, I'm not going to be a dictator. So I said, I'm going.
Now, I did look it up. So, yeah, Capitol Police Officer, well, didn't die on January 6th. That's the funny part. He didn't actually die on it, but they said from injuries sustained that he succumbed to injuries, I believe. So, okay. So there was just one Trump supporter. Okay. Well, there you go. Shout out, man. Shout out AI.
To be a dictator for one day, they cut it. They go, I'm going to be a dictator. But they cut the rest of the sentence. No. I am not going to be a dictator. I'm going to manage like we did.
25, Harris claims that Trump told Putin, quote, you can do whatever you want and you can go into Ukraine, end quote. This is simply not true. There is no evidence to support this wild-ass cockamamie claim, none whatsoever. Line number 26, Harris claims that Trump and Kim Jong-un...
Oh, we can't really... And this ain't me saying it, though. This is a news publication. They can't really confirm whether or not it was because of January 6th. It's how they want to frame it. Now, you can make the argument. I kind of would agree. I would agree that, yeah, it looked like a stressful enough moment. But, nah, not an insurrection. Because in BLM, like, come on now. How much people died during BLM? During those riots? How many people got hurt? How much cop cars were vandalized? How much cops were hurt? We could say the same thing. But they don't want to talk about those numbers. But here, though, is a bit weird. So we're blaming... So, okay. So we're blaming the January 6ers of the death of pretty much, about what, 3-4 cops?
In exchange, quote, love letters. This one is just kind of elementary and a little silly. So the actual truth with this is, yes, Donald Trump made a joke about this years.
Yeah, that's not, no, come on, though. No. You can't put a dude of depression on January 6th. I'm sorry. That's his own mental problems. That probably was going on way before January 6th. Like, I'm not seeing how you got that depressed. No, never mind. I'm not even going to speak on that. Nah, but we can't give you that one, G. We can give you the one that died of injuries and all that, but we can't give you the depression one. Sorry.
Back in 2018 during a rally, claiming that him and Kim Jong-un used to be at each other's throats, and then they started exchanging letters, and then they fell in love.
I was really being tough, and so was he. And we would go back and forth, and then we fell in love. Okay? No, really.
It was a Capitol. It wasn't even the White House. It was the Capitol building. That's crazy. People say it was the White House, and I thought it was too. And then I looked it up, and they said, oh, it was the Capitol building. I'm like, oh, so it wasn't the White House then. Okay. That's crazy. Huh. But, no, BLM was definitely under the Democrats. I mean, let's be real. Like, funded riots, come on now. Let's get real. And, yes, there was hella people hurt. I mean, bro, they was bashing cop cars as they rode through the street. They were hurt. They were breaking into people's property and all that good stuff. There were reports of assaults everywhere going on in these riots. You can't sit here and like, come on now. If you can't call that an insurrection, going against the government, going against law enforcement, then, well, we can't really call January 6th one. That and, well, no guns? No guns. So they're trying to overthrow the government, no guns, just bare hands. Like, when has that ever succeeded?
He wrote me beautiful letters, and they're great letters. We fell in love.
No,
but you know what?
things,
Now they'll say, Donald Trump said they fell in love. How horrible. How horrible is that? So unpresidential.
It was a joke. It was said in jest, but Harris was trying to insinuate that it's because both of them are dictators and they bonded over being dictators again. That's simply not true. In fact, there was a point in time where it was getting very tense between the United States and North Korea, but then Trump broke peace and became the very first U.S. president to ever set foot on North Korean soil, which I think is a good thing. I don't know about you guys, but I tend to lean towards peace.
Capitol police officer.
Lie number 27,
died,
Harris claims that
Capitol
Putin and other dictators are rooting for Donald Trump to get back in office, but the funniest thing is that Putin actually came out and recently endorsed Harris. Line number 28, Harris claims that there are no active duty troops in any combat zone anywhere around the world for the first time in a century. This is false. I'm going to be looking at my notes here. There are currently active duty U.S. troops deployed to Iraq and Syria who have been under frequent attack by Iran-backed militia forces over the past year. There are also thousands of active duty U.S. sailors deployed to the Middle East who are facing drone strikes. And just earlier this year, 3 U.S. soldiers were killed on the border of Syria by Iran-backed forces. Line number 29, she claims that Donald Trump called for the death of the Central Park Five. So again, I've already debunked this. Go look for my video called Epic Debunking that I mentioned earlier. I go much more in depth there, but again, I will just briefly say there is absolutely no proof that Donald Trump called for their execution. Did Donald Trump think they were guilty? Yes. Does he still think that they're guilty even though they were legally exonerated? Yes. Does that mean that he actively called for their execution? No, it does not. Read the article in its entirety. Don't listen to other people tell you what it says. Read what it says. Lie number 30. She claims that her and Joe Biden capped the cost of insulin at $35. Again, I've already debunked this and covered it before, but I'll cover it briefly once more. Donald Trump was the one to cap the cost of insulin at $35.
It's just $35 a month per type of insulin, and some plans may offer it free. So for everybody who's getting ripped off and paying tremendous prices, senior citizens, is a tremendous saving.
It is President Biden and I that took on Big Pharma and finally capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. But Donald Trump and his running mate intend to get rid of our $35 cap on insulin.
Lie number 31. Harris claims that she is fine with private insurance, but her comments in the past would suggest that that is a flat-out lie.
Up on that, and correct me if I'm wrong, to reiterate, you support the Medicare for All bill, I think initially co-sponsored by Senator Bernie Sanders. You're also a co-sponsor on it. I believe it will totally eliminate private insurance. So for people out there who like their insurance, they don't get to keep it?
Well, listen, the idea is that everyone gets access to medical care. Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on.
And finally, at lie number 32, she claims that her and Joe Biden created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. This is simply not true. The BLS shows that 592,000 of those manufacturing jobs were recovered from COVID. Donald Trump alone created 414,000 of those manufacturing jobs, and the Biden-Harris administration only created 173,000 new manufacturing jobs. When you factor in all of her bullshit lies, Kamala Harris had absolutely nothing to go on in her debate performance, aside from trying to mislead the gullible public who doesn't follow this stuff as closely as a small subsection of us do. Take...
Yeah, and that's the crazy part. If you was watching that ABC debate and you thought Kamala won, well, you was looking at it as more of a wilding out performance or a rap battle than a debate. And I can't really blame you because, well, that's how the media wanted you to look at it. But I would suggest you look at it again and look at under as as a debate it was. And, look at whose policies stood out the most to you. And if it was Kamala, well, shit, it was Kamala. It is what it is. If it was Trump, hey, it was Trump. But let's go ahead. Let's get into this because y'all was talking about
sort of night after night they kept trying to push the perimeter out. First, Let me pull up this story we got from the Washington Post. This is relatively nebulous, I suppose. Justice Department investigating Trump's actions in January 6th criminal probe. People familiar with the probe said investigators are examining the former president's conversations and seized phone records of top aides. What they don't say is Trump the target of this criminal probe? No, the Washington Post just says Trump's actions. It doesn't even say they're investigating Trump himself. They may be passively referring to, well, Trump said this one thing. What does that have to do with it?
And I guarantee you right now there's a panel on MSNBC wringing their hands, and John Dean's on there talking about, sort of his experience with Nixon. It's just a, and I mean, it's a trail of morons, quite frankly, that then will jump on a story like that and immediately wildly speculate, not only as to that Trump is the target, they'll say, not knowing, and then they will usually immediately convict him and suggest again say the worst possible things about him. It's got to be infuriating.
Well, so this is never ending. I mean, Russiagate was a farce. It was a hoax. How come none of these people are being held to account? Mm-hmm. I mean, high-ranking individuals signing off on this stuff. You were I think you were in for about, how long were you in for? About a year as acting AG?
4 months.
4 months, yeah. Much less.
I spanned 2018 and 2019, so
okay.
Yeah, looks better on my resume.
Right, that must be what I saw. Well, so I'm wondering in your experience, then, I mean, you're there as AG. Why hasn't anyone done anything about this? I mean, do you think if Trump wins in 2024, maybe there will be some accountability for the lies?
Yeah. I mean, I hope when you had Cash on here, he talked about his Durham watch and sort of what John Durham is or isn't doing. You saw how difficult the Michael Sussman prosecution were. I mean, it was very clear that he had lied to the FBI, and a jury in the District of Columbia is never going to convict, somebody in that situation.
Well,
it's actually funny though when people you make fun of Trump of that. Oh, I got concepts of a plan. If you really understood what he was talking about, instead of just running with what the left was telling you to think, you would understand that, well, he don't know the numbers. So you're asking him to fix a math problem without, one, letting him know what type of math problem it is, or even letting him see the math problem. It's like he don't know the numbers. He don't know what's going on with the tariffs. He don't know what the revenue and what we're losing on certain things. Kamala got all the numbers. That's why when Trump pointed it back to her, it's like, hold on, you asking me for a plan, and I'm not even in office. I haven't been debriefed on these numbers. I have concepts of a plan. Like, if you told me to solve a math problem without even telling me what the math problem was, I could only give you concepts of how I would solve it. Like, I don't know, if it's trigonometry, I tackle it like this. Calculus, I tackle it like this. Geometry, I tackle it like this. Like, yeah, concepts of a plan. That's all you can have when you don't have really no numbers to go off of. You can only predict what's going on in there and be like, well, I got a couple concepts. If things is like this, I'll take this reaction.
I mean, that goes back to my death penalty comments. Right. You get someone who's a Trump supporter suspected of a very serious, heinous crime. You put him in D.C., they're going to be like, kill him.
Yeah.
That's horrifying.
And that's that two-tier system of justice is something that I'm talking about a lot right now. We have, there's no doubt that the left.
What info is President Trump possibly getting outside of the office? Like, shoot, honestly, Kamala should be able to tell you how to solve the economy better than Trump. She's in the office right now. She sees everything. She can go ahead and broker deals and everything. And if she could fix it, it'd be according to what she can do, according to the numbers, according to what we're working with. If he ain't in office, what briefing is he getting? Like, I would like to know. Like, shoot, tell me. Have you been debriefed on the numbers? Let me know.
It gets away. You think about the riots in 2020 and compare that to January 6th. I'm sure that, some smart lawyer could parse the difference, but it's really not. It's political violence.
Yep.
If those people outside the
Biden's the oldest president and elect right now. So hold on. Y'all can't complain about Trump and then ignore the fact that Biden was 82. But then all of a sudden when Biden's out, now you want to call up Trump's age? Like, come on now. You're being fake. Come on now.
The White House that burned, the church right across the street from the White House.
No, Renee. No, sweetheart. He's not getting no information. If you're not in office, you don't get debriefed because those are files mainly meant for the president or anybody in his team. Like, if you're outside the team, you don't get no updates. Like, hold on, who told you that? Who told you that Trump is just getting all the numbers for the economy and all that good stuff? He knows what Biden sits down and sees when he's debriefed. Like, who told you that one? Like, if so, man, I ain't gonna lie. They might have had a case with those classified documents.
They had, they were trying to get into the White House. They had to build dramatic, sort of night after night. They kept trying to push the perimeter out, first of all, and build higher fences to keep those folks. I mean, there were police officers were assaulted. There was no doubt about that during those riots. And I'm going to make a bold statement here, but certainly those folks that participated in that over the course of the summer in Washington, D.C. and looted Georgetown and just, did all sorts of things. Nobody was prosecuted to the extent that the people that participated in January 6th. And I'm saying both those should be treated the same. Yeah. Like, political violence is...
So you can look up all of our trade deals with every country right now. You can look up all of our trade deals with every country right now. Okay. Oh, you can look into all the military information going on right now? Right now. It's like, come on now. Like I said, you're asking bro to solve a math problem without even showing him the problem. Or even what type of problem he's going to be answering. It's like, what do you expect? A concept of a plan is the best anybody can give you. He could have just lied. At least he was honest. That's what I respected. I was like, man, yeah, concept would probably be the best you can give us, seeing that you're not behind the desk. I mean, what? That's, I mean, all right, so like, what would you do as the CEO of the business? Well, first, I'd have to sit down behind the desk of the CEO and see what these numbers is looking like. Other than that, I can only give you concepts of, well, if we're here, then I would do this.
Ever acceptable. But in this case, the American people see the different treatment of those folks.
I've talked to people, they have no idea what 529 is. I mean, I talk to people all the time, and I say, what are your thoughts on when they the 529, riots, when they set fire to a guard post, when they torched the church and tore the barricades down, the president was forced in a bunker. They go, I didn't know that happened. Yeah. Because the media, it happened.
Well, there's the 529 commission. I mean, right?
Yeah,
no?
For sure.
No, but and that's my point. Before the show, you mentioned that at some point it's just not worth it to get.
Bro, yo, I'm weak as hell. A concept. When a tech company make a concept, it's a plan to make a gadget, right? A concept is a plan. It's not a solid plan. When you give concepts, you're giving, well, if we could do this, this is where we're going to take it. If it's like this, this is where we're going to take it. We can only give you concepts. So it is a plan, but you're pretty much saying, well, I got an A plan, a B plan, a C plan, depending on the circumstances. Concept. Like, that's crazy.
Paid $170,000 a year to have your life destroyed by the establishment, by the Uniparty, by the Democrats. And so I wonder if that's the reason why you don't get a 529 commission, why Republicans seem to do very little, if anything at all.
Yeah. Well, I think, in the next year, I expect that there will be a lot more. I mean, I think the right is learning that we can't sit by and play, patty cake while the left tries to destroy literally our entire society and people, everybody's reputation. I mean, I think there is just a final realization that we can't not fight. We'd prefer to actually, have a civil dialogue and have a discussion and have the marketplace of ideas that's supposed to work and convince people to vote for us and vote against them. But I think there is a realization now that the left is just in it to win it. And not only to win it, but like destroy.
In a debate where he had a certain time limit, you expect him to go through A, B, and C plan? In a debate where you had 2 to 3 minutes, you'd expect like, hey man, I would love for y'all to have this same standard for Kamala at this point. What? Like, sweetheart, I'm only talking to you because you're a black woman and I understand where you're coming from with this. But in 3 minutes, you're going to tell me A, B, or C in your concept of a plan to run for America. I would test you on that. I ain't even going to lie. I would go ahead and tell you. I'm like, all right, well, if the government's here, if the trading deals are here, and if the economy inflation is here, what you're going to do, it would be pretty hard for you to explain all that in 3 minutes or less.
everything in their path for the sake of power.
But there's
No.
see,
We love our
you know,
black
when
women. We love our black
you're acting.
We love all women, but sometimes you just gotta try to bring y'all to the light. And if you don't want to come to the light, well, eventually age is gonna bring you to the light.
AG, I mean, they came after you pretty hard, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
The Republicans don't do that to Democrats. Look at Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, the psychotic behavior. They accused the man of lining up at frat parties to gang assault women in these ridiculous stories.
And wasn't he in
that
some
made no
pirate
sense.
ship going up and down the coast? Wasn't there some story about that?
Yep.
I mean, it was like nonsense.
Someone literally fabricated a story about him on some boat doing something to a woman, and then they were like, yeah, we made the whole thing up. Where are the Republicans accusing Democrats of doing anything? They don't. And then when you get people like James Lindsay, for instance, and he starts referring to people targeting children as groomers, Twitter bans the word. What? And big tech comes in immediate defense of the left. So there's no collateral damage for the Democrats and the left to engage in this behavior. The right does not do anything to combat it. And so you look at the Republican Party, I mean, half the time they're in agreements or
all right, then you're letting race guide your decisions. You're not being rational about this, baby girl. Like, you can't tell me you're being, fair about it if you're going, well, he's a white man and she's a black woman, so I'm going with that. I'm like, then you'd have went with Kamala just because she's black. And she's not even black. The woman's Hindu. Well, I'm making real. She grew up Hindu. So it's kind of crazy that you want to say the white boy part, and I kind of get it because that's what we've been conditioned to as black people, to hate the rich white man. But we kind of got to let that go, to be honest, because if we just want to go off that, then come on now, we ain't really going off nothing. And if you're going off that self-confirming bias of, hate the rich white man, then I don't think you really getting your information with a logical perception of it. Like, you're kind of getting it from I'm looking for bad stuff on Trump. In my belief, of course. I'm not sure if that's what you do. I'm just giving you my perception of through what you're saying.
Or look at this. We just had how many Republicans come out supporting gun control, which is wildly unpopular among the Republican voter base. They don't care. You know, I look at people like Shelley Moore Capito in West Virginia. She's not up for re-election for another 5 years. So what does she care? She's probably laughing all the way to the bank as she torches her constituents. This is what we keep getting. So, I mean, man, is it brutal to watch.
Yeah.
Now you have the January 6th committee. On TV, they're calling it a TV show, the season finale. They're lying about basically everything. And people are wrapped up in this cult. They believe this stuff.
And, there's so much we can talk about on the that committee or whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's a one-sided show trial like you would see in a dictatorship. Did we get outplayed in sort of the chess match of who should have been on the committee? And, if they wouldn't put Jim Jordan, should we have at least had some non-anti-Trumpers on this to at least, bring a different, narrative or a different, thrust of the questioning? Right now, it is it's the only thing the left has. And that's what's just fascinating to me. I mean, if you look at what the two things that the left has is they have the Dobbs opinion and essentially claiming, making falsehoods about.
Perfect. Actually, I got an even better one for y'all. Because I'm just going to go through the bangers with y'all.
I want to call it the media specifically, first and foremost, a handful of media outlets, many of whom may actually be in the room today. And so no disrespect to the individuals. I know these people aren't the ones who wrote the stories. That's right. But the first thing I have for everybody is the definition of inside job from Oxford Languages. And inside job is defined as a crime committed by or with the assistance of a person living or working on the premises where it occurred. That's simple, right?
Yes. I'm Comrade S.E.T, and I do work for the Russian Misinformation Center. Yes, you have caught me. Conrad, come on, they've caught me. It's like, bro, y'all funny as hell.
Some guy robs a bank, and a security guard opens the door to let him in. That's the assistance. That's an inside job. How about that? I also, just for good measure, got the definition from Merriam-Webster, just to be sure.
Appreciate you, Dave.
And it once again says something very similar. Done by or with the help of someone in a position or within an organization or group.
So I got a question.
Let me go through these stories real quick. So we have this from CNN, fact-checking Vivek Ramaswamy's CNN town hall, where they say a false claim that police rolled out the red carpet on January 6th. They go on to say that you said it was an inside job. They say, facts first, Ramaswamy's claim that the rioters were invited into the Capitol is false. About 140 police officers were assaulted while trying to stop the mob from breaching the Capitol, et cetera, et cetera. This is a trick that many in media do, where they will take a true statement, a fact, then try to apply it to a totally different set of facts. Is it true that police officers were injured? Yes, it is. Is it also true that police opened the doors and fanned people in? Yes, it is. Here's a story from CNN.
I mean, you know what? I kind of want to hear them back that up a little bit, because I'm like, whoa, that's saying some shit right there. Saying, was it true that police got hurt? Yes, it was. Did it true that police let them in? Yes, it was. I'm like, hold on, dog.
False. About 140 police officers were assaulted while trying to stop the mob from breaching the Capitol, et cetera, et cetera. This is a trick that many in media do, where they will take a true statement, a fact, then try to apply it to a totally different set of facts. Is it true that police officers were injured? Yes, it is. Is it also true that police opened the doors and fanned people in? Yes, it is. Here's a story from CNN.com that I will use to debunk CNN.com. Okay. Man who said January 6th was magical acquitted in U.S. Capitol riot case, where they say a federal judge on Wednesday found Matthew Martin not guilty of 4 federal misdemeanors related to
I mean, when y'all say Russian psyop, do y'all understand that Russia's had its best years under President Biden? But Russia was low-key going through it under Trump. Like, it's kind of funny. It's like, whoa. If anybody's helping out Russia, it's Biden right now. As much as he's anti-Putin and all that, bro, is actually giving it over to Putin. He's damn near about to give Putin Ukraine unknowingly. Because I always just say, bro, if Russia was to really put their foot down and I'd say do a mass missile strike or a nuke Ukraine, we kind of just throw our hands up and take our losses.
Trespassing. Martin, who worked for a government contractor before his arrest following the riot, successfully argued that a U.S. Capitol police officer waved him into the building. At least one video played during the trial appeared to show an officer moving his arm in a waving motion. Yeah, CNN really doesn't want to admit it, but let's break down the facts here. A judge determined a police officer made a waving motion, thus a man who entered the building felt he was invited, and thus there were no criminal charges to be had. The case was dismissed. If the police officer assisted that man, would that not be an inside job, according to Oxford? Here's an article from CNN. Joe Scarborough lambasts Capitol Police. You opened the effing doors for them. Going on to say that they politely opened the doors for terrorists who had scrawled on the door, murder the media. If the police politely opened the doors, providing assistance to these people to come in, would that not be an inside job? And how about this one from the New York Post? January 6th.
You know what's so crazy about concept of a plan? The literal definition of concept is a plan or an intention. So, like I said, bro, the Trump derangement syndrome is real. Y'all willing to forget what concept means in the dictionary to this make fun of Trump? I mean, go at it, but understand how crazy you sound right now.
6 footage shows Capitol cops escorting QAnon shaman to Senate floor. So I have to just simply say, when we say something like it was an inside job or it appears to be, they'll immediately respond by saying, what's your proof that the Biden administration did it? Well, I never said that. I said it was an inside job. The Capitol Police were taking selfies with people. In some instances, opened the doors and let people in. I'm glad to have called out these news organizations, first and foremost. NBC News, of course. Vivek Ramaswamy promotes January 6th conspiracy theory by suggesting it was an inside job. I think according to...
We've been established this. I am a Russian spy. Like, bro, we've been established this. I'm Conrad S.E.T, bro. Like, I got the KGB in the back, bro. And if any of y'all keep talking disrespectful, the KGB gonna be at your door. I'm just playing, bro. But we've established this. I'm a Russian asset. No, I'm just gonna go ahead and own up to it at this point.
CNN's own reporting, as well as the Oxford definition, we've here definitively stated and proven it was an inside job.
My question is, if the people inside are under duress and they let the people outside in because they're afraid for their lives, is it still technically an inside job, or was it provoked by the crowd's, fear, essence of fear? It's a bit. I kind of lie with you that I think it is still technically, neutrally an inside.
You're also assuming that was the case, right? I mean, I think that's even under that most charitable interpretation.
Russian asset, don't give a fuck. I got my rubles, man. We up now. Putin just sent a direct deposit, man. It's a wrap, bro. I'm good, though, man. We off the rubles. We good now. Russian asset, don't give a shit.
Those aren't necessarily the same people. You're talking about thousands of people. So some people had some violent behavior outside. Different people who show up at a door are allowed in a friendly manner. From the standpoint of the person who was allowed in, it doesn't matter what circumstance the police officer was under. The question is, what do they believe the government is telling them? So from the standpoint of that defendant, I'm a guy who walks up to the House of the People, wants to walk in, take my iPhone around. You see many of those people. Okay, probably the first time in the Capitol building. And they were allowed in by a federal police officer, that of the Capitol Police. Now, I find weeks or months or a year and a half later.
Shit, did he skin Brittany Griner? Did he skin her? Like, what you mean? He ain't skin Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner was able to be in prison just fine. You know, may have been a little cold, but she was good. They ain't skin her. They gave her back, you know. We did a bad deal, but we got her back in one piece, did we not? Like, come on now, bro. Let's be fair. Let's be fair, chat. Come on. Let's get about that Trump derangement syndrome for me, man. Just bring it out of yourself. Just shake it off. Shake it off for me.
Wants to walk in, take my iPhone around. You see many of those people. Okay, probably the first time in the Capitol building. And they were allowed in by a federal police officer, that of the Capitol Police. Now, I find weeks or months or a year and a half later, I'm part of the largest manhunt in modern American history to be put into prison, in many cases charged, held without even being charged. So I think at the level of the individual, this is what it comes down to. It's not about finding what circumstance was or wasn't understandable for the government. For somebody who's going to be locked up, we better darn well apply the highest standard of a burden of proof to say that's what we're going to apply before you lock you up. And so the Capitol Police initially...
Which was hilarious. Shit was hilarious. When that white lady told Vivek, bro, everybody remember when the white lady told Vivek, yeah, I'm not voting for you because you're pretty much brown. I died laughing. I was like, you know what? At least she's honest. But that shit was too funny. I'm just like, all right. Well, we've been new. Like, come on now. Some people felt like that. We all knew that. On God, of course I got the vodka. Like, of course I have vodka. It's like, man.
Were sitting on a lot of that footage. They said it sat with Congress. So many of those defendants were charged without getting access to that video footage. And again, the justification they made was, you know, usually a prosecutor has to turn over exculpatory evidence to a defendant. But here they didn't do it because they said Congress technically has the tapes, and that's not the prosecutors of the DOJ. Again, from the standpoint of an individual defendant, it doesn't matter. It's the government that's coming after you to put you in prison. And if the government's going to come after you to put you in prison, a couple basic things.
Nah, man, I got too many nigga friends. I got too many Negro friends. I ain't gonna lie. You know what? Too many nigga friends. I might need some more, I don't know, maybe more Hispanic friends or some. I already got enough nigga and white boy friends. I'm good. I have a lot of friends. Don't worry. Hey.
These have to be true. That government did not actually cause you or incite you to commit the crime. And we're just talking about the Capitol Police dimension of this, let alone the FBI dimension. And the other thing that has to be true is you have a chance to defend yourself with full exculpatory evidence, including the video footage of the circumstances of you being allowed into that very building you were allegedly trespassing in. If neither of those things were the case, then I think that that's not a crime. And anybody who has been convicted or pressured into a false plea deal under those circumstances.
Yes, laughing about racism is all right. Yes, it is funny as shit. It's funny as hell. I mean, like, God damn it, bro. I need to hear myself one racist joke a day to light my day up, okay? Yes, it is funny.
Will, on my watch, get a pardon on day one because that's the right thing to do to stand for the rule of law in this country.
Would you retry them with the new evidence?
I think that it would depend on the circumstances, but when you think about somebody who was, first of all, peacefully protesting that day and allowed in those circumstances, there's something bigger going on here. In that same year, we've applied a totally different standard of the rule of law to violent riots. I'm not going to call them mostly peaceful protests. It's a translation, if you're decoding the media lingo on this one. Mostly peaceful protest in the year 2020 for Antifa or BLM refers to violent riots. Against the backdrop of a year where there were all kinds of peaceful to violent riots across this country. And so against that backdrop, I believe especially what these people have been put through already. This is years of hell that we've put citizens of this country through. Anybody who was peaceful and did not physically assault somebody that day will get a day one pardon from me.
You know what's crazy? Russia is, well, you know, Russia is an Orthodox Christian state. Like, it's an Orthodox Christian country. You know that, right? So if I was to go over there in Russia, as long as I'm not doing no LGBT buffoonery, and I'm obeying the law and I'm not doing what I'm doing now, I should be pretty good in Russia. Yeah, I'll be pretty good. Oh, you know, as long as I'm not speaking out against Putin and all that, what you mean? I get skinned alive in Russia. I'll be just fine in Russia. Man, bro, y'all be thinking that the world just this horrible place. I'm like, not so much. Governments, yeah, sure. People, not so much.
And then I'm going to go down the list, even of the people who allegedly, right? I don't believe anymore the government if they just said you're violent as an allegation. Now let's get to the facts and go down the list. Anybody else who had their constitutional rights denied during that process will also, in addition, get a pardon. I can't commit to that on day one, but on day one, I commit to start the process of going case by case. And it's not even about those defendants individually, though that matters, of course, to me. It's about the future of this country. Because if we put ourselves in a position where they can go after political opponents for this reason, they can go after political opponents for any reason. You got Julian Assange rotting in a foreign prison, while the person who leaked to Julian Assange is a woman by the name of Chelsea Manning, who effectively got her sentence commuted by President Obama because she's transgender.
So you telling me I'm gonna get okay? Y'all over sensationalizing like Russia at this point. Like y'all damn near doing Russia like how we did Africa back in the day, where you thought everybody was swinging from trees with monkeys like they were Tarzan or something. It's like, bro, let's chill out for a minute here, okay? Christian Orthodox country, you could fly into Russia right now if you wanted to, as long as you ain't doing nothing stupid. Let's be honest. So. Yeah, there's some stuff going on, but you're acting like, oh, if you go to Russia, you're going to get shot. They're going to lock you up. I'm like, I don't know. The way I'm talking, the way y'all saying it, I should be cool in Russia. The way y'all talking, I should be good in Russia. Like, come on, pick one. Pick one. Am I going to get skinned alive because what? Tell me why. Like, the way y'all talking, because I'm a Trump supporter, I'm good in Russia. As soon as I hop off the plane, I should be dapping it up with Putin.
I actually have increasingly concluded she's probably not even transgender. She's probably just smart, knowing that that's how you have to identify to be a member of a politically favorable class. And so the two standards of the rule of law are really what irk me the most. And so this isn't just for the people who were there on January 6th. It's for the rest of us in this country as well. And
Nah, bro. You can't say that now. I was talking cool and professional the whole time. Now, y'all took me there. Now I'm trolling. Let's get into it. Oh, no. Oh, you thought I was acting white? Oh, okay. Well, let me introduce you to the black side a little bit.
So I don't think retrial for most of those cases is the right answer. If you're a peaceful protester on January 6th, you were truly peaceful and you were convicted or forced to plead or coerced to plead under false pretenses, you will get a pardon on day one when I'm in office.
I want to bring up real quick just to highlight again what CNN said in their article fact-checking you when they said about 140 police officers were assaulted while trying to stop the mob from breaching the Capitol. It's not shocking that almost every single news story that we hear about January 6th involves those who are acting violently. But I think perhaps one thing that we can do better, especially, we've got scanner.com, scnr.com, we have a news team, is focus on those who were peaceful, nonviolent, and shut up after the fact. I met a woman at a restaurant, and this is in the Maryland area. She went down to D.C. with her husband. This is a story she told me. She showed up an hour and a half or so after the rioting had already concluded and people were actually leaving. She walks up to the Capitol building with open sidewalks. There's people standing on the grass talking. There's people walking around. The doors are wide open. Her and her husband walk up, see people and the police standing there, walking
around.
She said she was in for a few minutes, asked what was going on. They said nothing much and said, okay, and she left. She was sentenced to 18 months in jail. The court did not care that she was nonviolent, that she was just a tourist who went to see Donald Trump speak, was unaware of any barricades. I think the issue is, especially for the corporate press, those stories aren't newsworthy for them. They're not going to get clicks. If you take a look at how CNN reported the acquittal of Matthew Martin, they still just don't want to admit that a police officer waved a man into the building and a judge agreed he was welcomed in. They still try and make it seem like it's all a misunderstanding and the cop wasn't waving him in.
Yeah, and you know what, the corporate press piece is interesting of this because some of the people who they're now going after, there were members of the press that day in the field covering it as members of the press. But if they're part of the corporate press, somehow that was immune from investigation. You have independent journalists who are actually documenting what was happening are the ones that the Justice Department's now going after. You have the likes of Owen Schroyer, who was actually yelling, as best I know, didn't even go in the Capitol, was on a megaphone yelling 1776. I didn't think that was a crime in this country. But apparently that was, by definition. He ended up spending time, actually, unfortunately, under prosecution and under conviction. So I think it's a violation of the rule of law. I also think you haven't even gotten to the spicy stuff. But first of all, I want to say one thing. I'm glad that CNN, at least took the approach they did. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here doing this, actually. Probably. CNN, I did a town hall here in Iowa about
Well, shoot, sweetheart, I ain't gonna lie. If these people in the chat keep exposing me for being a Russian spy, I might be on the plane to Russia. So, man.
About maybe a month and a half ago,
Conrads.
where we started to talk to this woman, Abby Phillips, who was moderating the town hall. They literally cut it off 5 minutes early. Like, literally, it was supposed to be there was a full time, there's a full run of show. By the time I start talking about January 6th, and there's only a few third rails that you really can't touch. But for whatever reason, this is one of them. They ended the whole thing 5 minutes early, trot out a bunch of different experts explaining to their audience why everything they just heard was misinformation and needed to be debunked as dangerous for the future. And then that's when they start calling us. And you know, they actually, on YouTube, funny thing is, they threatened us with the cease and desist for putting up that town hall while Nikki Haley still sat up there for 6 months. I think part of it is, Tim, it's not just that it's less spicy for less clicks. I think there's something deeper and more ideological definitely going on here that they believe it is their responsibility to make sure the public does not hear.
Shout out Ohio, man. Appreciate y'all. If you Ohio, man, OHIO.
What in this case here are the facts of what happened, but even in other cases, viewpoints that are alternative to their own. I do think that's an important part of what's going on at the highest levels of these organizations.
Well, this is the thing. We don't know a lot of the facts. How many FBI agents played a role in what happened? How many undercover police officers or other federal agencies participated in this event? Why did it take so long to respond? What just happened to Ray Epps, and how was he able to get that kind of deal when there's so many people rotting away in solitary confinement right now? And you don't even have to go as far as to say it was an inside job or it wasn't an
I'm actually a conspiracy. You know, I'm just going to go ahead and own up to all the negative things that I'm called. Fuck it. Fuck it. I might as well lean into it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to lean into it because when they said they were turning the frogs gay, y'all didn't believe it. And then people have to go here and show you that there's atrazine in the water. That's low-key. If you take long enough, well, it's going to make you effeminate. And if you take it as a woman, you can low-key mess up the young boy. And, well, if you're having a boy, you can low-key make that young boy a female. Yeah. So, yes, they put atrazine in the water and they're making the frogs gay. Yes, yes. January 6th, though. Bro, fuck it. The police let their ass in, bro. It was a whole FBI operation. There was FBI people in the goddamn crowd. We know it. They know it. And the problem is it was all a scam just to go ahead and put more flames on Trump. Just to go ahead and put a name on this man. Yes, I'm leaning into the full conspiracy bag now. Allegedly. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Inside job. The burden of proof is on the government. The people have questions. We should demand answers. And I think we need a...
Man, shoot, go ahead and super chat me and your favorite conspiracy theory. Shoot, man. Let me know what y'all think. And I'll go ahead and I'll speak on it and what I know.
Full investigation, not just of that event, but the entire FBI from its...
Nigga, Biden told a black to get out the water. What are you talking about? Biden sent black men to jail for drugs. I mean, if Trump did nothing for blacks, then shoot, I'd rather a nigga do nothing than a motherfucker take niggas to jail. Like, shit, I'd rather you take your hands off us than you put our hands on us and fuck us up. Like, what you talking about? Like, for real, though. Nothing.
Exception, they have been doing illegal, horrible things to the American public, lying, spying, destroying people's personal lives, blackmailing individuals, including MLK. And more importantly, when you look at what happened specifically in 2001 in New York City, the FBI also played a major role in that incident that they were never held accountable for. We need a full investigation into the FBI. Would that be something that you would support?
Yes, but I think I have gained enough of an understanding of the FBI such that I can confidently say the correct answer is not to give them some new building or anything else. It is not to replace Christopher Wray, which is just a fake mirage. Get Christopher Wray out, you get James Comey 2.0. I'm convinced the right answer is to shut down the failed Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. That's the only answer that remains. And I actually think you guys are, playing almost nicer with respect to the facts that we do have. As I said, I agree that it appears to be an inside job, but we don't really know the full extent of what happened. I will say, though, it's interesting. I don't know if you guys have talked about this in the show before. I've kind of gone deep on this because I think it's important, not just for this incident, but for the future of the country.
Trump's done a lot for black people, but I was just playing into your point, man. I was playing into your point. Trump started the Platinum Plan. He ran behind Jesse Jackson. Well, his dad opened up one of the wealthiest black neighborhoods. And, yeah, the Trump family's done a good amount for black people. Biden, not so much. No, actually, not at all. Not at all. I mean, hey, bro is racist. Come on now. See, I want to align with the real racists, the proven racists. And okay, it's all good. It's all good. You got it. Man, you want to go with the proven racists? Okay.
I think we have, but take it away.
Okay.
Yeah, this is important though to understand the nexus. It's kind of an underbelly in our law enforcement.
That works out for you.
So the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot actually began as a plot to storm the Capitol in the state of Michigan. And you know how it started? It started was people at the FBI putting people up to this. Poor guys. One of them was actually supposedly getting hot water from a Mexican restaurant across the street. These are people who are not doing well in their life, who they've put up and cultivated with $5,000 credit cards with $5,000 limits to go buy munitions and otherwise, to initially what began as a plot to storm the Capitol.
Okay, and I endorse the KKK's ideology of no more race mixing. Okay, there you go. Great. And now both of me and Trump endorsed the KKK. Yeah, no more race mixing. On God. There you go, okay? Man, hey, y'all want me to troll? This is what y'all got, man. I'm going there tonight.
But eventually ended up being a plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. A good number of the people who were captured here, like we're talking about a high proportion of them were absolutely federal informants. And yet the Detroit field office head, and they took that all the way to trial, several of the people at trial were acquitted on grounds of entrapment. One of the jurors at the end went to one of the defendants, just gave him a hug and apologized for what he had been through because the juror actually had to see what the FBI put these people up to.
You know what's crazy? Dr. Umar Johnson kind of agrees with the KKK when he says no more race mixing. So to be honest with you, we kind of do a lot in some beliefs, if you believe it or not. It's like this little FBA thing these niggas came up with, the niggas that want free handouts from a government that's never really gave them anything but slavery and suffering, but they want free handouts now. It kind of reminds me of them a little bit. You feel me? It reminds me of that. It's like, you don't make too much sense right now, but hey, we're going to hear you out, I guess, because you're black, right? Right? Okay.
And you can't make this stuff up. In October of 2020, 3 months before January of 2021, guess who gets a promotion to be the D.C. field office head? Was none other than that Detroit field office head. And what do you have on January 6, 2021, 3 months later, is a storming of the U.S. Capitol. So there's a lot here that suggests, the D.C. pipe bomb story at the DNC and the RNC headquarters. Why haven't we heard the first thing about what we actually know, despite the existence of video footage about that, and the careful coincidence of exactly when that pipe bomb at the RNC headquarters happened to have been discovered with the timer on it down to the time where the actual vote was supposed to be cast for certifying the results of the election.
God,
it's an impossibility. That was the number one thing for me. The day after, and sorry to cut you off, but the day after January 6th, I was like, this is it's complete setup by the FBI. If you mean to tell me...
hey, man, them niggas don't like me too much. I'm going to tell you that right now. Oh, boy, the FBAs, bro. I thought they was talking about Amazon fulfillment for a second there. They're like, FBA blacks. I'm like, oh, okay, y'all out there working with Amazon. They was like, no, foundational black Americans. I'm like, oh, it's a little new supremacist movement that puts the descendants of slaves above the other, black races because, they just feel like we built this country and all this good stuff. And thank you guys. Thank you. But come on now. Man, have some grace or something. Like, come on, have some humility.
That I was living in Washington, D.C. at the time, a couple of blocks away from the White House when January 6th happened. It was a very bizarre day because we had an entire summer of people rioting. It was scary to go outside. I was pregnant at the time. Cars set on fire. Every day there was a crazy protest, people storming buildings at all times. Cool. Suddenly, after the Summer of Love BLM, we were getting phone calls, people asking if we were okay after January 6th when there wasn't any sounds outside of where I lived. If you mean to tell me that in Washington, D.C., where you can't walk 2 feet, it is the most surveilled building in the world, okay? That a couple of blocks away from the White House, they can't figure out where there, again, cameras on every single corner, every inch, who got out of their car, placed pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC headquarters, and went away. And let me tell you how extensive their search was, because this is something that people are not talking about, because you're talking about people that stood trial, and of course, that's the most important, the people that are being locked up, people that have committed suicide. Let's not forget to talk about people that have killed themselves for fear of being locked up because they showed up to support the sitting president of the United States. I have 2 friends from Stamford, Connecticut, who showed up to hear Donald Trump speak and went home, okay? That was it. They never went into the Capitol building, nothing. After the speech, they didn't go up. FBI agents showed up at their house. This was a harassment and intimidation campaign that took place. If you even showed up to support President Trump, they got questioned. They found a picture of them on Facebook with a MAGA flag.
You know what? People say, "Oh, what blacks do? What did Trump do for blacks?" I mean, well, let's be real. We ain't getting nothing from the Democrats, and we need to start looking. We need to stop looking for outside help. To be honest, stop looking for outside help. We need to start fixing our own community at this point. So honestly, this presidential election still won't decide the fate of the black community, to be honest with you, if we still are doing the same things we're doing today to destroy our black community. Like, ain't gonna be no difference. A good economy, bad economy, we're still gonna have high abortion rates, high crime rates. But if we get our shit together and bring those things down, then we can honestly benefit in any environment we're put in.
Heard Trump speak, and they went home, and these people were questioned by the feds. So they had enough resources, right, to send them out and hunt down people that were posting pictures, but they can't find out who just tried to blow up headquarters in Washington, D.C., a couple of blocks away from the White House.
And you want to know what the weirdest part about this is? And I'm just, as I go deeper, learning facts about this, is Kamala Harris, the number 2, for better or worse, to succeed the U.S. president.
You came in at the wrong time, amigo. You came in at the wrong time. I was talking politics like for 5 hours straight. Y'all start trolling in the chat. I was just like, you know what, man? Let me just lean into it, man. I might as well lean into it. But hey, if you want me to, we can talk about politics. I got you. But right now, I think I'm just gonna troll out for tonight. I'm just gonna have me a good time. I already gave y'all news, breaking news. Broke down Trump, Walz, JD, all in one thing. Like, come on now. Come on. Can I have some fun too? Of course. Thank you.
Was at the DNC headquarters that morning with all kind of level of security there that understand. Then suddenly, randomly, they just see it on a park bench later. So I think there's enough facts here to know the government has not been transparent with us. But furthermore, we know Capitol Police officers let him in. We know that the video footage was selectively released, such that you did not see shooting rubber bullets and tear gas into the mostly peaceful crowd. You saw the reaction of those people hitting the Capitol after releasing that, and then you did not see initially Capitol Police officers allowing people in peacefully. It's a distortion, and we just deserve the truth.
Well, I have a question for you. So I've often talked about the May 29th insurrection. May 29th, 2020. Thousands of far-left extremists stormed the barricades of the White House, fought with hundreds, if not several hundred police officers, injuring around between 70 and 140. They firebombed the White House grounds. That's true. They set fire to a guard tower, and they set fire to St. John's Church. This is a historical church the Founding Fathers would go to. It was so severe that the president was forced into his emergency bunker, thus disrupting his official duties. And
really?
Yes.
Wow.
And my question is, where was our commission? Where was the, the photos of that day when, I go to family gatherings over the holidays and I show a photo of an aerial shot of D.C., which many of you may have seen, smoke rising out all around the White House and the surrounding areas from fires that were being lit. The president was forced into an emergency bunker against his will, and the media made fun of him and called him Bunker Boy for having had to experience this. Donald Trump said, I went down, they showed me it, he clearly didn't want to be there. When law enforcement then cleared out the extremists who had laid siege to the White House, I'm being purposefully hyperbolic, you understand why, Donald Trump came out the next day and took a picture, and they attacked him and insulted him for having defended the White House and a church that was set on fire by an extremist faction. A faction so extreme, in fact, that similar groups and cells within the same ideology had seized several blocks in various cities, in Atlanta, in Seattle in their Capitol Hill occupation, and in Minnesota with George Floyd Square. Videos emerged out of, I believe it was Seattle, of armed groups walking around with AR-15s, pointing them at drivers.
God, man,
people of a similar or same ideology, in fact, many of these people do coordinate, engaged in insurrection. Now, of course, we can calm down and say a bunch of extremist activists rioting in the streets, no insurrection. Oh, fair point. Then neither was the Capitol.
Well, what about Brett Kavanaugh? Was anybody alive for the Brett Kavanaugh hearings? Do you remember them storming in, going into senators' offices? I'm telling you, D.C. was insane, and nobody cared until January 6th happened. This was like a routine thing that was happening to get their ideas across. They were doing sit-ins. They were walking in, in the halls uninvited. They couldn't get these people out. It's just crazy to think that suddenly they focused on January 6th, and it's hard to imagine that the feds were not in on it when we know we have all of these pieces of footage.
And at the very least,
one thing, because I think there's two strands here. Both are I think there's two different points, and both are interesting. But I think it's important not to mix them up because it might risk us missing the real plot here. Which is, one is, have we applied the different standard of rule of law throughout this country over the course of 2020? Absolutely, we did. Antifa, BLM, you name it. If you have a left-wing ideology, it was a mostly peaceful protest. You ignore it. That's a glaring point and deserves to be called out. And I think that there can be no justice with two standards of the rule of law based on your political ideology. I think, to be clear, what happened on January 6th was not some small joke. This was significant in terms of the number of people, in terms of some of the video footage the mainstream media picked out. But I think what's significant about it is we don't know what actually caused those people to act the way they did. Was it really the government instigating something that otherwise didn't exist, using it as a deflection to achieve a national security state's revival that had otherwise receded over the course of 20 years since the post-9/11 period? And so maybe I've just told you what I actually think is going on here. But that's what I think the facts suggest, is there was a reason for these people to not only get Donald Trump out of office, but to discredit this, to relegate this line of thinking, the movement behind him, to the dustbins of history. And this was the way to do it. So I think that there was a lot of depth to this, and it wasn't just that, okay, well, like this was, these are two different standards, two different bad things, yes. But this was, I think, a very serious forethought exercise in accomplishing something. And unless we see through it, first step when you see a problem is to name it. Unless we do that, they are going to accomplish.
No, we need about the same, but 2 to 4 hours of sunlight y'all do to get maximum intake of vitamin D. About the same.
Accomplish what they set out to accomplish. That's what I believe.
I'd like to jump to some breaking news from today, and then we'll get into some core issues that are happening. We've got stories on immigration. There was a school in New York that they told the kids to go remote. You can't use the school anymore because illegal immigrants are coming in. We have a breaking story from James O'Keefe where he actually tracked down buses engaged in human trafficking, and they flee from him. It's really interesting. But we'll start with this story from our good friends at the New York Times. Christie caught on hot mic disparaging Haley and DeSantis. Now, the interesting thing here is, of course, that he dropped out. But we also have this hot mic moment I want to play and get your thoughts on. Hopefully will this play properly? I hope so. Let's play it. I can hear it down here. Is there a way to get it to play on the speakers? No. There's no way to get it to play on the speakers? Not right now. I can't even hear it on the headphones. Okay, well, we can't play it, unfortunately.
We know what he said.
I've heard it. We've heard
You've heard it.
We've all heard it.
So I want to clarify some things, because in the tweet that went that started getting a lot of play, it's got 500,000 so far. It says, Chris Christie says, Nikki Haley is, quote, gonna get smoked, and you and I both know it. She's not up to this. In regards to Trump, Christie says, Ron DeSantis called him up petrified. Now, what Christie says is, Ron called me petrified that I was gonna, or something like that, and then cuts off. Someone else then intervenes and says, he's probably getting out after Iowa. I personally do not believe Ron drops out after Iowa. But I'm curious, there's a few things. Candace, you actually made a really good point about this, if you want to.
So when I was sitting down, and I think I actually said this on my podcast, but during the first Republican debates, it was the energy going into it was essentially that DeSantis was going to have to come out and say stuff against Vivek, obviously, because Vivek was having a surge in the polls. And interestingly enough, he didn't say anything to Vivek, but then suddenly Chris Christie just went like an attack dog. And I just thought it was really odd. I was like, this feels strangely coordinated to me. I feel like Chris Christie and Ron DeSantis are maybe friends, and they're all friends, and they all know that this is the guy that they have to attack. I felt this, I said this in my podcast, and then I thought it was really interesting that DeSantis called him petrified about whatever it is. I just thought to myself, why is DeSantis calling Chris Christie at all? Do they have a relationship? Again, these are just questions. Right. We probably are not going to get the answer to them, as they're already working on a spin and saying that DeSantis was just calling to, bid him farewell from the race or something.
Petrified. Yeah, DeSantis was petrified that Christie would do something.
Right.
We don't know what he was going to do, but that's according to Chris Christie. I'm curious as to why they were in conversation at all.
Yeah.
And why DeSantis would express to him his fear over something Christie might do.
I haven't talked to either today. I can tell you that. And so I'll tell you something. I think that there's something deeper going on, and this is today a footnote. It's a footnote, but a footnote in the deeper game that's hiding in plain sight. I think, Ian, you said, oh, is this all just one giant deep fake? I actually think it is.
Yeah.
Actually, I think we're witnessing a deep fake in real time, and the deep fake is this. And the people who are the subjects to it, I think every one of the people who is a subject to it, for better or worse, is falling for the deep fake, which is that this system, the system, has made a decision, the same one that they thought they were making back when Donald Trump was exiting office. Okay, they didn't get it right.
Actually, oh yeah, I forgot. Okay, guys, bear with me here. Today, I'm going to throw the word salad at y'all. We're going to toss around some word. Oh, I'm done. Okay, bro. I mean, I probably shouldn't say that, but fuck it. We're going to toss around some word salad with Kamala. There you go. Word salad with Kamala, man. Let's go.
Oh, thank you all. It really is great to be back. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. And can we please thank Bill for fighting every day for the working people of America. And to everyone at Teamsters Joint Council 39, I am so honored and grateful for your endorsement. I will work so closely with you, as we always have, and we will win. And we will win. And we will win. And it's so great to be with all of the leaders who are here. This is an auditorium full of leaders, including our dear friend and your governor, Tony Evers. Senator Tammy Baldwin, who you will re-elect to the United States Senate. Representative Pocan. Conway. And I have to give a special thanks to the mayor, because the last time I was in Madison, we went to the house where I lived when I was 5 years old, here in Madison. So many of you know, my sister Maya's here, so our parents taught at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and so we lived here for a period of time. So every time I land, the governor says, welcome home. So thank you all, to all the leaders who are here, elected leaders and community leaders and just neighborhood leaders, family leaders, all that you are. Thank you. So here we are. All right, we got work to do. 46 days until the election. 46 days until the election.
And no hot seat interview. Man, I'm impressed. I mean, for somebody to, like I said, avoid the hot seat like this and not be, nobody trying to force her to double down on her points, it's wild. Like I said, they let everybody get off with the word salad. Well, they let her get off with the word salad. It's wild how there's yet to been one interview that kind of, pushes back on what Kamala says.
And what we know, this is going to be a tight race until the very end. So let's not pay too much attention to the polls, because let's be clear, we are the underdog in this race. And we have some...
And now you admit it. After everybody said that, oh yeah, we done won the debate, Kamala up, it's all good for us. Now y'all admit it. That y'all are down in the race. Okay, so if Kamala's saying it, well, there you go, people.
Some hard work ahead of us. But here's the thing, we like hard work. We like hard work.
Yeah.
Hard work is good work.
All the handouts you
Hard
want to give
work
out,
is
bro.
joyful work. And with your help in November, we will win.
I'll be right back, chat. Right back.
So, some of you might have seen the debate last week that I had with Donald Trump.
Really? Okay.
It was fun. And I talked about issues that matter to families across America, like bringing down the cost of living, investing in America's small businesses, protecting reproductive freedom, and keeping our nation safe and secure. But that is not what we heard from Donald Trump. Instead, it was the same old tired show. The same old tired playbook we've heard for years, with no plan on how he would address the needs of the American people. Well, folks, it's time to turn the page.
Turn the page. You're going to follow me? Okay, do it with me. We're going to turn the page. Yes, everybody. We're going to turn the page. It's hilarious. Okay.
And America is ready to chart a new way forward. We are ready. We are ready. We are ready for a new generation of leadership that is optimistic about what we can do to
voting. Yes, I'm voting for a felon 2024. Let's go.
Together. Because we're tired of all that division and hate they're pushing. We here know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And that's what our campaign is about. Understanding that this is a people-powered campaign, that this is a campaign about building community, building coalitions, reminding us all that we are all in this together and that we're gonna be good and all right. We're in this together. Which is why Democrats, Republicans, and independents are supporting our campaign. Because they want a president, we want a president who works for all the American people. And I promise you that is the kind of president I will be. I promise that. Now, many of you know my background. My entire career, I have fought for the people as a young courtroom prosecutor.
Here's the problem with her, what she just said. I'm going to be all for Americans, but you're not for anybody who's anti-abortion. Because if you were all for Americans, you'd be with Donald Trump, and you'd just be, oh, yes, leave abortion to the states. And you feel me? And let's be for all people, not just exclude a whole group of people. And then, you know, out here and go on your rallies and be like, yeah, I'm for everybody. It's like, nah.
Prosecutor in Oakland, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure because of predatory lending practices.
Black people, come on now. Just because, like, come on. Our whole community is based on love of villains, love of criminals. Oh, so now we got a problem? Okay. That's real funny, guys. It's real funny. Now we got a problem with felons? Really? Oh, man, half the people you listen to on your music is felons. But oh, Donald Trump's one. Oh my God, he's a felon. Oh, this is hilarious. Okay.
I stood up for veterans and students who are being scammed by the big for-profit colleges, and for workers who are being cheated out of the wages they were due, and for seniors facing elder abuse. And as president, I will fight on behalf of all communities and all Americans, and together we will build a brighter future for our nation. Together, we will build a future where we build what I call an opportunity economy, so every American has the opportunity to own a home, to build wealth, to start a small business. And I'll tell you, I love our small business.
Man, and shout out to It's Pez, man. I appreciate the support. Ain't your first super chat on the live stream, dog? Hey, man, I appreciate you giving me that honor, man. Appreciate that. Shout out, bro.
This is for the small business leaders who are here. Can you raise your hand? Our small business leaders are extraordinary. So, you know, growing up, before our mother could afford to buy a house, we lived in an apartment above a child care center. It was owned by a woman by the name of Mrs. Shelton, and she helped raise my sister Maya and me, because my mother worked long days and sometimes on weekends. We called Miss Shelton our second mother, and she was a small business owner. So from childhood, I have known the character and work ethic of our small business owners. And I know small business owners are the backbone of America's economy. Which is why my plan offers a new way forward and will give a $50,000 tax deduction to help entrepreneurs start their small businesses. I also know we need to build more housing in America. You know, my mother saved up for years, and when I don't
know about building more houses. Maybe you need to find a way to make them, you know, more affordable. But I don't know. Maybe she's using the economics of maybe if you raise the supply, it'll probably bring down the cost. That's a bit risky. That's a risky tactic right there.
As a teenager, she was finally able to buy her first home. I know what that dream is like. I know what it is like for people to work hard and to save up and have a dream that is about the dignity of their work and an investment in their future, the future of their family, an investment in the pride they so rightly deserve because of their hard work.
So here's a problem with her economics. So the problem is if you raise the supply and the demand is low, well, the price, it kind of goes up with it, because since we're in the kind of an inflation, we kind of got a little inflation problem right now. All assets are going to still go up regardless of the price, unless you're going to make pretty rinky-dink homes. And I mean, like, well, what type of homes are we talking about building here, Kamala?
But right now on the affordable housing issue, look, we have a shortage of housing in America, and it's contributing to driving up prices. So with my plan, we are going to cut red tape and work with the private sector to build 3 million new homes by the end of my first term. And provide first-time home buyers with $25,000 in down payment assistance so they can just get their foot in the door.
Well, the demand of a product is related to also the affordability. You can't have a demand for something that you can't afford. Like so. Yes, it is actually. Anyway, though, back to Kamala Harris. Where is that one guy?
Because unlike my opponent, who was basically handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, we know that most people need to just have the opportunity to.
So let's reference that. Kamala Harris has no business experience. So it's crazy to judge somebody with years of business experience as somebody who has 0. Yeah, that's a bit weird.
To actually get their foot in the door to achieve their dream and their aspirations.
Man, shout out to Iz Pez with the $10 super chat. Her mom is Indian and her dad is half Jamaican, I believe. Does that make her eligible to say she is black? She talks about her mom so much, but she's Indian. Yeah, trust me, bro. She was killing me with the, my mom used to turn on and listen to Aretha Franklin all the whole time. And I'm like, your mom looks like she listens to Bollywood classics, so I'm not sure about that. Now, her father's nationality is Jamaican, but his dad was white, and I'm not sure, but it's looking like his mother was Hindu and black. So Kamala Harris is, well, a little bit black. Yeah, I mean, if you want to say like a quarter or something, but the actual lineage of her father is one black woman who was Indian and black and a white slave master. Yeah, that's Kamala.
We also need to lower the cost of living because while our economy is doing well by many measures, prices for everyday necessities like groceries are still too high. You know it and I know it. So I have a plan to lower costs on everything ranging from healthcare to groceries, including taking on corporate price gouging. And my plan includes giving a tax cut to 100 million Americans, including $6,000, by expanding the child tax credit for the first year of a child's life to help young and new parents buy a car seat, a crib, baby clothes, in that most significant phase of their development. And all of this is to say, I will always put the middle class and working families first. I come from the middle class, and I have.
Here is the problem with Kamala claiming that she's black. Well, one time like I said, she never spent time in the middle class. People say she spent most of her time in Canadian schooling. Born in America, of course, but spent most of her time in Canada. So she's lived a pretty affluent life, went to Harvard, lived that lifestyle and all that good stuff. So, when she talks about the struggle, I'm kind of looking at her the same way I look at Trump, like, nigga, please.
I've never forgotten where I come from, and I never will.
And they were to talk about struggle.
And I never will. Now, Donald Trump, well, he has a different plan. And in many ways, you've heard me say before, he is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting him back in the White House are extremely serious. Extremely serious. Just Google Project 2025. By the way, can you believe they put that thing in writing? I mean, they put it in writing. They had it bound, and they handed it out. And if you get your hands on it or just Google it, let me tell you, it's a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he were elected president again. If Donald Trump, well, you know what? The courts will take care of that. Let's take care of him in November. We'll take care of him in November. How about that?
Okay, let's say like this then. Let's say like this, because black people, my own kind confuses me sometimes. And this is what I'm talking about. Well, due to this whole weird FBA movement we got going on in our community, man, they're damn near not calling us black. So Kamala is not what you call FBA, not of slave descent in America. You feel me? She's of slave master's descent in Jamaica. So that's the problem of like really just, trying to relate her to the black community and all that. Is like, it's kind of not really the same if you ask the FBA people. And for some reason, they're all aligning with this because I don't know. I guess it's political stuff. But let's be real, man. If you ask the niggas like Tariq Nasheed and all that, she ain't FBA. She ain't about to do nothing for us. And I give him that one. I give him that at least. I don't like to go by that logic, but does kind of seem like she plays, both sides. Like if you've seen the picture with her mom where she dresses up as a Hindu, dot in the head and all, it makes me think like, yo, Kamala, does anybody even ask what Kamala's religion is? Like, let's be real. What does she practice?
But if you look at what he's up to, Donald Trump will give billionaires and big corporations massive tax cuts. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. And he wants to impose what I call a Trump sales tax, because here's the thing. What he is proposing would be a 20% tax on everyday necessities, basic necessities, which economists estimate will cost most working families more than $4,000 a year extra. Think about that. And on top of all of that, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act.
I was being a bit unfair with that because, one, I said that she's of slave master descent that had relations with a slave that was black and Hindu, pretty much. So, yeah, she is black, She ain't black, but she black. She black. You feel me? Shout out to Parabolic Curve, man. I don't just think felons should be president. If you don't like laws, change them. Don't skirt them. If you do, I can still like you, but you can't be trusted to not subvert them, as noted by your case. I just don't think felons should be president of the United States if you don't like the law. Hey, that is true, though. Like, here's the thing. That's weird, though, because everybody's mad that he's, like, able to, run, but there's nothing against it. Like, Trump can go ahead and run for president from a cell. Even if they'd have sentenced him 2 weeks ago, he'd have still ran as president. Bro could have made rallies through a jail call. Like, and he'd have still been, and if he'd have won, well, they opened the doors. So, yeah, the law, if you want to get mad at, Trump, you really can't. Get mad at the law that allows Trump to run as a felon. Man, shout out to Trump, man. Voting for a felon. Shout out. Oh, my bad. I might have misread that. I just don't think felons should be president of the United States. Sorry, Parabolic Curve. My bad. I got you, though. If you don't like the laws, change them. Don't skirt them. If you do, I can still like you, but you can't be trusted to not subvert them, as noted by your case. Well, here's the problem, though. What did Donald Trump subverge, though? I'm confused because they didn't charge him for the insurrection. They charged him for mishandling of funds and what? So, but hey, they did get him with 34 counts. I ain't gonna lie, bro's a felon by definition, but the law says that you can run as a felon. I mean, they did say you can vote a ham sandwich in, but sorry about misreading that, though. My bad. But yeah, I don't know. Under this case, he ain't killed nobody. He ain't raped nobody, so I don't know about that one. I don't know. If it ain't no violent felony, then shit, let him rock. Hey, second chances, right? Hey, we give immigrants second chance. Why can't we give the president?
$1 a year extra. Think about that. And on top of all of that, he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. Remember, he tried 60 times when he was president. In fact, together with Tammy, I was a United States Senator. On the floor, I don't know where she is right now, but she'll remember, and we've talked about this. We were on the floor of the United States Senate in the middle
honestly, in my personal opinion, Parabolic Curve, in my personal opinion, it's like, nah, he wasn't impeached. They tried to, but he wasn't impeached. But in my personal opinion, hey, it wasn't no violent crime. So, and the whole E.G. and Carroll stuff, I'm just like, dog. I don't know why anybody believed that young lady. If you seen that CNN interview, she was like getting walked in to saying, oh yeah, I was raped, bro. At first she was like, what you mean? I wasn't raped. What you mean? Grape is sexy all of a sudden. Literally out that woman's mouth, live on CNN. After that, I was like, yeah, I can't believe nothing out this woman's mouth. No, there's no way. But they put it on them and they got it off. Like, I'm going to be real with you. It was a witch hunt. Donald Trump would have never got none of those cases if he wasn't running for president. Like, that's the only reason they did that. Like, because let's be real, they didn't have the whole felon thing. That's just one less argument y'all got. But I have to give it to you. Some people is going to be dissuaded from him being a felon. Now, it's not a no violent crimes, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Of the night when one of those votes was up, when they were trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, and we were all standing around after we all voted to protect the Affordable Care Act, and we were all standing around, and then the big wooden doors to the Senate well opened, and in walked the late, great John McCain. Remember that? And he said, no, you don't. He said, no, you don't. Remember that? But we were up against those kinds of attacks when he was president last time. And as he said in the debate, he intends to replace it, but has no plan. In fact, he has, quote, concepts of a plan.
I'm not done.
No actual plan, concepts. So, aside from that being laughable, it's very serious, because he's basically saying he would threaten the health insurance of 45 million people in our country based on a concept. And take us back. Remember those days when insurance companies
Hold on now. That's the crazy thing. Concept, but Kamala never came with an actual plan, though. Either. Like, here's the problem with Kamala's talking. She gives you the end result without giving you any steps. That's the problem with Kamala. That's why I say it's like a word salad. It's like, okay, that's nice, but like, how are we going to get there? Oh, we're going to have the best economy. It's going to be great and all this good stuff. I'm like, all right, fantastic. How are we going to get there? No tax on tips and all this good stuff. Plagiarized policies. I'm like, okay, good. You're sounding like Trump, but like, I just don't get it. I just don't get it with Kamala. That's what kills me. I don't get what y'all hearing, to be honest with you. Be honest. Like, I'm hearing the end result and it sounds great. It sounds fantastic, but no real plan, not really telling me where this funding is coming from. Is it coming from the taxpayers? Is it coming from tariffs? If it's coming from who? Where's the money coming from, Kamala? Please let me know.
Deny people with pre-existing conditions? Remember what that was like? Well, brother, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We will not go back.
I mean, look, if you want to know how I'm voting for Trump, I'm going off resume. That's what I'm going off. I'm sorry. I'm going off Trump's 4 years versus Kamala 4 years and matching up the resume. And I'm like, yep, let's go Trump. Shout out Trump. Yeah, Springfield is going crazy. They out here marching in the streets, but shout out Trump. I'm going with resume here. And that's the problem with, well, the Kamala supporters. They just hate to look at the facts. Immigration's bad. The economy is looking a little down right now. Bro, the feds cut the rate and the stock market still looks like shit. They cut the rates, my nigga. Like, that should have been an automatic up for a lot of big businesses, and it wasn't. It just shows you where we're at. Like, the dollar is so far deflated that even a rate cut ain't help. By half a point. It's wild as hell. Yeah, like, Kamala, we're going back. We're going back.
We're not going back. No, we are not. We will move forward. And just like Wisconsin's state motto tells us, forward is where we go. Forward is where we go. Because our Ours is a fight for the future. And ours is a fight for freedom.
Yes, resume. One person ran what was DEA. Well, not DEA, I'm sorry. DA. There was DA in San Francisco. San Francisco is it's terrible. It's terrible. San Francisco's terrible. High crime, drug use. It's just terrible in San Francisco. And in California altogether. So, yeah, if we're looking at what Kamala's had under her governing, or under her jurisdiction and how that place ended out, that's not so good. Trump, all of America. And then we did pretty damn well. So, yeah, I'll be real with you. Yeah, Trump got a better resume. That's one thing we all have to admit. Trump just has a better resume than Kamala Harris. Sorry. Hey, she kind of effed up her own career with this whole California DA thing. I'm gonna be real with you. San Francisco DA, terrible job.
Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government telling her what to do. And we remember how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in more than 20 states, we have Trump abortion bans. Many with no...
So hold on. Because y'all is not fair. Like I said, bro, it was a global pandemic around the world. It was something like that was never seen before. Our parents ain't seen it, and our grandparents ain't seen nothing like this. Mishandling? Bro, there was no better way to handle it but what he had. It's like, bro, that's how I know y'all not real leaders sometimes. Because I'm just like, what? A global pandemic? His mishandling of COVID. I'm like, you're being unfair now. You're being disingenuous at this point. He mishandled COVID. I'm like, the global pandemic that was shutting down the world, like half of the world. Well, not even half, majority. There were some countries that stuck it out like Sweden, but most everybody was shutting down. Everybody, exports, imports, damn near came to a stop. The logistics system basically damn near crashed overnight. What are y'all talking about? Damn near like a once in a lifetime event. And we're judging him based off that 1 year because y'all refused to deny the 3 years he had. And then let's be real, bro, he written 22.5 million jobs. Didn't start because of COVID. Then Biden comes into office and take credit for about 15 million of them. It's wild. It's wild what y'all be letting, these people get off with. But I'll let you have it. I guess, man.
No exceptions even for rape and incest. It is immoral.
What you did? What you done? What you done in a global pandemic where the entire logistics system, the entire economy is just shutting down on you? And it's not just because, your country's shutting down, but countries around the world are also shutting down. Like, what would you have done? Exactly, you don't know. Nobody knows what they'd have done. You could ask Kamala what she'd have done. She'd have been like, shit, I don't know, bro. You tell me when the whole economy's just shutting down out of nowhere, countries locking up. You ask me what I'd have done? Like, that's a once-in-a-lifetime event. It's like, come on now. It's like, no, it's pretty damn defendable. You're just being unfair. It's like, you couldn't lead your way out of it. You wouldn't be able to know what to do when they're telling you, oh, there's people dying of this COVID. We got to get this shot out or they're going to die, untested or not. It's like, what do you have done? Could you have handled it any better? No, you couldn't. Because you'd have went with whatever your professionals was telling you, just like Trump did. Like I said, it's like, y'all wouldn't have done no better and y'all know it. Actually, no politician would have done any better. And you can't even put them through the tester. Where's the tester? Come on, who gonna test it out? Like, what? Somebody want to release a new COVID-19 for Kamala so we can go ahead and test this out so we can prove that she's the better one? Like, what? You can't, you're arguing something that you can't even prove for real. How can you mishandle something that was a once in a lifetime event?
It is immoral. And let us agree.
Are you serious?
Let us agree. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. Not the government. Not the government. And yet, in our debate, Donald Trump said that everyone wanted to overturn Roe. I have talked with folks who are here. I have talked with women around our country and the people who love them. Women are being denied care during miscarriages. Some only being treated once they develop sepsis. They didn't want this. And we know that women have died because of Trump abortion bans. I was with a mother and the two sisters of a woman who died because of Trump abortion bans just last night. You know, and her mother said the worst thing among the pain that she's experiencing is when she heard and reflects on what she was told, that it was preventable. Preventable. And you know, when that decision came down just over 2 years ago, we predicted this would happen. And it's preventable. You know, the young woman, she was a vibrant 28-year-old young woman with a mother of a 6-year-old son. Her name, Amber Nicole Thurman, who I promised her mother I will say her name every time.
Yeah, but you didn't go visit those 13 dead soldiers that died on Biden's command. Neither you or Biden did that, so that's a little wild. But, hey, you know, at least you did this, though. At least you have some honor. Like, congratulations.
I will say her name every time. And so Amber was a medical assistant. She had just learned that she was accepted to nursing school. She had her whole future planned out. And her sisters and her mother were describing her to me, and they said, you know, she had such light, and she had ambition, and she had drive, and she was so proud that she had worked so hard, and she was finally gaining independence, that she found an apartment in a safe community. It had a little pool where her son could play. And she was so proud. She was so proud and so hopeful.
And somebody just, bro, oh my goodness, somebody brought up the best point in the chat. Like, bro, Kamala and Biden literally mandated the vaccine. They took a personally body choice away from y'all. Trump never did that. Trump never did that. You talk about he mishandled COVID-19. At least he wasn't trying to force people to take things. I mean, like, at least he wasn't trying to give out, you know, handouts or give out, you know, free food, or even worse, if you don't get the vaccine, you lose your job. Like, tell me how democratic that is, please. Tell me how you left it to the people. Tell me.
And then she discovered she was pregnant, and she decided to have an abortion. But because of the Trump abortion ban in Georgia, she was forced to travel out of state to receive the health care that she needed. And when she returned to Georgia, she needed additional care, so she went to a hospital in Georgia.
Come on, bro.
But under the Trump abortion ban, her doctors could have faced up to a decade in prison for providing Amber the care she needed. And so she waited for 20 excruciating hours. She waited as she deteriorated. And then she reached such a critical state that the doctors finally operated.
I think me and Professor was getting in on this story. We kind of got into it over this story of, well, okay, so she had a baby, right? Baby by boyfriend. She want to go to nursing school, so she want to have an abortion. She's in Georgia. Georgia has an anti-abortion law. So she had to drive to North Carolina, but she didn't make the appointment. So they just pumped her full of, abortion pills. Now, and they sent her on her way. She had bad side effects. She had to come back, be in agony for 20 hours, and then ultimately die. Yes, very sad story. But this is what killed me. Why are we blaming this anti-abortion law where we're not blaming the medical staff who was rushing to kill the baby instead of ensuring that the mother was able to take these medications and it not having a bad effect? I feel like they'd have spent more time actually caring about this young lady's life than she'd have survived, and they'd have came up with something else. Maybe the baby would have survived too, but it seemed like they were so thirsty to take this baby's life that they just put all those abortion pills in her, bad side effects. Now she's in there 28 hours of pain before death. Like, are you serious, man? All right.
And it was too late. And she died of sepsis. And recently, medical experts determined that Amber's death was preventable. Preventable.
And shout out Parabolic Curve, man. I agree with you for him to be able to run just IMO. It's like, I think Kamala forgot about Woodrow Wilson. Nah, facts though. Nah, facts. Actually, man, wasn't it? I believe it was Woodrow Wilson who signed into FDA. Isn't that right, Parabolic Curve? Like, fact check me on that one. But I believe that's probably the worst president in history. I don't care who you think the worst president. Whoever did that, whoever signed that into place, man, they doomed us from the start, man. That's why one of the reasons why we're ultimately here at the end of the day. But it is what it is, right? As they say. But appreciate you, Parabolic Curve, man. I have to make sure I got that because I almost missed it.
So understand what a law like this means, what these kinds of laws mean. These kinds of laws under Trump abortion bans. It means doctors may have to wait until the patient is at death's door before they take any action. Nobody wants that. What is he talking about? Nobody wants that. Are we saying we're going to craft now public health policy so that doctors only kick in when you're about to die?
I mean,
this is one example
yes.
of what is
Yes,
happening around our country right now. And this is a healthcare crisis. And Donald Trump is the architect. So I will say to you,
I got to give it to Wilson, bro. Signing in the FDA, signing into the Federal Reserve, and then after that, it would be Lyndon B. Johnson.
Because of why we are here, we're going to get Tammy reelected to the United States Senate. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. Proudly.
So national abortion, right? Like I said, disregarding those who don't believe in it. That is why I don't like it, because, well, there are very religious people who don't want that in their state and have every right to say that and to demand it. And if you're forcing it on people, that don't mean you're for the people, Kamala. Let's just be honest. I mean, how could you say, oh, I'm for the people, I'm for everybody, and you're forcing abortion? When honestly, I'm just going to be real. If you want to be able to have abortions and we're leaving it up to the states, just go to a state that allows it. That's all you got to do. That is all you have to do. Just live there. Just live there. Okay. I know you want the benefits of the conservative state. I know, like Florida, good taxes and all that good stuff. But, man, ain't too good on the abortion for you. Then go to a liberal state that's not so well ran. It's like, I'm sorry, but these are the options that you have. Like, sorry about that.
Reproductive freedom.
It is a death penalty.
As President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
I mean, bro, you really can't blame the abortion law. I blame the hospital. I'll be like, bro, where is this lawsuit on the hospital? They fed your daughter abortion pills. She died in agony. It's like, what? And then we want to blame abortion rights. Like, oh, she should have been able to do it in her state. It's like it might have been the same results if them feeding her abortion pills is part of the procedure. Sorry about that. But come on now. We probably got the same results. They said, yeah, well, she missed the appointment, so they just gave her a bunch of abortion pills, sent her on the way, very bad effects. So I'm thinking it's something with the abortion pill that I'm be real with you. You trusting any pill that can take out a life in your stomach, and you gonna take that? Hey man, hey, you a risk taker. But there had been some type of chemical in there that her body didn't agree with, and it gave the worst effect ever. I mean, yeah, never mind. I mean, I'll tell you that.
And across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won fundamental rights.
Hey, man, it probably would have been the same. They that thirsty to take out a kid's life, to take out the embryo instead of looking out for the mother's health, then shit, I'll see it being the same. I'll just see it being the same then.
Freedoms, like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to join a union, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. So we know what we are up against. We are clear-eyed about what we are up against. And we remember that generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now, the baton is in our hands. Now it's in our hands. It's in our hands. And so much is on the line in this election. And this is not 2016 or 2020. The stakes are even higher. Because remember, 2 months ago, the United States Supreme Court basically told the former president that he will effectively be immune no matter what he does in the White House. But think about that. Think about what that means. So before, at least, there was some...
You could say this. If we had all anti-abortion, she'd have just had a baby and we'd have had 2 lives. Ain't that a blessing? So let's see here. Abortion went to some state, end up dying. If it was just anti-abortion across the nation, she'd have just been another pregnant young lady who's gonna have a kid. I mean, let's be real. Well, one situation ended up with both dead, and one situation ends up with both of them alive. Which one you want? Is it really that serious?
Threat of consequence. And now the court has made this decision. Think about that. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails.
I pray you men don't have daughters with... Oh, no, it's too late, baby girl. It's too late. It's too late for me. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. I pray you men don't have daughters with women. Well, it's too late, baby girl. It's too late. It's too late. Too late. I'm teaching my daughter, you know what? If it ain't rape, if it ain't incest, and if it ain't detriment to your life, have that kid, baby girl. Have a kid. You gotta take responsibility for your actions, and I wouldn't want to make an irresponsible daughter. It would build irresponsibility in my daughter if I was just to be like, oh yeah, go ahead, open your legs, and then throw away the kid, and just go ahead and keep going back and forth. Like, no. Pick the right man to be with. Close your legs until then, because you get one shot. I don't want to. I'm disowning you if you just go ahead and just sacrifice a child because you were being irresponsible with your body. You were being irresponsible with your body. You chose to open your legs. You chose to have sex. Be an adult. Like, that's it. Period, point blank. Yeah. So yeah. And man, shout out Parabolic Curve. Jefferson, for me, he was VP and ran against Adams. Basically set into motion the 2-party system. Let's not even talk about the lines he tiptoed that probably should have been tiptoed on. The lines he tiptoed that probably shouldn't have been tiptoed on. And yeah, you're right. Okay, Parabolic Coverage, you taking it back. He said, I'm taking it. I'm like, no, bro, we're taking it to the founding fathers here, bro. It's like, man. Nah, that's true. That's true. But damn. Two-party system up to, yeah, that's true. Because independence is like, it's always been a thing, but it's never been nothing that's really been taken seriously. Like, to be quite honest.
Who has vowed to be a dictator on day one. He who has called for, quote, the termination of the Constitution of the United States of America. And let us be very clear. Someone who suggests we should terminate the Constitution of the United States should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States. Never again. Never again. Never again.
Essay and grape don't matter. She has to have it 2024. No, that matters. I told you that matters. If it ain't that, then take responsibility for your mistakes. That's what I'm gonna tell her. I'm like, oh yes, if she was raped, if she got essayed, then all right, let's go ahead and abort the baby because, well, really no father. But you out here making random mistakes, one night stand, you're having that baby. Sorry. Shouldn't have been doing that. I told you not to, but had the baby. Shoot, I'd rather be in an anti-abortion state. I ain't gonna lie, anti-abortion country, look, bro, walk with me down this logic, down the logic trail. Come on now, walk with me a little bit. Because if we outlawed abortion, bro, it would force you women to be more responsible. I mean, you ain't gonna be opening your legs if you can't take out that baby. Like, if you don't got that option, I think women is going to be 10 times more responsible with their body. Since we're giving them this option, it's only created more irresponsible women. So, yeah, if we just take it out altogether, besides those three conditions, I guarantee women would just snatch it up, legs closed. You better be offering something. Like, I think it would just, it would be better for society in a way. I'm just going to be real with you. I'm just going to be real. Man, shout out Elam. At this point, I question a man's manhood if he votes Democrat. Yep, on God. On God. Liberal and in the words of Zerka, liberal homosexuals. But I don't mean that towards my liberals in the chat. Spooks the poop. So you're okay with the 10-year babe. So you're okay with a 10-year-old that had to travel out of state to abort the baby she was going to have after being raped. It went to court. Well, what'd I say? Incest. That was a point of incest or rape. So, no, I wouldn't have supported it. I would have been like, bro, just go ahead and take it out the game at this point. It's not, because I think it was that woman that was the woman that got I think it was touched on by her stepdad, I believe. And then, yeah, in the state there, they just didn't let her do it. And I'm going to be so honest with you. Hey, at least I ain't Charlie Kirk with it. That man was off the chain. That man said, oh, well, if it happens, he said the life is separate from the crime. Like, I mean, think about that. The baby's life is separate from the crime of you being raped. So we should keep the baby because it's separate from the crime. The baby's not a rapist. The person that, the father of the baby's a rapist. I mean, that's their logic. But in my personal logic, I would like an anti-abortion. I would like a whole abortion ban with 3 exceptions. And if it ain't those 3 exceptions, if you cannot prove those 3 exceptions, you're having that baby. On God. Or if we can get like a 2-signature abortion plan where the father got to want it going too. And if he don't, then the woman got to be forced to have it. You know, hey, that would make women be responsible too. You know, either won't work. A bit, y'all may think it's a bit sexist, but hey, man, hey, sometimes sexist works.
So Wisconsin.
And shout out Renee, man. Appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot. But rapists can still have access to the child. 2024. Nah, he's gonna be too busy doing a life sentence out in the prison. It's too late for him. It's too late for him. But man, it is too late. Man. All right, appreciate you, Prez. I appreciate you. You say you didn't want this one read out loud. Got you. But let's see. Can still have access? No, he gonna be too busy serving a jail sentence. He gonna be under the jail, where he belongs. Probably gotta give some type of assistance to the mother and create some type of assistance system. Is what I would do. If it became that matter, and we would just making women have birth even to great babies, I'll be like, all right, well, you're still going to jail for life, and we're gonna have to create some subsidized program for these women because we are forcing something upon you, but the life is separate from the crime, so there's the righteousness in it. I guess. Like I said, this is if I was in, making rules in a nation that was just no abortion, period.
It all comes down to this. We are here together because we love our country. We love our country. And we understand the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth. The privilege and pride of being an American. The privilege and pride of being an American. And I do believe that it is one of the highest forms of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of America. So, Madison, Election Day, yes, in 46 days, and early voting has already started in some states. Early voting in Wisconsin starts in just 32 days. And in fact, many of you may have already received your mail-in ballots.
Man, shout out Elam, man. What's sad is that black people started the Republican Party with Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. So sad that we have to let them. It's so sad that we have to let to them vote. Yeah, we have to let to them vote. We have to let them vote. Oh damn. Oh damn. Shout out Elam, man. Shout out. Let's see here. I'm trying to make sure I said it right. Oh, what's sad about the black community? People started the party with Lincoln. Well, hey man, I'm gonna be real with you. It's kind of weird though. The parties that did a switcheroo and they always claim that one side is for black people just for the vote. It's kind of weird. It's like, they'll say, oh, it was Republicans that started out, Democrats were the racists, and all of a sudden, I guess it was the Lyndon B. Johnson era, correct me if I'm wrong, but Lyndon B. Johnson era that started where all of a sudden, these niggas gonna vote Democrat for the next 100 years or so, and what do? Vote Democrat. So all of a sudden, Republicans came to racists, and the Democrats became our political heroes for some reason. Reasons I cannot
understand. Check this out. In-person early voting begins in Virginia and Minnesota today. Today. And don't we love Tim Walz? He's so good. He's so good. So all that to say, the election is basically here. It's basically here, and we have work to do. To energize, to organize, and to mobilize, and to remind everyone, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power, and never let anyone take your power from you. So, Madison, today I ask you, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in the promise of America?
Trust me, Glitch, the abortion topic gets me as well, because I just do not see the fascination of wanting to just take out, life. I just don't get it. They're trying to dehumanize it, call it a clump of cells. They don't got consciousness, all this wild ass stuff, just to, justify taking out a life.
And
it gets me too, bro.
Ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
That was a good one, guys. That was a good one. Man. All right, so we got any closing thoughts on this one? Because it has been a long stream. Been like 7 hours in here. Thugging it out with y'all, bro. We went over climate change, Mao's America, Trump, Vance, Walz. We done went through it all at this point. We done went through it all. Anything y'all want to end out on before I go ahead and close it down? Cause man, it's been a night. It's been a night. Ugh. All right, perfect. Let me go ahead and make the shout outs real quick, man. Cause we always gotta shout out the supporters, the real one. Shout out Elim, man. Shout out It's Pez, Renee. Shout out Spooks the Books. Shout out Parabolic Curve. Man, shout out, let's see here. Northern Girl Hobbies. Shout out M. Shout out Purple Man 510. Shoot, let's see here. Shout out Austin. Shout out M again. And shout out Joshua Harrell. Let's see here. Shout out Fam and shout out Sammy That Bull. Man. Shout out Christopher Shoemaker. Shout out Professor Swagamuffin. Yeah, Professor Swagamuffin. Shout out Christopher Lowe, man. Shout out Jake. And I appreciate y'all for tuning in, man. Yo, this is Set with Sankey Media, and I will catch y'all tomorrow on the next one. Peace. And we are out. Go ahead and close it on y'all too, man. Appreciate